Friday, February the 5th, 2021. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of That's What G Said podcast. It is Super Bowl week, just a few days out from the big game, the NFL season. They made it. They made it, folks. They have come to the finish line, and there is an unbelievable game set up for this weekend with the Chiefs versus the Bucks, Tom Brady versus Patrick Mahomes, the greatest of all time versus maybe the future greatest. Just so many things to discuss, and we're going to talk about it with a few different guests here on That's What G Said. First, we'll have Scott Shapiro joining for a discussion on the game. Then we'll talk with Eric, eTop 21 Sports, for some of his thoughts on the game. After that, we're going to have Kurt Rossner from Old Smoke Clothing discuss Old Smoke, and then he even gives a little selection and some thoughts on the game himself. We talk some stable duel, the weekend schedule, Sam Houston racing for Friday, Saturday racing, Tampa Bay Downs, Ren Carothers joins. We hit the 4 stakes races there with a focus on the Sam F. Davis, a really, really contentious race. If you're not paying attention and you didn't realize that Tampa has a big weekend coming up, make sure to look at those races for Saturday. They're very good betting races. We're also going to bounce around and take a look at the stakes races at Aqueduct. We got the Withers. There's a couple stakes races at Gulfstream we'll hit on. We'll talk about a stakes and then a race right before that at Oaklawn. A couple stakes races at Santa Anita. They're not the best betting races, but we'll still discuss some horses there because there are a couple important races to talk about. You know, we're also going to give you some Sam Houston for Saturday. And then we close it out with wrestling with Chad Cooper. We'll discuss some of his thoughts on the Royal Rumble, what we thought of NXT and AEW this week. So absolutely loaded with the NFL Super Bowl as our major focus, racing for Friday, racing for Saturday, and then we close it out with some wrestling. So tons to discuss on That's What G Said, and we're going to get right into our first guest and our first conversation with Scott Shapiro in a moment. But I have to let you know what one of our sponsors, Sarah Candles, is doing. Tyler Herringer from SarahCandles.com, CERA Candles.com. You know, those all-natural soy wax candles we're always talking about here. So Tyler is sponsoring a contest for the Super Bowl, totally free contest, and it's just for the listeners of That's What G Said podcast. So if you're listening right now, just take a second, jot down the information, and get involved in this totally free contest, and it's involving the Super Bowl. Very simple. You got to predict the score, okay? So predict the score. Example, Chiefs 27, Bucks 24. There are 2 tiebreakers that you need. So 3 pieces of information in the email that you're going to send. The score prediction, that's the most important part. That's what it comes down to. If anyone ties, if we need to go to the tiebreaker, we're going to go to 2. Who scores the first touchdown, which player, and who is going to be the Super Bowl MVP. So you need 3 things. Here's what the example is. Chiefs 27, Bucks 24, Chris Godwin first touchdown, Patrick Mahomes MVP. Boom. That's all. That's all it takes. And you just have to email that to this email address. That's what G said podcast at gmail.com. That's it. That's what G said podcast at gmail.com. Email your score prediction, the first touchdown, the MVP. We're going to select at least 2 winners, and the 2 winners we select, you'll get to pick any candles that you want from Sarah Candles, and Tyler's going to send you 2 of them. So totally free to enter. If you win, you'll be able to pick any 2 scents of candles that you want from SarahCandles.com. Tyler's going to send them to you. And this is a great little thing before Valentine's Day coming up, right? For a significant other, friend, family member. You keep one for yourself, send one for someone else, or package them up for the loved one. Really cool for Tyler to do this for the listeners of That's What G Said podcast, giving away a couple candles. So just make sure to send your emails in to That's What G Said podcast at gmail.com. Now we head to the first conversation about the Super Bowl with Scott Shapiro. Scotty Shap talking a little Super Bowl. Here we go. You can hear the soothing sounds of the gardeners bringing us in to talk about the Super Bowl this week. It is the big game this week, the final game of the NFL season, and it's been a trying NFL season with It's been a trying year for everyone out there. So anything happening during COVID in this era was going to be a little bit different. We've been very lucky to have our good friend Scott Shapiro joining us all throughout the year, talking weekly about NFL. We'd have him on every few weeks to give out his handicaps and his thoughts on the weeks. So, Scott, we've had some ups, some downs, good weeks, bad weeks, but the NFL season, they made it all the way through. We are here, and we've got a damn good, juicy matchup. Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, returning champ from last year, the GOAT. This is a matchup that the networks love. I think the reporters love, the gamblers love, the bookmakers love. It's pretty good for everyone out there watching.
Yes, a win-win-win-win-win, sounds like you're saying. But yes, definitely pretty amazing that the NFL was able to power through a global pandemic with very few hiccups and then get to the end of the season and get the most accomplished quarterback of all time, the GOAT, if you will, against the quarterback that is obviously the face of the league at this point and has put together one of the best 4-year runs at any position for any athlete I've ever seen, but especially for the quarterback position. So exciting game for the public, as you mentioned, for the books, for the bettors, for just about everyone, and of course, most importantly, for the Chiefs and Buccaneers.
We've got Tom Brady, who is going to be in his 10th Super Bowl in 19 years. So when you really break that down, Tom Brady is going to be in his 10th Super Bowl out of like 55. That's 18%. Tampa hadn't made the playoffs since 2007. And they actually have the worst record of all time win-loss percentage in NFL history of any franchise. Tom Brady's trying to become the only second quarterback ever. That seems a little weird to win with two different teams. It was only Peyton. And then you got Mahomes. MVP first season as a starter. Second season, wins the Super Bowl, 2 playoff comebacks. Third season, you're back in the Super Bowl again, comes back from down 9-0 last week, and he just starts making it look so easy. One thing I wanted to discuss a little bit before we get really and sink our teeth into this game was just sort of putting a bow and recapping the conference championship game. Scott, and I know, following along with you on social media and talking back and forth, I just kept shaking my head and scratching my head and wondering at some of the decisions these coaches were making. And you could just see the coaches that are more aggressive and put the faith in their players, they were rewarded. The ones that didn't, that tried to be too cute, that tried to kick field goals, that didn't go for it, they ended up losing.
Yeah, I think in the case of both of them, I think they tightened up a little bit. These are coaches, especially Sean McDermott, that was aggressive all year long. Brian Daboll, the offensive coordinator, a big part of that. And he kind of stopped doing it, I don't know if what the story was, but the only thing I can think of is, the biggest game of his life, he got, a little conservative. And, you can't blame someone in many ways, but, you're not going to win titles especially against a team like the Chiefs. And then the Packers, I mean, that was, I've heard some analytical debates. And, if you're playing certain numbers, it wasn't that horrible decision based on that. But when you're playing Tom Brady, you gotta go for it there. Not that Tom Brady's Patrick Mahomes or even Aaron Rodgers, but when he needs one first down and to chew the clock up, that's where he's a maestro. So it was perplexing. It was frustrating if you back those teams or if you're fans of those teams. I don't think it cost the Bills anything. The Chiefs are the much better team.
No.
The Packers, they lost that game in the first half and then put themselves in tough positions. And then their offense just wasn't good enough, Gino. That one play got talked about a lot, but they just had several times to score a touchdown and take the lead and couldn't do so despite turnovers from Tampa.
And just to give you an example of the coaching different philosophies with some of these that are still hanging around. So since 1994, no NFL team had ever thrown a legitimate pass play on a fourth down on its own side of the field with the lead with less than 90 seconds to go. That's what the Chiefs did in the divisional round to win in order to move along when they beat the Browns with Henny. We're not talking about Mahomes. So Andy Reid did something that nobody's ever done and put faith in his quarterback, his backup, and LaFleur wouldn't even do that with Brady, which is pretty incredible when you sort of like put it in that sense. But I agree with you. It's been strange again for the Packers because you have 2 years where you make it you make it to the conference championship, but it doesn't feel like, I mean, you still got to have a little bit of a bad taste in your mouth with the way everything goes down.
Yeah, and I mean, against the Niners, I think they were the inferior team, and they
No
just
doubt.
got blown out. This year, they had some holes. Everybody in the NFC did. I was a little bit surprised, but their secondary was such crap in that game that it's hard to win a game when you make that many mistakes on the back end against a guy like Tom Brady.
A couple other little notes and pieces of information here. So Bruce Arians is not very aggressive on fourth down. If that comes into play at all in this game, we'll see. This year, Tampa only went for it on 4th and 3 or less just 25.8% of the time, which was the third lowest in the NFL. Kansas City went for it in that same situation more than 50% of the time. So we'll see if that comes into play at all, if this is a close game and there's a big situation or two where somebody has to go for it. Weather, always something you want to take into account when you're handicapping these games. Injury issues. So we've heard that it may be a little bit rainy. And as far as on the injury side, Kansas City, with Eric Fisher and their offensive line issues, something they've been dealing with all year long, but you never want to have another sort of issue and have to make some adjustments and people not necessarily playing in their optimum positions in the Super Bowl.
No, and that's the big question. If you want to try to beat the Chiefs in this game, it's going to have to probably be because of their deficiencies on the offensive line. Both starting tackles are out. You mentioned the injury to Fisher, who got hurt in the championship game. Mitchell Schwartz has been out a lot of the year, and the Buccaneers should be able on paper to get pressure with just their front four, led by Shaq Barrett and Jason Pierre-Paul. If they're able to do that, there's the possibility they could get the Chiefs in 3rd and longs, 2nd and longs, and make Mahomes, make it more difficult. The problem is that even when it's 3rd and 15, they're so capable of beating you at 3rd and 15. So, I just think Mahomes is going to make enough plays, but that is the one variable that you have to be concerned with if you're backing the Chiefs, is that their offensive line is banged up and could be an issue. So
nowadays there are just a million different ways you can play this thing, and I mean, as every season progresses, there are more and more games where you can play player props on everyone and all sorts of different wagers, but. I mean, flipping through the 30-page Superbook props the other day, Scott. I mean, it's pretty incredible for guys like us who have been fans and have covered this now for a while to see how this continues to grow each and every year. You can play every individual player, anything for, against, overs, unders, will days, won't days. Then you can do the stuff that has nothing to do with the game on all sorts of other sites where you're doing halftime show, national anthem, all that sort of stuff. Everyone's got if they're having some sort of gatherings or doing something with their friends, they've got either the squares or they've got the player party pool props. I mean, we're going to be involved in this in some way, shape, or form. Where do you guys have this game still overall for some of the lines that you're looking at right now? Was it still 3? Did it move to 3.5? What do you have on the total? And then give us maybe some approach at how you're looking at playing this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, it's bounced back and forth between 3 and 3.5. The 3 has been with extra juice, then the plus 3.5 has been with, extra juice on the Buccaneers. Right now, it's probably about as low as it's been, the Chiefs -3, -116. I mean, one thing, just no matter which side you like, I think it's probably worth buying, spending the few bucks to get the 3.5 with the Bucks, or wait it out. Maybe there'll be more money coming in. Worst case, you can buy it up, for not that little. And then with the Chiefs, you don't take 3.5. There's 3s out there. And you can, and like we have 3 at Twin Spires right now if you're in one of our states, but just whatever it might be, that's a key to betting this game. Make sure you get a good number. I landed on the Chiefs, Gino. I just don't see these teams as equals, and I guess Tampa's at home, and I know people are afraid to bet against Tom Brady, but a couple things. I just think the Bucs have been really good down the stretch and in the playoffs, but they lived on creating turnovers. And if you're counting on the Chiefs to turn the ball over, unless they just get ridiculous pressure on Mahomes and take him out of his game like the Niners did in the Super Bowl last year, for most of the game, I just don't see the Chiefs being this turnover machine. I mean, the Saints had the Bucs beat until they just turned it over one time after another. And then the Packers turned it over a couple times, Aaron Rodgers throwing a pick. I just don't see these teams as equal, and I think this fear of betting against Tom Brady, which is understandable, other than the fact that you're playing Mahomes, my fear is even greater betting against Patrick Mahomes. In fact, I don't participate in betting against Patrick Mahomes very often. I wish I did. I mean, it was a gravy train at the end of the year, right?
Yeah, but they really do feel like a sort of flip the switch team. It was funny. There's actually an article in one of the last like DVOA reports that talked about Kansas City sort of being that type of team that, they actually had their most recent game was the 6th highest game by any team this year. It was the highest single game for Kansas City, and it was their best single game on offense and their second best game on defense, only behind the win against Baltimore earlier on in the year. And so, it was talking about teams that had been sort of good, but maybe like just like the Chiefs were maybe underachieved in covering spreads, or they had like really gaudy records, but they didn't crush a lot of teams. But for a lot of those teams, when you dig into them, they did kind of have a flip the switch feel. And this team has felt like that all year. And we didn't, as gamblers, it scares you with a team like that to back them, right? Because you never know, especially in the NFL. It's different in basketball or baseball when you got a series. You can take a game or two off and get caught and still win the series. You get caught in football, you're done. It's one game, you're out. I just don't know they're going to get caught right now. People look back at that game when they played Tampa, when KC and Tampa played in Week 12. I mean, Kansas City was kicking the crap out of them for most of the game. And then late they scored, and Romo and some other people, I was even listening to Warren Sharp, who said he thinks that Tampa was able to figure some things out late. I don't get a strong enough feel for to play against Mahomes. I don't love Tampa enough on that side, or even the total. And there's so many options we have to wager on that I'm going to shoot for a few props here and there. I'll try to key in on I'll take a couple big swings. I'm sort of looking at playing the tight ends against Kansas City because they're not good. So I think maybe Brait and Gronk, touchdown scorers, and maybe looking at them for some solid props and a couple other things. But I just don't feel like you have to be forced to play a side in a game you don't love, especially in the Super Bowl where there's like a million other ways you can play.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of props. If you get some time to handicap into that, I got a couple ideas maybe. But then also remember, I mean, most people at this point have access to in-game wagering. So maybe handicap the game from a perspective, okay, if the Chiefs fall down 7-0, maybe I jump in them, because obviously we've seen that means absolutely nothing to this team. I mean, they fall behind. I mean, they've fallen behind in many of these playoff games and had no problem cruising past teams. I mean, obviously last year more so than this year, but they were down 9-0. It's easy to forget in that Bills game. But yeah, there's so many options to play. I'm kind of forced into making a pick in my job, which, there's worse things in life than my job and being forced into a pick. But, this isn't a game that I'm in love with, and I've been waiting 2 weeks to unload my wallet. I like the Chiefs a little bit. I think there's a little value there, but it's not, an unbuckle the big cash pile to run down to the book to bet, because here in Kentucky I got to run across the river. We've got just a phenomenal matchup on paper. It's very sexy, it really is. Like you couldn't have asked for two better quarterbacks. You got the whole story with Brady. You've got Tampa heading home, playing for the first time. They're pissed off because they can't shoot their cannons at home. They're going to be a little bitter about that too. It's a game that is going to be really, really good for the average Joe too. And that's an important thing too. I think as much as Buffalo would have been fun to see them in here, when you just kind of compared the three other quarterbacks and the three other teams, Buffalo was sort of the one team that was out when you had Brady, Rodgers, and Mahomes still left in there. So
I wonder what Belichick's going to be doing. How's he going to be watching the game this weekend? What do you think, Scott? Super Bowl party for him, or
I don't know. I mean, Dr. Fauci told us to lay low, so
yeah.
I'm sure Belichick. I know Belichick. You know, I don't know where he stands on that stuff, but I did have a couple. You know, I haven't really sunk my teeth all the way into the prop market, but just a couple of thoughts before we're done. I mean, you know, it's very difficult to do this, understandably. The guy went for over 200 yards in the first quarter. But as you mentioned that Romo said, and Warren Sharp, who's one of the best in the biz, and just in general, the way things happen in a second game after someone gets blasted by a guy in the first game, it feels like the Bucs are going to, you know, they're aggressive, so I'm a little concerned with this. But generally, you can be pretty sure they're not going to let Tyreek Hill beat them deep, right? Mm-hmm. If anything, he might dink and dunk, but 94.5 yards is the over-under. And, you know, it won't be fun. That's the problem. If you're looking for a fun wager, rooting against Tyreek Hill for 60 minutes won't be fun because at any moment he could beat you with one play. But I just get the feeling they're going to probably contain him to like 8-80 unless there's a missed tackle, not, you know, a normal over the top Tyreek play. So that was one that I was looking at maybe as potential value. And an over, kind of a couple overs maybe, but the one over, you know, Byron Pringle played. He was tied for the lead in snaps for Kansas City in the AFC title game. Now, if Sammy Watkins plays, which is questionable, I think at this point, that will change perhaps. But his over-under is 10.5 yards, and he was 3 for 22 in a game where they didn't need to throw the ball over the last, you know, 20, 30 minutes. They did, but they didn't need to. I just think Byron Pringle at 10.5 seems like some decent value, not a sexy play. And then Tyreek Hill might not burn him deep, but McCole Hardman might if they're not careful. And his longest reception is 14.5 yards, and I think there's a chance he goes 0 for 0 or 1 for 5 on a screen. But 14.5 yards for him, I mean,
is nothing.
Right. I mean, if he gets in any sort of open field, he gets that. I mean, he's Tyreek Hill Jr., not in his game, especially mentally, but just in terms of his raw talent and speed, he's ridiculous too. So those are a couple. They're all kind of centered around the idea that the Bucs are going to pay extra attention to Tyreek Hill, and maybe you could take advantage of that in the prop market.
And the one that I'm a little nervous to play, but I mean, in some spots it's up to like 330, 335 Mahomes passing yards. I mean, he could have 300, have a really good game, maybe a big penalty or two that doesn't get him any yards. 335 is like a huge game for the Super Bowl.
How many attempts is like 40 something, right?
I mean, how many times do we see in the Super Bowl in particular? And who knows? Maybe this year it'll be just a different vibe with less people around. It's not been the 2-week experience where the players have been at all the events all week long. They may not have that weird kind of tired anxiety before they even start the game. It may be different, but this game is always a little. It's not just rapid fire right off the bat. You know, there's a feeling out process to it, and then it's a little here and there. I don't know, that number feels really high. Like you said, I don't want to be playing against Mahomes, and it's a scary as hell number, but he could still beat you, have a great game, have 280, have 300. If you see it in your places and it's floating up and up and up and up, and you're able to get a good number on the under, even higher and higher, that's one that I'm looking at too. But yeah. I think one thing that you'll hear from the both of us, look around, have some fun. You know, even if we're recording this on Thursday evening, so you still got plenty of time, kick back one of these nights while you're watching a show and just go through all the props. And there probably are a few that'll jump out to you, and then go do your handicapping a little bit and see if what jumps out to you initially matches with how you would, do your analysis.
Yeah, and one final thought on props in general, especially when it comes to over and under yardage, yes on a touchdown versus no. It's not if you're playing for entertainment, the no's and the unders aren't as fun. Although I do enjoy stopping guys and things like that. Oh yeah. But that's not for everybody. Guys like us like that. But just keep in mind that injuries happen. That's death, and that's people don't think of that when they're handicapping over unders. That's built into the line perhaps, but people don't think about it and that's all he needs to get. And the other thing is, the pros that play these props, there's guys out there, the Rufus Peabodys of the world, that live for these Super Bowl props because they have these models that do incorporate all of these things, injuries and whatnot. They're playing like 80 I don't want to speak
unders.
for any. They're
All
playing
unders.
so many unders, right?
So I was going to say to you, one of these days when we hit a big pick six a few weeks before the Super Bowl, we got a bunch of money to mess with as just that experiment, and we go do it, and we play, 20-50 on freaking under on every damn prop. Just
right, because a lot of times you're getting plus money or you're not paying the juice because – you'll look and you'll see, minus 140 on a lot of these things because they know the public's on them and they don't want to really move it up and take that away. So that's the edge you're paying them. So there's so many things going against you with these obvious overs. Now, I wouldn't call Byron Pringle an obvious over, but Mahomes, I mean, how many people are going to play Mahomes over? What's his touchdowns, It looks so easy, right? Oh, how's he going to not?
He just broke the record, or he had 13 receptions last week. Remember last year he was so incredible. Kelsey's going to be Hill. Everyone you want to go over, and then you start doing the same thing on Tampa. Oh, Godwin. Oh, Evans. They're going to be over. You start looking, and then if you were just disciplined enough and just able to say, hey, I got to go under all the way, because like you said, how many of these guys don't get a touch? I mean, a few years ago, everything in that Rams-Pats one was under. Everything.
Yeah, that's a great example. And then there's examples where you get your ass handed to you, I mean,
sure,
it goes both ways. But I think if you look back over the years, you'll see that, there's a reason these guys that do this for a living for big money.
One guy gets hurt, all their props are under.
Right.
Like they're out of the game, concussion, all of their props are under. Like right there, it's like 10 props that you just went under on, all of them go under. So, just so many different ways to handicap this game now, Scott. And we've been so lucky to have you all year long. Really appreciate all the work that you do. I know you've got a good write-up out there. So give us your plugs right now. Where can we find some of your written work? And moving forward, what will you be working on next?
Yeah, my Twitter handle is the best place to follow me at ScottShap34. Or I know a lot of your listeners have found me on Facebook, maybe some that aren't involved on Twitter. That works as well. I like to try to share my work there. Not as many opinions on there, during games and whatnot. And, I have this one last write-up for football. It's kind of been a couple weeks. That was like the one football assignment I've had. I'm moving on to PGA golf every week. I look forward maybe to coming on for the Masters.
Sure. Yeah.
I know you'll probably want to do something with that. But and then most of my time outside of handicapping golf, which I have become really damn diehard with, to be honest. But I know that's not for everybody.
No, it's fun.
Yeah, I'm covering Oaklawn full time right now, doing the expert picks on the Twin Spires app and Twin Spires website. They're free every day. You can find those on their videos right on the where you would bet. And then I'm on the Turfway Park feed right now on Friday nights on the simulcast feed, just once a week there. And then Churchill Downs will be, a couple months, but it'll be the
right
Derby
around the corner. Yeah,
it'll be another Derby. Yeah.
We're on the road right now with the prep races every weekend, and in a few weeks, if we don't talk to you before then for some racing, it'll hopefully, knock on wood, be March Madness. Fingers crossed. Coming up soon.
It's been weird. You'd be shocked. I have hardly watched a second.
Me too. I'm going to say, because I've been, and I will now with football stopping, I'll be throwing a lot more of it on. And my NBA and my college basketball watching will definitely be going up a lot more. But yeah, I've been.
It's just a weird season.
It's been weird. So knock on wood. I'm going to hopefully things will get good and we can at least get those, some sort of those couple days that we love that we missed out on last year, because no matter what you're a fan of, I would rank college basketball, lower, definitely than a lot of the pro sports for me that I'm hardcore about. But those 2 days, those first two tournament days, that Thursday, Friday, it started at 9 a.m. out here on the West Coast, and you go all day long with the 16 games. There's nothing like those 2 days.
Absolutely. I'm already disappointed with how little I'm following it, knowing that those days won't be these days where I know everything, like normal. It'll be just more entertainment value, but no doubt about it.
I'm sure the days leading up to it we'll end up feeling guilty and pull all-nighters, so that way we have to be as locked in as possible heading into that thing. So, Scott, buddy, we always appreciate the work, man. Love talking with you. Doesn't matter what it is, racing, football, golf, you name it. You do a great job. Good luck this weekend. We'll be going back and forth. Hope you hit with some of your props, and then good luck Oaklawn and PGA moving forward.
Yeah, buddy, keep up the good work. Really impressed with all the content you're putting out, and look forward to the weekend and hopefully making some money.
Scott Shapiro, good buddy there. You heard how to follow him on social media. He'll help you out in any way, many different ways, in any way. If you follow sports, horse racing, great handicapper there, Scott Shapiro. Don't go anywhere, folks. Plenty more on That's What G Said. Best of luck to Scott this weekend with all of his plays there in the Super Bowl. Probably some horse racing plays too, dabbling all over the place. We'll always be talking about different sports here with Scott Shapiro. Make sure to give him a follow on social media. Let's talk a little bit about Thrive Fantasy right now. If you are someone who likes to play fantasy sports, you're going to like this. And football season's winding down. To be honest, football is the best of the fantasy sports to play, and it is Super Bowl time. So for the big game, Bucks Chiefs this Sunday, there is a massive $30,000 guaranteed contest. It's $50 to enter. ThriveFantasy.com or download the app Thrive Fantasy on your phones, iPad. And if you use the promo code GINO, when you deposit anything from 20 to 50, you get an instant credit bonus match right there in your account. Boom. You don't have to wait or anything. It'll take a couple seconds, and then you can start playing right away with that instant bonus. You put 50 in, you're going to have $100 to play around with, so you can put a couple entries in this big $30,000 guaranteed contest. They even have a $1,000 free roll tournament. What this particular DFS site is, it is built around prop wagering. And a lot of us are looking at all of these props already because we're playing a ton of the props come Super Bowl. So you're going to be picking a lineup that is based around 10 props where you're going to select over or under. They're going to be giving a point value to each over or under. That's how you put your lineup together. Thrive Fantasy, don't forget about that promo code GINO. It gets you an instant $20 to $50 bonus credit right into your account when you make that deposit. Use the promo code GINO. We're going to be posting a couple videos of what it looks like building a lineup for Thrive Fantasy. So make sure to give us a follow on social media on Twitter at It's Me, Gino B. Let's head on over to more NFL discussion with Eric, ETOF21 Sports, who's been helping us out all year long. He gives his thoughts on the Super Bowl coming up. We are here. It is Super Bowl time, the end of the NFL season, and our good friend Eric, ETOF21 Sports, joins us again to discuss NFL. Different conversation this time, Eric. This was the first time we're just talking about one game. We've had conversations about 16 games, some where we're spending an hour and a half for previews before the season, over-unders, and now it all comes down to this. I got to say, from the NFL's standpoint, this is probably as good of a game in the Super Bowl that they could possibly have imagined.
I am really looking forward to this game. I mean, I think how they match up is pretty interesting. It's going to be kind of strategic how Reed and Bowles go at each other from the offensive and defensive point of view. I'm legitimately excited, but also I don't know what I'm going to do with myself next Sunday with no football.
It's sad. It is sad. It's like total mixed emotions, right? Because I was actually talking to my girlfriend Stephanie about this. It's a couple weeks ago. It's like you sort of forget, and you get a taste of it last week when there's no football on Sunday. It's sort of like that in between week, but you sort of forget what a big part of like a Sunday football is, and how big part of your week, like just, okay, Sunday's coming, I'm not really doing anything else besides watching football all day long, and then how much it changes the rest of the year, because we'll still watch sports, right? There's always sports on Sundays and basketball games throughout the day when baseball starts, and the college basketball will have some fun weekends, but there's just nothing like an NFL Sunday.
Oh, nothing at all. Nothing at all. You got Scott Hansen. I mean, it's like football's kind of like that sport that everybody has an opinion on. Everyone, wherever you work, at the gym,
fantasy,
coffee shop,
people that don't even know what they're doing are in fantasy stuff, and they even know the main wide receivers and quarterbacks on every team. So it is this like a sort of mixed emotions feeling as we go through this week, because we know not going to be any more football for a while. But hey, you know what? In what was a crazy year when a lot of other sports had to start and stop, or their seasons were changed or different, football had some issues, a few games that they probably should have canceled or postponed a little more, but they made it. They're here, and for the most part, everything went down in a pretty safe manner. So I guess that's the most important thing.
I mean, I'm shocked that they were able to get through the season. I mean, there was the hiccup with the Titans and the Ravens, a Tuesday, Wednesday game. But, I mean, compared to what's going on in the NHL and NBA now, I mean, they're doing great. They did great.
So we got the game this weekend that the NFL network officials probably love, everyone that works in covering sports, the bookies love, because it's just when you've got big name teams, when you've got big name players, more people want to bet. Just like we said, more average fans are interested. Oh, I know Brady. I know Mahomes. Oh, yeah, the Chiefs just won last year. Oh, yeah, Brady's not on the Patriots, and they're in the Super Bowl. It's just, you can easily have a conversation with anybody who doesn't even really know football about some of the main, very logical talking points. We've got Tom Brady, Eric, who is now going to be in his 10th Super Bowl in 19 years. When you compare that just to everybody else, no other quarterback's ever been to more than 5. And then when we talk about other sports, Michael Jordan only made it to the NBA Finals 6 times in 15 years. I say only, but in comparison, Wayne Gretzky 6 times in 20 years in the Stanley Cup Finals. Derek Jeter 7 times in 20 years making the World Series. So this is not even all-time great. For as much crap as we've all wanted to give him through the years, and we've all loved rooting against him, and we all, as gamblers in particular, will try to play against the chalk. What this guy does and how he just somehow found his way here again, it's really incredible.
I mean, and he's just so much smarter than everybody else. It's not like he has the best arm or anything. He's just
the fastest or anything like that.
I mean, even his interceptions. I mean, you watch, he had 3 interceptions against the the Packers, but they're basically arm punts. Yep. He never turns the ball over when he's deep in his own end. I mean, he's taking a calculated shot down the sidelines and 2nd and long, 3rd and long. So it's basically an arm punt. So I mean, he's just smart, and he just holds everyone around him to such a high standard, and people want to play with him.
Well, these two, Mahomes and Brady, have played each other 4 times. They've split the matchups 2-2. And the score in those 4 games, Mahomes 121 and Brady 120. The 4 times they played each other, just to give you an idea of how even these matchups have been so far. And then before we get into this week's game, I just wanted to talk a little bit about conference championships from what we saw. And I know just following you and from conversations with you all throughout the year, seeing what these coaches did, the coaches that were on the losing end, LaFleur and McDermott, and just how passive kicking field goals instead of trying to win games, and kicking field goals when you know you're going to be giving the ball back to Mahomes and you're going to be giving the ball back to Brady. I just, compare those decisions, Eric, with the decision the week before when Andy Reid went for it with a backup quarterback.
You got to play to win. I mean, you really got to play to win. And the one thing that stood out to me in the Packers game and the Bucks game, it was the end of the 4th quarter. Arians wanted to punt. They took the timeout. Brady convinced him to go for it on that 4th down where he hit that long pass where King let Miller get behind him. But then Rodgers had the same situation to do that with LaFleur, and he didn't do it. When LaFleur said to, hey, we're kicking or whatever, Rodgers didn't argue with him. Where's Rodgers' leadership? And it kind of showed me the big difference between Brady and Rodgers. And then for the Bills game, I mean, the Bills need a running back. I mean,
they missed Moss so much, and not even a stud, but just someone that you can put between the tackles that'll pick you up a few yards, that can get you into the end zone, that can take a little bit of the hits and a little bit of the beating off Josh Allen. Yeah,
because the way the Chiefs' defense is built is they pressure you, and they have all those DBs, and they're trying to sucker you into a mistake, and basically that's what happened. The way to beat them is you have to be able to run the ball. I mean, the teams that they had the most troubles with, Raiders, Browns, they're run-centric teams. And they just can't. I mean, you're relying on TJ Yeldon, and because Singletary got benched because he dropped that easy pass, which killed my props, which sucked. But, I mean, for as great as the Bills are, they just don't match up well with the Chiefs.
No, and the Bills were up 9-0. Twice they had 4th and short. and they kicked they kicked field goals. And what was interesting, they were 80% when they went for fourth downs in the regular season, and they were 2 for 2 when they converted short downs on Sunday. But they just got really tight. And the Packers this year, Green Bay had the best red zone offense in NFL history. They scored 48 touchdowns 60 times into the red zone. This year, with 4th and 10 or less in the red zone, they went for it 5 times, and they only kicked it twice. Yet they still decided to kick it in this game. It was funny. You pointed the same thing out the week before with Stefanski. We would not think, when we think of the good coaches, we're thinking of LaFleur, we're thinking of McDermott, we're thinking of Stefanski. We don't even put them at all in the bad coach, range on the bottom. But they all got tight in these big games, and they all did things different in the playoffs than they did in the regular season, and that's why they lost.
And it's still a one-possession game. That field goal still made it a one-possession game. You have the 2-minute timeout. You have all 3 of your timeouts, and they're on the 8-yard line. You have to go for it there. Have to. It's still, even though they didn't go for it, it still blows my mind. There was a whole cornfield, and Rodgers could have ran it in on 3rd down. And he just, for whatever reason, he didn't. But I don't mean to throw Rodgers under the bus.
No, but
in that game, though, the main thing with them is he looks at Adams so much. It's like he just fixates on him. The touchdown to Tanya was great because he looked at the secondary receiver. But, there's times, I think it was it was either 1st or 2nd down. He completely just forced it to Adams. And I think Lazard or MVS was open. One of the two was open, but he just forced it to Adams. That's been the story all year, but it's worked for him.
And you have to right now, if you're the Packers or if you're the Saints in particular, who Drew Brees retired. As sad as it is to say, you have to think that if Rodgers retires with 1 Super Bowl, making it only to 1 Super Bowl, how is that not disappointing? Both of those guys combined, you only get 2 Super Bowls. And I give Rodgers a little bit more of a mulligan because I think we've seen that McCarthy's a pretty crappy coach. So maybe a few of those years wasn't really Rodgers' fault. And I'm not saying it's always been, or even when they lost, it was either one of their faults. But you assume when you've got, Rodgers and Brees, 2 guys who are going to go down when you talk about the greatest quarterbacks of all time. We're definitely talking top 20. Probably higher for the both of them. Rodgers for sure as far as talent. Brees has sort of stacked up more accolades, but they're definitely great all-time quarterbacks. For them to retire having only been to 1 and only won 1 Super Bowl, doesn't it feel disappointing?
Oh, for sure. And I've said this numerous times when we've talked. I think the Saints have had the best roster
every year. The last 5 years, 3 at least. Peyton
and
gets
they just
cute.
always just blow it. And in terms of Rodgers, I can argue that if Cutler doesn't get hurt, they don't beat the Bears in that championship game.
You're right. And it's really crazy because these are teams that are always going to be good. They're always going to be competitive. You sort of just figure that you're so good for so long, you accidentally win a couple. Other teams have injuries. Things just feel like your year sometimes, but it's been one man who's been picking up a lot of those championships, and it's going to be the man that we see this weekend, Tom Brady, who now, just to give you an idea of what this means too, there have been 55 Super Bowls played. He's been in 10 of them. That's 18% of the Super Bowls played Tom Brady has been in himself. Tampa had not made the playoffs since 2007, and Tampa, Eric, has the worst win-loss record all time in NFL history. They are the worst franchise by win-loss record, and now they're in the Super Bowl again. They're in a Super Bowl when they haven't been in the playoffs since 2007. He could be only the second quarterback ever. I thought that was a little weird too. Just Peyton was the only other one to win a Super Bowl with 2 different teams. And what about the Mahomes? First season as a starter, MVP. Second season as a starter, wins the Super Bowl. Third season as a starter, in the Super Bowl again. Not a bad way to start your career.
You can argue, I'm spacing on the guy's name, but there was that offsides call in the AFC Championship game. He could legitimately be in three straight, which is crazy.
we just don't see it in football with the way the schedules are like shifted, so that way the tougher teams play, or the better teams play the tougher schedules to try to make it as even as possible. It's really phenomenal what these two guys have done and what Mahomes has been doing. So heading into this game, let's talk some of the handicaps, and let's talk about how these two teams match up. So they played against each other back in Week 12. KC was kicking the crap out of them for the early part of the game, and then late in the game, Tampa came back. Tampa actually was able to cover that game. They ended up losing by 3, and now this is a different Tampa team. They got really hot. They've obviously won their 3 playoff games on the road. The Chiefs started to play well now in the first half against the Browns, and before Mahomes got hurt, and they played very well last time we saw them. So where are some of the places that you're going to start when you look at this game?
Well, my best advice I'm going to give out is, a lot of people, like you said, this is Super Bowl, we're going to hop in, we're going to bet. And everyone, when they bet, they just bet overs, but sometimes it won't correlate to how you bet. So if you bet the under, but then you bet every player over, that really doesn't correlate with one another. Like, the way I do this game is I cap it, I have in my head how it plays out, and then I attack what props I'm going to go with. I mean, obviously it's a Super Bowl. Everyone's going to be nervous. Brady historically has started slow in this game. Last year, Mahomes started slow. I mean, if it wasn't for Williams, I really think the Chiefs would have lost that game last year. I thought Williams should have won the MVP last year. So with that being said, I bet the under of 28.5 for the first half. I really think that the Chiefs are going to be forced to dink and dunk. Bulls is going to lay everyone back, force Mahomes to dink and dunk. Plus, we have to remember, Mahomes is missing his 2 tackles, his right and his left tackle.
That's the huge point, offensive line. Yeah.
And he's playing against the best defensive line in football.
And also, compared to the last couple that he's played too, you're talking about Buffalo and Cleveland, a couple teams who defensively are just okay. Like Garrett can wreck, but Garrett wasn't really the same Garrett after COVID this year. He was still, out of shape. And so this is a much better defensive line they're going to be facing, with a no doubt impacted offensive line.
And if Mahomes doesn't have time, plus he still has turf toe. I've had turf toe before, and that is a son of a bitch to get over. It hurts everything. So I really think he's not going to be able to move that well in the pocket, and they're going to try to limit his hits, especially coming back from that concussion. And I mean, honestly, I really think he probably was still concussed a little bit when he played in the AFC Championship game. And then, so I really think Arians and Brady are going to see that the Chiefs are 32 DVOA against the run, and really come out and try to establish the run and keep Mahomes off the field and look to take advantage of that. When I was on a couple weeks ago, I commented how Arians stated he wanted to run the ball more in the playoffs, which has turned out to be true. They're up to 29 attempts per game. So I really think that's how this game's going to play out. And I think they're going to shorten the game, kind of like the Patriots did to the Rams, that Super Bowl when the Rams had the greatest show on turf.
Yep.
They just kind of pounded the ball. So I think that's how the game's going to play out, because there is such a mismatch in the trenches. So with that being said, I locked in the Bucks plus 3.5 and a straight up win also. So that's kind of my thinking for this game. I think it's going to be a shorter game. They're going to ground and pound it, and they're going to try to force Mahomes to dink and dunk. Now, I know everyone's worried about Tyreek Hill. Well, it's important to remember, in that game where Hill went absolutely nuts and the DBs couldn't keep up with them, the Bucks were without Jamal Dean, the kid from Auburn who runs a 4.3 40. He didn't play that game because he was hurt. So he's fast enough. He's going to be able to keep up with Tyreek, and Tyreek's not going to be able to beat them down the field. In terms of player props, for defense, the Chiefs, I mean, are they even going to be able to run the ball? Just because the Bucks are 1 DVOA against the run, and the real way to beat the Bucks is trying to get to the outside, and they have 2 backup tackles. So I really don't think the backup tackles are going to be able to set the edges. So Allaire or Williams are going to be able to get to the outside to exploit the one weakness in this Bucks defensive line. So that's how I see this game kind of playing out. And when I look at that and the Bucks going to a big run heavy offense, it leads me to the player props. Who am I going to go after, Fournette or Jones? And when I look at the touches, Fournette has been the guy that has been out touching Jones. He's been getting more of the rush attempts, and he's the one who's getting all the reception, all the receiving.
Yep. Targets, all the targets. Yep. He had a few drops, but he's been getting a ton of targets. They just seem more comfortable with him. It's playoff Lenny right now.
Oh, he's playing great. Yeah, I mean, he's averaging 16 carries a game and 4.6 receptions. Jones is averaging 11 carries per game and 0 receptions. He has yet to get a reception. So that forced me on the Fournette props. The props I like for Fournette, I like him over 3.5 receptions. Bookmaker had it at plus 122. Chiefs, like I said, are 31st DVOA against the run. No brainer. They're even if they go for a pass attack, they can easily set up the screen, and he's getting all the targets. So I mean, who else is he going to compete with? Also, I locked in. Now these two go together. Over 12.5 rushes and over 48.3 yards rushing. Like I said, Chiefs are 32 DVOA, and I really think the game plan is just going to be to run the ball and to keep Mahomes off the field, because they know like they can't get in a shootout with him. The worst thing that could happen is then they'll go down a quick 14-0. Fournette is averaging, like I said, 16 carries and 70.3 yards per game. So I mean, the over 12.5 rushes and over 48.5 yards, they just make sense to me, and the odds are great. I mean, I got the rushes at plus 122, and I got the over yardage at minus 110. You guys got to be careful, because a lot of these odds look great, but do you really want to have an under on Scotty Miller receptions at plus 220 at minus 229, and you're betting $229 to win 100? Yeah. It's a garbage time catch. You know what I mean? Yep. So you can't really chase. You have to make sure you understand how odds and everything affect your break even point. And with how I see the game playing out and being a big Fournette heavy game, I took him at 26-1 to win the MVP. I only threw a little bit of money on it because I think it's going to be like the Falcons Super Bowl that the Patriots are in, where James White, who I had at 75-1 to win the MVP, should have won the MVP, but they gave it to Tom Brady instead in that overtime game.
Somebody's going to have to do something crazy for it to not be Brady or Mahomes.
Yeah, but I mean, like, with how I see it playing out,
that's the template. It's worth it, for sure. It's worth it, absolutely. And that's and I think there are a couple others that you can play, and you take shots on the bigger ones, because it's just not worth playing like Mahomes or Brady or any of the chalky, like, and those two in particular. Anyone else is actually like probably a decent swing if your handicap leads you to believe they're gonna have a big enough game. If one of those guys gets multiple touchdowns, something like that, or breaks a big long, we could see Kelsey, we could see Hill, we could see a couple different guys on the Tampa side. And just like you said, if it's Fournette getting 6 or 7 dump-off catches, he breaks a long one, and he scores a touchdown or 2 on the ground, and Fournette gets 3 touchdowns, sure, he could win.
Oh, easily. And also, I found Jason Pierre-Paul at 80-1. Like, we mentioned the issues with the offensive line, both the right and the left tackle being out. I mean, if Pierre gets to Mahomes, has 4 sacks, couple tackles for a lot.
Picks, recovers a fumble, absolutely.
So, I mean, these are just small plays with big ROIs where in my head I can see it happen. And like I said, I'm not going to lay minus 120 for Patrick Mahomes to win the MVP. Now, also some under props I took. Le'Veon Bell is this year's LaShawn McCoy. He's not seeing the field. He didn't see the field at all in the AFC Championship game, and I really feel the only way he sees the field in this game is if it's a blowout or Edwards-Helaire or Williams get hurt. So I took him at under 2.5 yards rushing at plus 115 because I just don't see him getting on the field like he did in the AFC Championship game. Another one, Mahomes under 19.5 yards rushing. This was at even. Like I said, Mahomes has turf toe. It is a son of a bitch to run on. I really think they're going to try to limit his hits after that hit he took in the Browns game. And plus he has 2 backup tackles playing, like I mentioned a couple times. And also we have to remember, if he kneels, that counts as rushing yards.
It hurt him last year.
Yeah, yep. Last year he was over the total. He took the knees and then he went under. So that's something to remember too.
He particularly goes way back when he takes his knees too. Like he's somebody that goes a little bit farther back than others. He'll take like 2 or 3 yards backwards instead of just like the kneel right there. So, because he wants to milk the clock a little too when he kneel even more. So, yeah, that's a brutal one to have to be sitting on late.
Oh my God, those are and like luckily enough, like last year it paid out. I mean,
yeah,
I don't know. Like I usually first touchdown, I really don't know who I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna kind of see how that plays out. But Cameron Brate seems to be getting a lot of the looks in the red zone, so I'll kind of see if I can get a Cameron Brate one at 30-1 or higher. Because everyone else, I mean, I really don't want to play a 10-1 on Fournette. I mean, throwing a quarter of a unit on a 30-1 Cameron Brate makes sense to me.
Yep, tight ends is where I'm going to focus on with Tampa too. Also, you were talking about Kansas City and their defense and some of their weaknesses. They're number 31 in DVOA against the tight end. They're awful, and in particular, one of their real weaknesses against tight ends are when tight ends are lined up right with the offensive line and they're not split out or they're not in the slot. When they're split out more like a wide receiver, Kansas City actually defends them pretty well. But when they're right on the line, like where we see Gronk and where Tampa uses their tight ends a ton of the time, where they sort of kind of block for a second and then go out, that's when Kansas City does not defend the tight ends well. So I think, a couple interesting, tight end props for those two are, player to score first touchdown. You could get a Gronk at like 16-1 and Cameron Brate at 20-1. Those are fun ones that are worth a flyer. And same sort of thing for them, anytime scores. I also like both of them for anytime scores, because you're going to get like 4 or 5-1 and like 3-1, I think, on anytime scores for them. Kansas City's awful against the tight ends in the red zone for the same exact reason. Because when things in the middle of the field sort of that's where they struggle. They're actually decent covering the receiver. So I'm going to do a little focusing in on. I don't know if I want like over in receptions, but I'm fine with like anytime scores or to score a touchdown. And I the overs as far as receptions and yards I don't love as much as just I think these guys will be a focus. And if you want to play, the odds and situations like you were talking about are good enough to where you can play both tight ends like Brate and Gronkowski at 15 and 20-1 for any time. And hell, there's actually a chance that you could hit both of them, but one of them is fine.
Oh yeah, and I mean these odds are stacked. Like you can on FanDuel and DraftKings, if you think Gronk's going to score and the Bucks are going to win, you can parlay them together. I mean, it's great what you can do on these books. And then you were talking about receptions. It's important to understand like how the flow of money works on a game like this. When the odds first open up, it's all sharp money. Sharp money drives the line and moves the market. Now, right now till about Sunday morning, it's going to be public money.
Yep.
So I mean, someone like a Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill's receptions right now are sitting at 7.5. Now, if I can get the under 7.5 at plus money, I'm going to be in on that one because, like I said, I think they're going to force them to nickel and dime it, and they're going to put Dean on Hill and not be able to go deep.
And they have options. They'll look in other directions. They'll go in different ways. One that I'm looking at, total interceptions by both teams plus 140. The over under is 1.5. I think very easily we could see multiple interceptions in here. If one team is down, they're going to be throwing the ball around late, trying to wing it. So I think 2 interceptions is very doable at plus 140. Another prop or two that I'm looking at. I'm going to wait a little while longer. It's sort of doing what you're doing, and I might go sort of under and against on some of the Kelsey props just because I think he's one of those popular ones that everyone's going to be bumping higher on. And I think right before game day and a few hours before, you might be able to get some inflated prices if you want to go under on some of the Kelsey props. So I'm looking at him because he's coming off of a monster week 2, and I think people are just going to assume he's going to be really, really tough to defend. One more I'm looking at, Kansas City total first downs is 24.5. I mean, that feels like a lot for a team. Now, I'm not sure. I haven't locked that in yet. I'm going to still look at it more. You and I you've brought up a good point, and I sort of agree that they could be dinking and dunking a little bit. And actually, to piggyback on that point, last week they didn't try to go deep really at all. Mahomes only had 2 deep balls. He completed 1 for 16 yards, but elsewhere, he had completed all 9 of his passes to receivers behind the line of scrimmage, and they got a ton of yards after the catch. So that might be something that hurts, but I'm a little cold on Kelsey, and I think I saw it in some places, Eric. Mahomes is over under in passing yards is up to 335.
I mean, that's the one thing. Like the quarterback is the position that always gets juiced up. I don't think I've played a quarterback under passing yards since Peyton Manning against the Seahawks. I mean, that's because it always gets so juiced up. I just completely stay away with it because those are the people that people know. So that's who they bet.
Yeah, and it's over under. Okay, it's gonna be. I just that seems way high to me. Things that I were looking at were much more in the 3 range, like close to the flat 3. He could have a very good game and have 280 yards passing. So I'm looking, and because like you said, those are ones that people that are watching the game, people don't like playing unders. It's not as fun to play an under as it is to have an over and root for points and scoring. You don't want to be sitting there going, no, don't score, no, and especially in the Super Bowl with Mahomes. But if they come out a little like we see with Super Bowls, that first quarter sometimes a little flat, not as much scoring, sort of a feel-out process. And Kansas City has been a notoriously slow-starting team through the last couple of years in the playoffs. That wouldn't shock me. Some of the anytime touchdown scorers, like Cameron Brate is plus 400. Gronk is plus 220. Those aren't bad. Gronk's always going to be a little undervalued. I actually would prefer the Brate one because he's getting more looks, but Gronk may actually fit here with sort of the routes that he's going to be running and how they're going to attack Kansas City. Any other?
And also,
go ahead.
the one that I've mentioned the offensive line numerous times. We both have. Jason Pierre-Paul over point, like basically just to get a sack, is plus 120 on DraftKings. I'm looking at that one. Sue's at plus 295. So I may take both of those just because I really think they're going to be able to get to Mahomes. But also a flip side is if Kansas City wins it, and more than likely Mahomes is going to be MVP, but you do not want to lay the points, Mahomes is minus 106 to win the MVP. So if in your head you cap the game, you have the Chiefs winning it, but it's close and you don't want to lay the points, especially if it's 3.5. Mahomes is minus 106. So that's basically like betting on the Chiefs to win it all unless something freaky happens. Because the only other person I could see winning the MVP would be Hill or Kelsey.
Yeah. And even if, and what's hard is that if it's one of them, it means that Mahomes is at least doing, unless it was Hill that broke like an 80-yard run on a pitch or something, like I'm out of the backfield. Otherwise, it's Mahomes that's lighting it up with them, and they're going to go to Mahomes. So you're right. That would be like if that's your approach, you don't want to lay the points. You think it's going to be a Kansas City straight up win, but it's going to be close. Probably a better way to do it, and actually get you even a little bit of value in doing it with playing Mahomes to win the MVP. But it's crazy, Eric, as someone who just does this in so many different capacities, how things have grown over the last 20 years or so. I mean, we've got props, and now we get more props that we can play for every game during the season. We can play individual player props and stuff like that. But the menu that you get, I had a look at the 36 page that I'm going through right now. Westgate Superbook props. We have props for every player, overs, unders, will theys, won't theys, you name it. You can bet on all the stuff on the betting websites that have nothing to do with the game. Gatorade, halftime, halftime show, national anthem length, all that stuff. And then, with the squares, the pools, with the people that are having the party checklist stuff. This is there's just so much freaking action to be had this weekend.
Oh my God, there's so much stuff to do. I mean, the party games you can play, the squares. It's legitimately great. And there's just so much. It's insane to me how much money is bet on this game that's not even reported, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah. And it's, again, just from a novice, if we had no wagering options and we were just watching this game, it would be a fantastic great game to watch. I'm really excited. I don't know. I've had a few interviews today, and the word that I like decided to use, my word of the day was fantastic. I've said fantastic like 37 times throughout my interviews today, so I don't know why the hell fantastic Mr. Fox or something. Who knows? But
I mean, and then one other thing though is you got to be careful of like the quote, like I'll admit it. Like I was going, like I said last time, going back and forth between the Bills and Chiefs, but then I just finally sat back and I said, okay, how is the matchup? At the end of the day, like you have to be able, because I really wanted the Bills to get there because I love Bills Mafia. I thought it would have been great for the town. But when I just kind of looked back at the matchup, I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. And like I said, I just think the Bucks match up well. And you got to remember, like that Cleveland, like how the Browns played with like Chubb and like using the play action to set up the deep shot. Like I think that's how they're going to play. But this is a better defense and a better overall roster.
Sometimes it just feels too like when you look at Tampa, they were in a situation after, was it when they went on their bye after losing to Kansas City? They had lost 3 of 4. They got crushed by New Orleans. They beat Carolina. Then they got beat by the Rams, and they got beat by Kansas City in back-to-back weeks. They go on their bye week, and everybody's worried and wondering, is this team going to fall out of the playoffs somehow? But you looked at their schedule, and they had an easy schedule, and we were wondering, we talked about this a few different times. There were teams like Tampa and Baltimore and Seattle who had really easy schedules at the end of their season. We knew they'd be able to beat up on that part of the schedule and get into the playoffs, but were they going to be fool's gold? Were they going to be looking good just because they were beating inferior opponents, or were they going to be teams who actually were able to fix something, were able to get something right? And you know what? This Tampa team, they weren't far off. They were always, on DVOA, DVOA loved them all year. They were one of the top teams on every aspect of the ball, but they fixed things. They compromised. This wasn't just a Tom Brady offense, or it wasn't an Arians offense anymore. They decided to, you know what, we have to do a little bit of what's best for the both of us. And they've done that. And you know what? They're here in the Super Bowl. I feel like they may not have been the best team in the NFC, but when you look at the NFC, there was nobody there that we could say, oh, they were absolutely the best team. So they were no doubt one of the top tier teams, and the Chiefs were, as good as anyone. We talked about it all throughout the year. There wasn't a team or two that felt unbeatable, and you and I sort of feel the same way now because we're playing against the Chiefs here. It felt like a very wide open year, but we still get two of the better teams that are really deserving. Sexy matchup. This is going to be a great, great weekend.
Oh, I cannot wait, and I'm going to have so much free time on my hands the following weekend. The one prop, though, that none of my books have is I've tried to find an over-under on punts. And I really think just to start the game, there's going to be a couple more punts because, like I said, this is most bet the game. Everyone's going to be betting the over. I just can't find any props on over-under for total punts in the game, and I'd love to take the over in that.
I'll keep an eye on that. If anyone out there sees anything, let me or Eric know and give us the word on that. Eric, man, this has been so much fun. Like we had you on other times before, but this year has definitely been different. Like you said, we got just really good going back and forth with the conversations that we've had, and I learned a lot from you, and I enjoy speaking with you about football in particular, but all sports. And like you said, we're gonna have some free time. So from now on, for the foreseeable future, for the next couple months, I think you're going to be back with me if we can every week, or if not every other week, and doing a little NBA segment where we can talk about which teams are hot, who's not, maybe preview some of the games coming up for the weekend, anything or anyone we're looking at as live players to use in DFS stuff. And so, maybe in next week sometime or in a week or two, we can sort of do what we've noticed from the first part of the NBA season.
Sounds good. I'm looking forward to it.
Eric Etoff 21 Sports. He is a great follow on all social medias, has an excellent podcast, a website with blogs and all sorts of information, power rankings, different stuff to help you in all of your handicapping. Eric, buddy, it's been a pleasure all year long. We really appreciate your help here on That's What G Said, and we'll be excited to talk with you all weekend during the Super Bowl, and then we'll be excited to start talking NBA as I'm watching my Lakers play the Nuggets in the background as we're recording this right now.
Hey, man, I'm sitting on the Nuggets +5, just letting you know.
There we go. Erik, buddy, love it, man. You have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you again next week.
You too, man.
That is Erik there, and big thank you again to Erik for helping us out, giving us hours and hours of his time throughout the NFL season. Awesome talking with Erik all year long, and next week our conversation will shift and become basketball focused for the next few months. Maybe we'll throw a little college basketball in there come tourney time, and we'll keep covering everything happening when baseball starts, keep up with the horse racing and the wrestling and all sorts of different stuff. But as far as the weekly NFL discussions, we won't have any games to talk about, but anytime there's any news going on, you know you're going to hear about it here on That's What G Said podcast. Before we move along, get into our next interview, there were just a couple other things I sort of wanted to wrap up. I thought it was cool that the NFL was going to be giving free Super Bowl tickets to $7,500 vaccinated healthcare workers for this year's game. Most of them are going to be coming from Florida, but every franchise in the league is able to invite 4 health professionals who have been fully vaccinated to the game as well. So I thought that was a cool gesture for the NFL, trying to get some of them in. Some other little notes, stats, just things that I may not have said in the previous interviews. I probably repeated a lot of things between the two of them, but some other things I wanted to point out. So far in these 12 playoff games, 6 wild card games, 4 divisional games, 2 championship games, AFC, NFC, we have not seen one blown lead in the fourth quarter. The only fourth quarter lead change has been a field goal, Ryan Succop's 36-yard field goal that broke a 20-20 tie against New Orleans in a game the Bucs would go on to win by 30-20. Does that mean maybe we're due for a little awesome back and forth fourth quarter game here with two who are going to go down as some of the all-time greatest quarterbacks? How about last week for Tom Brady? On 3rd and 4th downs, Brady was 8 of 12 for 163 yards, 8 conversions including a touchdown, a 15-yard DPI, 1 sack, 1 interception. He got a little cold. In the second half, he had a stretch where he had, in 7 passes, he actually had 3 turnovers and only 21 yards. So you saw both sides of Brady. He did get a little cold, but he was excellent early on, and he was excellent when it really mattered in the big moments and those crucial, critical 3rd and 4ths. So referenced the DVOA metric a lot throughout the year, which is a rating system that takes every team, every play. It runs them over and over and over again. It takes so many factors in, and it does this for all the different units of the ball, all the positions, everything. Tampa Bay was a team that DVOA just loved all year long. Even when they would sort of struggle and get beat up in some spots, they still thought that this team was one of the more well-rounded teams, and even now, they actually are the number 1 ranked team in both weighted DVOA. Obviously they're still going, but what's funny, the Chiefs are only 5th, even after their championship. So they're overall, the Chiefs did not just rank up as well as Tampa using this particular metric, which is interesting. But again, keep in mind that for the Chiefs, a lot of them and the negativities that Football Outsiders has is because a lot of the Chiefs games this year, they were close and they were sort of just messing around with teams. Their defense isn't quite as good overall as Tampa's, so even as good as their offense is, they don't seem to be as well-rounded of a team. But they are a team that's getting hot because last week they had their best single game on offense and their second best game on defense of DVOA, and Football Outsiders was talking about how maybe they have flipped the switch. In the divisional round, they actually had an awesome DVOA in the first half of the game before Mahomes got hurt. So that's basically been like a game and a half where they have looked really, really good. This game is so difficult for me from just a pure picking a side, even really picking a total. I would probably lean under if I had to. And if I had to make, I think the Chiefs will probably win, but if you told me the number was 3.5, I'd bet the Bucs. And honestly, I think if I had to make a selection, I still would probably lean Tampa. It just, as much as I don't think Tampa is as good as Kansas City, there sort of feels like something weird happening this year. That's why I'm not really going to play either side of it, and that's why the things that when I handicapped that jumped out to me were more in the world of props that we were just discussing with Scott and with Eric. So some of the things that I mentioned are going to be some of the things that I'll be playing. Some of the tight end focused stuff for Tampa, maybe the over for the combined touchdowns. I'll probably play under Mahomes passing yards, some of those. So just look for some of the better numbers. That's all I'll tell you. And anything that you ever play, horse racing, any gambling of any sport, any stocks you're doing, anything, right? Just look for the best number, get the best value that you can always get, and anything that you're doing. That's key. If you're getting good value all the time, the results really don't matter. The process is going to get you good results. Is going to yield you good results no matter what. So for me, I'm always a process over results guy. I guess I have to be right now with the way my handicapping in horse racing has been lately. It's just and it's funny. The handicapping's actually been pretty good. The gambling's been a little unlucky. It's just one of those streaks where it's a lot of seconds, hit miss, can't really connect anything. Sitting on a big one. That'll be coming soon. So we're gonna start talking a little more horse racing now, and we're gonna bring on one of our next guests. This one is gonna talk a lot of horse racing with us, and then gonna talk some football with us too. From Old Smoke Clothing, Kurt Rossner. Very happy to bring Kurt back on. Give you some background on Old Smoke. Talk about everything to look forward to coming up in 2021, moving forward, and I'm going to talk a little football with Kurt. We also talk a little bit about Old Smoke and the name, which is a great story. If you're a horse racing historian, you're going to love getting reminded of one of the really cool, cult classic figures, characters in the world of horse racing. We're going to talk all about Old Smoke coming up next.
We've been very lucky here on That's What G Said podcast to be working with OldSmokeClothing.com over the last couple months. It's just a great partnership. We talk a lot of horse racing here, a lot of different sports all over, and the folks over at Old Smoke, they are just horse racing fans, sports fans through and through. Wanted to bring on Kurt Rossner from Old Smoke Clothing to talk a little bit about Old Smoke. Kurt, how you doing?
I'm doing great, just getting out from underneath the sun, or the snow, I mean.
you're dreaming of the sun.
Yeah, dreaming of the sun, but doing good. Thanks for having me back on.
Oh, glad to talk with you again. So I was going through the site a little bit at oldsmokeclothing.com, and I wanted just to kind of give a little bit of the backstory and the origin story. I love stories like this when companies come together. You and just your buddies love racing, and something that your friends and you would share the experience of the racetrack up at Saratoga all the time. And it was just something you decided that you wanted to turn into a passion. Tell us a little bit about how you just decided to come up with Old Smoke Clothing.
Yeah, it's cool, and I love telling the story because it is. I had the luxury of living in the Saratoga area and also going to college here. And I played baseball locally in college, and a lot of my friends came from other places. So Saratoga in the summer was what brought us back together, and it kind of extended after college into, friends of other friends, and it just really turned into a meeting place and a way to catch up, and it was always revolved around horse racing. And ultimately the idea was uncovered the more passionately we became fans of the sport, was realizing that there wasn't really a brand that any fan could relate to or buy merch from or get anything creative. And it was interesting that the more people that would get involved and come and visit Saratoga through other friends, they would always have the same feedback, which was, where can I buy merch now that I'm a horse racing fan? And that's really how it all kind of came together. And when we launched, a lot of people said the same thing. Finally, there's a place where I can at least share my fandom of the sport of horse racing, which you can do pretty much in every other sport. There's a brand associated to it, but it seemed to be the opportunity that we saw just kind of came from a need for ourselves, and it grew from there.
And the feedback from everyone that I know that's gotten anything from Old Smoke has been incredible. It's really quality stuff, and the selection continues to grow. We're going to talk in a bit more and more about what we have on the website over at Old Smoke for some of you out there who are interested, and Kurt can sell you on some of the new products and stuff they have. But the name, I want to talk a little bit about the name, because when I was at TVG, one of the things that I would always like to do is whenever there were stakes races coming up, I'd always like to investigate the name of the stakes, whether it was from a really cool horse that was like a local horse that had earned a ton of money and won some big races through the year, or maybe the races were named after someone. And when you start digging it around Saratoga and you get into the Morrissey Stakes, it's not only a stakes race, it's a track really that should be named after Morrissey. So John Morrissey, Old Smoke. Tell us a little bit about how you came up with this name and why. If for those of the folks out there who don't know anything about John Morrissey, Old Smoke, this is a true like folk like cult classic guy. I mean, he has some stories about him, and not just one or two stories, Kurt. You can probably find like 100 stories about this guy that are incredible, that each story could be a movie in itself.
Oh my God. I mean, I could do a 4-hour podcast on John Morrissey. And it really, that's kind of where it all really fit together, because my business partner and I are huge horse racing fans. We're huge Saratoga fans, and we're history buffs. And, you know, when we started the brand, we kind of thought we have to find a niche, you know, something that separates us from just being, you know, basic T-shirts. Yep. And we wanted to do something different and creative. So initially it was to create real subtle nods to the traditions, you know, whether it be the Travers canoe or the weather vane at Pimlico, and their designs that, you know, fans will see and customers can buy on our site now. But that all comes from us being big history fans. And having said that, the history of Saratoga is off the charts. I mean, it's,
oh my gosh,
the turning point of the American Revolution. It's, you know, it's the oldest sporting venue left in the United States, operating sporting venue. And John Morrissey is at the center of all that. But before we get into him, like, what we really wanted to do was give a subtle nod that we are horse racing fans, and find some way to pay homage to our favorite local track, which is Saratoga.
And you hit it. It feels like you hit it. You knocked it out of the park. Like you're definitely serving those masters. Yeah, you are.
But what we also wanted to do in the beginning was, you know, I guess maybe as we've gotten older, like if I see a cool T-shirt, I ask somebody about it. And
yep.
When I wear something, if someone asks me about it, like, I like to be the one to tell the story. So we really, we took that idea and ran with it. And I can't tell you how many times people go, okay, like, cool brand, I get it, horse racing, but what the hell does Old Smoke have to do with horse racing?
I've actually had I've stopped and told the exact story to multiple people when I've worn my Old Smoke clothing T-shirt. Literally exactly what you are wanting is what has happened to me. And they said Old Smoke, and it said, oh yeah, I'm a horse racing fan. It's actually a reference to one of the guys who created Saratoga. He was this like old gangster. You got to look him up. And you're telling the story. You know, it's exactly that.
I mean, we got to have something to talk about during
right?
30 minutes between the races, right?
Yeah.
But and that was really the idea. Like, now you're invested, the person that you're telling the story to, if they think it's cool, like, we believe that's the difference between making a purchase and not.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of products that I buy, is something that it can relate to, or have a story to, or have some kind of connection to. And horse racing screams that, you know.
But it's untapped, like you said. It's like an untapped market / where we have these hundreds of years of history of these big names, great races, and they don't feel like they've been really represented in clothing and memorabilia and a lot of stuff where we can represent. There's just so few places where you can go find something like that in horse racing.
There really is, and I just hung up on another call, and that was kind of the basis of the whole call. Was you guys really cornered the market on something that,
yeah.
And like I said, that was created out of our own need. You know, we were diehard horse racing fans wanting something, and grew more frustrated that we couldn't find it. So finally we just looked at each other and said, well, why don't we do it? You know, and I guess that's how most things kind of come together. But But back to John Morrissey, anyone listening to this might still think, oh, I still don't get it. You're saying Old Smoke, but you're saying John Morrissey, and Old Smoke was his nickname. And what I would do from here is just challenge anyone to Google this story because it is epic.
It is. And we'll come back one time, especially now when football lessons up. And next time I bring you on, we'll spend like 15 or 20 and talk about this guy at least, because I think you said we could do hours of podcasts on him alone. This was a guy who went literally taught himself how to read and write, taught himself everything. He was just a badass gang member who had to fight his way into and out of everything. I mean, he didn't know quit. Old Smoke comes from a situation where he was literally getting burned at one point and still was able to fight his way out. He creates Saratoga racetrack, with a couple trial meetings. I mean, this is just like a Cliff Notes version, but he is a fascinating character. And I just prepping a little bit for this interview with you, I definitely went down the rabbit hole and was so fascinated with going through this again, because I remember finding out about it 10, 15 years ago, and just some of the names too, Travers, Jerome, Hunter, Vanderbilt, some of the people that he was involved with, Mark Twain, another one, fascinating. And you guys are named after just an incredible character.
Right. It doesn't get any better. And that's a word we use all the time. It's an incredible character. And two other quick things to note. The listeners have all probably either seen or heard the movie Gangs of New York.
Yeah. With
Leonardo DiCaprio. And that is about the dead rabbits in New York City, in which he was the main man.
Yeah.
And thinking about that, and if you've seen the movie, those were some badass dudes. And he ultimately ended up as a congressman.
And Senate, yeah.
And that is just to know that he came from over on the boat to being one of the craziest gangs ever heard of, to creating the Saratoga racetrack and ultimately becoming, in office in government. It's just amazing.
And we left out the 37 round boxing fight that he was in, and how he was like an undefeated boxing champion. You could do a podcast on that alone.
Bare knuckle boxing champion.
Unbelievable. Just fascinating stuff. So anytime you see that Old Smoke, you see us tweet about it, you hear me talk about it, or a commercial, anything, look up another story or type up Old Smoke, John Morrissey, and you will really enjoy reading about someone who talk about living a life, right? I mean, geesh. Wow.
It's a cool thing.
Okay. So Kurt, what was curious. So what was the last year or so like for a company like you? 2020 was a hard year for everybody, from businesses to big to small, but in particular, someone who's dealing with a lot of shipping. There was a lot of stuff with post stuff being backed up, and then with everything going on with COVID, I'm sure it probably was a little bit difficult. How have things been from 2020 and now? Fingers crossed, it looks like everything is on the improve moving into 2021.
Boy, that's a great question, and I appreciate the question too, because it being in business for all of us, it's been hard. I will say to that, first of all, it made me happy that I didn't have a brick and mortar.
Yeah,
that we decided to ultimately do this online was a saving grace. Number one, that was one major takeaway. But from the horse racing perspective, it's really interesting that as this started, kind of last March and got worse and worse, the one thing that never stopped was horse racing.
You're right.
And there's, which really, if you think about the amount of people that gamble in the United States and globally, of course, but they don't want to stop gambling. But now you have no NBA, no hockey, no baseball, no football. And I think there was a ton more eyes on our sport early on. And I think it really helped grow. And I don't, if you talk to anybody else, like a lot of the publications were reporting off the charts.
My show was doing really, really well. And I just ended up picking up more horse. I just started covering more more tracks. We were covering Fawner and Will Rogers, the only things that were out there going. Tampa was running Gulfstream, and it was just, hey, we're going to cover all the races because people want to hear that because there's not much else out there.
Hey, really, it was kind of a perfect storm to our benefit because everyone's home. Everyone's on their phones. It's got a betting app that they can use for horse racing.
They're bored.
And that's all there is. So what I think happened was people were like, okay, I still have the gambling itch. Well, I'll go to horse racing, but then I got to learn about it. So that took them to different publications. And I think horse racing is the one sport, and America's Best Racing does a great job of this, of just trying to draw interest in it. And once you get the hook in yourself, like when you go to the races one time and really enjoy your day there, you're a fan for life.
I've had a few friends that have been. You could tell within an hour, not even sometimes they're hooked, and they're going to be coming back and back and back. And those same ones have called me, want to go on trips to the track and want to go all the time and play a few races at Santa Anita or down at Del Mar. And for you over there, it is Saratoga. And there are just tons of really, really cool things that I've seen in the Old Smoke Custom. A lot of them having to do with Saratoga, but having to do with anything else. Because what's great about Old Smoke, you've got all the different stuff you can shop for, all the different products, all the different collections and everything. But maybe you're someone who you're a fan and you just want something for yourself, maybe for a show you're putting together, maybe for an event you're putting together, a fundraiser, maybe just something fun and goofy for your some of your friends and your family. You have a group of players that are you have a nickname for yourself. You all put tickets together. You guys can take care of them. You can do something fun for them with Old Smoke Custom.
Well, Gene, I'll tell you that really is the business. To be honest, that when we have business conversations with people, I always kind of explain that our website is really kind of our art gallery, and it shows our creative work. It shows, kind of the quality of the designs, and ultimately you're right. It's spot on. I mean, I just did a shirt this morning for a guy, him and his buddies. They have a phrase that they use when they go to the races.
Yep.
And that's it. Like, he called me up and said, "Can you do this?" And I said, "Yeah, man, that's what we do. That's what we want to do. We do derby parties for people. The ownership groups is a major part of our business because, back to the idea of fandom, if you're a fan of the Yankees, you can get anything you want, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I think there's something like 50,000 horse races a year in the U.S. alone. That means that there's 50,000 people that really care about that horse that won that race. That's their team, and when they win that race, that was really kind of our business model, was to find a way to commemorate that. So
represent them.
Represent that people, we encourage people, if you win a big race, call us up. We'll do a design, and that's what we love to do. But that's definitely the part of the business that grows the fastest and is something that we really love to do. And
a really cool new part of Old Smoke is called the Clubhouse. And what's I love about the Clubhouse is it is something where it's two-part. You're going to be getting a bunch of cool swag. You're going to be having these quarterly deliveries, the Eclipse, the Derby, the Spa, the Royal, where you're going to be getting packages that include a T-shirt that's exclusive to members, custom horse racing themed gift. You're going to get all sorts of different package fillers throughout. Once a year, you're going to get a piece of a headwear and then an outerwear that are exclusive to club members. You get 20% off all orders. But what's cool about all that, so you get all those great perks and you get access to the Old Smoke Clubhouse forum, where you're going to be interacting with guys like you, people who have been horse racing fans forever, people who you can all talk, tell stories, just like we were doing about Old Smoke, maybe share some handicapping stuff, horse to watch here, cool t-shirt there. Just a really great place for horse fans to interact with each other. Tell us a little bit about the Clubhouse and some of the perks of that, which are one of them is the forum.
Yeah, that was the idea. And I'm a baseball player at my core until I couldn't play anymore. And my life has transitioned to golf and horse racing. And it was really the golf course mentality, or the golf club mentality of, this idea kind of started with, there's a bunch of guys at the club that I play at that get together, and they'll go to all these places that, they'll go play golf in Ireland, and it's like a group of them, and it kind of grows. And the reason I mention that is, it's just, all it really is like-minded people that find something that they absolutely can relate to. And it happens even in my own life. Like, none of my family members like horse racing. which is just so odd because I'm obsessed with it, right?
Yep.
So I would need to go elsewhere to find that connection, in which I find with friends and whatever. But I find horse racing to be a lot like that, and people reach out to us a lot of times and they'll say, hey, I'm coming to Saratoga and I'm meeting somebody that I met at a race at the Derby, or, it's very connected, but it's still a small community. And we try to figure out a way to bring that all together or have a platform for which you can meet those kind of people. So it's almost bringing the golf club, to the internet.
Yep.
And we have a ton of ideas of how to grow this and how we're going to make it bigger. COVID set us back a little bit because a lot of what we want to do is race day stuff. We're now in a position that we go to most of the big races and
get out and meet some people too. Yeah, absolutely.
And have these people connect, right? So we want to do that through parties and things that Old Smoke hosts when we're on the road, where, we're probably, the idea originally was to do 4 times a year, do the Pegasus Cup that we always go to, do the Derby. And while we're there, whether it's Thursday night or Friday night, but host a happy hour or do a little event.
Yeah.
Where if you're a member, you got access to the party, right? We don't expect Tom Brady to be there, but
no, just different perks. That's what this is all about. It really is. And like you said, it's for me, it's funny because I am similar to you. I love all sports, but then I'm a horse racing and then a pro wrestling guy. So I'm living in these niche worlds as well. So when you can find the other people who are super passionate about what you're passionate about, and you can share with them, or you can introduce them to things, they can introduce you to things. It's just great conversation, and that's one of the real benefits of the technology that we have nowadays. We have the opportunity to do something like this where we can all go to Old Smoke Clothing and get in the forum and start talking to each other about even, oh, did you see that new shirt that I got? Or, oh, that was cool, I'm playing in this, or just share any sorts of great horse racing or sports topics out there. Kurt Rossner we're talking with from oldsmokeclothing.com. So Kurt, we talked about sort of some of the past with how everything came together with the names with 2020. Let's talk about moving forward. What are some of the new things? Any new products? Any new collections? 2020 now, we're on the road to the Kentucky Derby of 2021. So now every couple of weeks there's like a new star popping up, getting some points on their way to the Derby list. So it feels like there's always sort of new opportunities for you there, huh?
Yeah, it's what's really cool about the business. It's real time effective, Yeah. So a horse that nobody knew about yesterday might be the biggest horse named today, which is really cool, and it creates opportunity for us. But we kind of trend, like, after things go crazy through the holidays, and then it slows down a bit. Pegasus Cup puts eyes back on horse racing, and that's where we're at. But we literally just finished up all of our Derby designs. We are an official licensee of the Kentucky Derby.
Nice. And, congrats on that.
Yeah, this is our 3rd year, I think, with them.
Perfect.
And so we just finished. They're in production now, so we'll have our Derby shirts on our website in the next 3 weeks, probably.
Oh, that's great.
We're really excited about that. We have two new amazing partnerships that we are so excited to announce. That's going to be probably early April. And then we have a new program too, similar to the Clubhouse program, but a more affordable option coming very soon.
Always moving forward, always thinking about new stuff and what is going to be the best for their customers out there at oldsmokeclothing.com. And a little bonus for those of you, when you go to Old Smoke Clothing, when you make a purchase, if you use the promo code GINO, it'll get you free shipping on your order. Nothing better than that. Don't have to worry about the extra shipping there. So GINO promo code. Make sure to check out anything you need. And if you ever have any questions, you can let me know. Kurt, where's the best way, before we get to Super Bowl, where's the best way to follow you guys online and give us some of your plugs? oldsmokeclothing.com, the website. What about social media stuff?
Yep. Old Smoke Co. is our Twitter feed. Old Smoke Clothing Company is Instagram. And that's where most of the traffic is. And oldsmokeclothing.com.
So you're a big sports fan. This is one of the biggest sports weeks of the year coming up with the Super Bowl. And as far as just like a sexy game for the networks, for the fans, for just reporters and everybody to talk about for the couple weeks leading up. We got Tom Brady, we got Patrick Mahomes. So based on where you are you a football fan in general, and do you have a team?
I'm a football fan. I'm ashamed to admit at this point that I am a Miami Dolphins fan. However, things are looking up.
Yeah, they are. They are definitely looking up, especially if they can somehow try to get Watson over there with a Tua, right? Luring Tua. That would be something great. But I love the coach. I love what you guys have done the last few years. You look like you're heading in the right direction, and you definitely know quite a bit about Tom Brady, someone who haunted your nightmares for almost 20 years or so. Incredible to see this guy change scenery, go to an entirely new team in a COVID year where they didn't even get a full-on training camp and all that, and he had some struggles up and down, but you know what? When it's all said and done, he's right back there in the Super Bowl again.
I think it's unbelievable. I think you turn on ESPN, they typically just beat things to death, right?
Yeah.
I think this is the one story that you just can't say enough about.
Yeah, you can't.
It's really, I also look at it. Tom Brady's a year older than me, and I just, every time I think about it that way, I think how far I am removed from like wanting to get hit by a linebacker.
Right.
It's just crazy. And to think that you'd hear people over the years, and of course, being in the same division with them, that it was the system, or it was Belichick, or, to see what he was just able to prove. I don't care if they get blown out 60-0. It's still the most unbelievable thing that maybe will ever happen in football, like
in sports. When you start comparing it to to Michael Jordan. I think he won like 6 of the 15 years that he played. He was in the final 6 of the 15. You compare it to Gretzky. I think it was something similar. He's 10 times out of 19, and when you go through the years, out of 55, he's been in 10 of them. That's like 20% of the finals that he himself has been in.
It's mind-blowing too. And if you take the time to just kind of go through the historical stats or the records and where he's going to end on those lists, there'll never be anybody that'll touch it.
No, the longevity, anyone just trying to stay healthy that long.
Right.
One guy who, if there's anyone with a chance, if there's anyone who's got an outside chance, it's the guy who's going to be lining up across from him, not really across from him because he's not going to be lining up on the defense, but he'll be playing opposite of him, and that's Mahomes, who is a stud in his own right. This game is just fascinating to me from a wagering standpoint, too. It's pretty spot on to about that -3. We got Tampa actually getting to play at home. They're already having some issues about not being able to shoot off their cannons as much as they would like. But there's just so many talking points about it. Do you have any sort of a strong opinion, or is it just going to be kick back, throw some beers, and watch these two greats go at it?
I think that, and maybe it's because I'm a Dolphin fan that I see it more, but I don't think they can beat the Chiefs. And for one reason, there's just too many playmakers on the field.
Yeah.
And when I watch them and I compare it to the Dolphins, for example, who I think was a playoff caliber team this year, even though they didn't make it, but the difference in playmakers is just off the charts.
Staggering. It's just an embarrassment of riches.
And that's what makes the difference. Normally in the Super Bowl is a big play. And I think they just have too many playmakers to not win that game. I think they win by more than 3, that's for sure. That's my bet.
We got the oldest ever Tom Brady, 43 years old in the Super Bowl, first time ever a home team playing. He is 33-11 in his playoff career with 14 conference championship games. Tom Brady is fascinating, and I'm just excited to be able to watch him one more time do his thing. We talked about great history, sports figures, and we were talking a little bit about Old Smoke either. Well, we got like one of the old gunslingers coming up this weekend in Tom Brady, and it should be an awesome game and just a really cool sports weekend, Kurt. So I wanted to get you on so we could talk a little football and talk a little Old Smoke in the middle, because I know a lot of people will be watching or will be listening to this show since we're going to be pumping the Super Bowl. So yeah, if we had to lean, sounds like you're going to be leaning to the Chiefs. And this is a fun weekend too, because we talk about the options of horse racing now with the pick 4s and pick 5s and pick 6s, all sorts of rolling exotics all over. all the ways you can play this game this weekend, from just a straight game side, over under, all the props that have nothing to do with the game, with the national anthem, the fun party pools, the squares. I'm sure all of us out there are going to be involved in some way, shape, or form.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Kurt, always love catching up with you. It was a blast again. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great weekend. Make some money on that Super Bowl. Enjoy a nice few drinks or so, and we'll be talking to you again in the coming weeks. And anytime you have something new that you want to get out there, let us know. And I know the fans of That's What G Said are always interested in checking out the new stuff at Old Smoke Clothing.
Much appreciated. Always great to talk to you. Thanks
that is
so
Kurt
much.
Rossner from Old Smoke Clothing. We love chatting with him here on That's What G Said. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in just a minute with plenty more.
Horse racing fans, many of us have been using the DRF, the daily racing form, for years, studying the races, keeping up to date on news with all the articles. I remember looking for a copy at the local liquor store or picking one up at the local racetrack, wherever I was going. Now it's even easier and cheaper than ever to use DRF with DRF.com and the newly optimized DRF Mobile. You can get all the tracks that you want to bet and handicap. Past performances that are mobile optimized for on-the-go handicapping on your phone. So you go to DRF.com from your mobile device, no additional cost. Tap the calendar icon on the top left. It opens all of the options for past performances and for the tools that are available. One click to bet now and DRF bets. Get real-time odds and scratches on race day. You can tap on any horse and you get those same DRF past performances that you're familiar with a larger font for your mobile display. One click to Formulator for charts, for replays if you get the Formulator version. And even on the classic past performances, you get the home screen with horses, with odds, with buyers. You get a lifetime buyer speed figure graph. You can rotate your phone for the best view. And any horse that you click on, you'll see the running lines. You can easily move from horse to horse. The same data as those traditional classic DRF past performances. You get an interactive format, which is very similar to the DRF Classic version that you're used to on the desktop. Every card includes live data updated instantly with those scratches, and so you get the accessibility from desktop to phone, cross-device functionality. You can take your notes and save them from one device to the next, and then access your account on any of your devices. On-the-go handicapping and wagering, multiple formats to view. You got the overview page with recent speed figures, current day's odds, easy access to expert selections and analysis. You got the buyer speed figure graph with lifetime buyer speed figures and chart notes for every horse. And you got those traditional DRF past performances that are just newly optimized for your mobile phones. They are constantly upgrading, improving, and making everything easier for you to get your handicapping done at DRF.com. A lot of fun talking about Morrissey there with Kurt. We're going to have to catch up with him every now and then so we can tell cool stories there. Make sure to get to oldsmokeclothing.com and use that promo code GINO, free shipping on your order. Okay, horse racing time. Let's start handicapping now. First, Stable Duel. Schedule for the weekend. Friday, if you're interested in playing some Stable Duel games at Gulfstream, you can play for 10. You can play for 50. At Tampa, there's a 10 times booster at Tampa. It's a $25 game. There's a $5 game. There's a $10 game at Golden Gate. There's a $10 game at Santa Anita. And there is a $75 game at Santa Anita on Friday the 5th. Saturday the 6th, you've got Gulfstream Park. You can play for 10. You got Tampa. You can play for 50 in that $7,500 massive game. You got the Santa Anita $100 game for $10,000. You've got the Golden Gate game for $5. And on Sunday, you've got Gulfstream. You've got Gulfstream triple up and a top 10. You've got Laurel. You've got the free ride at Tampa. You've got a Golden Gate game as well. And you've got the Santa Anita private high rollers game. But you also have on Friday a $1 game at Tampa Bay Downs that is going to have a $250 guarantee with a bonus. The top 100 players are going to be issued a square, like a Super Bowl square. You're going to get a position. You're going to get a position on the grid where you're going to get a spot where you'll get a number for Tampa Bay, a number for Kansas City, and so you'll be playing on Friday with the opportunity for just $1 to get yourself into a pool with a square too. The winners of the first 3 quarters will receive $100, and the winner of the final quarter will win $200. So if you finish in the top, you're going to get some money. If you're finishing in the top 100, you're going to be placed in a square with the opportunity to win a chance to win more money at the end of each quarter, like normally in the Super Bowl pools. So that's just another awesome thing that Stable Duel is doing. Last week it was the Royal Rumble. They had the Sam F. Davis experience a few weeks back. The horse ownership, the testing, the Angels Envy alcohol testing trip. Just so many different cool experiences along with the games that they're offering you. And so anytime there's a contest like that, just get involved in it, because you're going to be able to get the cash prizes on top of a perk. Hey, if you don't want the perk, give it to someone else in your family, your friend, or sell it to someone who knows. But get involved, because it's always just additional stuff on top of the money you would win in those contests as it is. So lots of fun this weekend at Stable Duel. I'm in a ton of Super Bowl squares. I love playing in those things for $1, $2, $5, a bunch of different ones. So I'll definitely win none, but I'll have a ton of numbers that I'm going to be inevitably upset about because they just miss. It's not going to happen this weekend in the world of horse racing, though. Let's get over to Sammy Houston, and let's rattle through the Friday card. This is going to be what we have for your Friday racing, and then Saturday we will have a ton of different options. We'll talk in Tampa with Ren, Sam Houston full card, Aqueduct Stakes, Gulf Stakes, Oaklawn Stakes, Santa Anita, a couple races from all of them, just the one from Aqueduct. So lots of racing on this episode. So in race number 1 on Friday, get those past performances out. February the 5th, Sam Houston, $7,500 non-3 claimers, 7 furlongs the distance. I'm 3-7 in here to kick things out. I think Boonesboro Beauty for Wong is the one to beat. The only problem with this mare that I have is she's not really that quick. So I hope she doesn't get outrun. She did have a little traffic going into the turn, so maybe she can just maybe settle into a better spot here if she doesn't have that trouble early on. She was 6th inside, then she had to get outside 3 lengths off. She waited, she angled around. I think she's a must-use in any early exotics that you're playing. I'll use her along with the 3 Seeing Double. I'll start to pick 3 with those two. The 3 Seeing Double really likes it here. She just did not show up whatsoever last time out, off a couple months. That was against Tougher. They'll take another big drop down in class. I thought she was live last time, so I'm definitely going to give her an opportunity dropping down here one more time with the race under her belt. Maybe she's just a little fitter and stretching out a bit. She'll just hopefully be a lot closer early on. So I'll be using the 7 and the 3-7 to kick it off. I'll be playing a pick 3 to start. And in race number 2, I'm going to be looking at a few horses. The 9, Fox Appeal, the first-time starter, just would not have to be much to beat this group. I think you have to include her if you're playing some sort of a late pick 4. The 1, My Girl Lexi, another one that I liked. She's raced twice at Sam Houston, and I gave her a look really in both of those starts because the 2 Churchill races that she came off of, going against maiden 30s and maiden 50s, they weren't bad. So you'd figure, okay, those races against maiden claimers, they'd probably be like a lateral move to maiden special weights against here at Sam Houston. And then definitely you're going to show a little bit more on the drop. I mean, at least she had some speed, which is nice. She had a fine start last time out, but she was 3 deep in between horses in the second flight. She was wide. I'm just expecting her to get a much different trip from the rail. They have to be aggressive. They have to just say, hey, let's try to send hard from the inside and hope we're not hooked wide, and that'll give us our best opportunity to win. Because she definitely has races that are good enough to beat this group. Those races at Churchill are no doubt. Does she not like Sam Houston? Is she just not the same? Or were those sort of fluky? Who knows? I'm throwing her in because I think she'll be worth the value if she's anything over like 6-1 or so. The 7 is the one to beat. This horse is named Miss Chit. Chit. It's funny, track announcer Chris Griffin, he was very careful when he was saying this filly's name on January the 22nd. She showed a little speed. She angled to the 2-path to come press the leader. She battled up front at the top of the lane. She was on the inside. She faded. That was against maiden 25s. This is a maiden 15 spot. Miss Chit. Be careful when you're saying that one, especially around the kids. The number 2, I'm Coming Over. Yeah, coming in from Fairgrounds and dropping, obviously, she wouldn't be a shock, and she's shown at least a little bit of tactical speed to where she could just fall into a nice spot. The 3, Telling Time, who didn't really get out of the gate and was in the slop in the debut. You can just put a line right through that and give her another shot coming back. So I have them stacked 9, 1, 7, 2, 3, kind of 9, 1, 7 sort of as the top tier. I'll use 2, 3, and some spread out exotics a little more, but all of them actually with the shot in what is a really wide open race. The third race, I feel like you can maybe narrow down to the 2 logical horses in here. You should talk Jonathan Wong, first start off the claim on this one, who was a runner-up in a similar spot. The 1, Eternal Force, I actually would prefer him just a bit. He was 3 deep. He was in between horses. He was close up when we last saw him on January the 8th. He got shuffled a little bit out of a bad spot. He actually lost 2 lengths. He had to angle out 6 wide and come on again. He really tried hard. He ended up just losing the photo for second after having a much tougher trip than You Should Talk. You Should Talk could no doubt be improved, though, heading into the Wong barn. He does an excellent job in situations like this, first start off the claim. I have him 1-9 as must-uses in all the exotics, over 7 and 5 if you want to go a little bit deeper. Rock the Devil, who should improve, second start off the bench, and was facing tougher in that it was, Texas-bred first-level allowance company. This will be a drop-down into 5 non-3s, and Rock the Devil has actually beaten open company at the 15 to 17 level. So, as far as a class perspective is concerned, he really shouldn't be outclassed if he's ready to rock. And the 5 would be the other one, Hoboken, who, wouldn't shock me in here. He just sort of feels like a measuring stick type horse who will run okay. If nobody jumps up, he could no doubt about it win this race. So, had him stacked with the 1, 9 over 7, 5 in race 3. Moving along to the 4th, first level allowance, Texas Breds. They're going to be traveling a mile on the turf course here. I'm going to look at the 9 to begin with, Jewel Street. So this is a Texas bred who has been facing open company in her last 3 races. I think you can make legitimate excuses for those 3 races. The last race on November the 5th, well, that was on the dirt. She's not very good on the dirt, so let's just put a line right through that. 2 starts back on October the 23rd. That was against open first level allowance company, and she just really didn't show up that day. Another race where you can just sort of excuse it because that was followed by another bad race and then a few months off. Now we're into November. You go back to September, that race at Louisiana Downs on September the 12th, going a mile and a 16th against open first level allowance company. It's a very good race. You go back to the races prior to that, when in the Joaquin Garza barn. Those are solid races at Lone Star. And those are races against Texas breds. So this is a filly who has been competitive against open company. She's beat Texas bred. She's run very well on the grass. She's coming back into a barn that she's been successful with. She seems to have legitimate excuses for a couple of her recent past performances. She's got a pretty steady tab here, and she's got a live rider jumping aboard who's one that gets very aggressive and is one that can absolutely bring a horse home at any price. I think the 9's a must-use. Throw the 9 on all of your exotic tickets at that kind of a price. Jewel Street. The 2, Men of Kyle, super logical. The 3, John Doe, super logical. So I'll use the 9 along with the 2, 3 in all the exotics. The other horse would be the 1A for me. The one I kind of treat like a wild card, Bowsen, just because I liked him a lot last time out, and he was fine. We just don't really know what he's going to be like on the grass. He's only run on the grass one time. That was at Fairgrounds, and we can probably excuse it. It was a while back, and it was against 30 claimers. Disinclined, I'm okay with letting him beat me. He is just 1 for 20 overall. He has been facing open company recently, but at this point, he's no standout. So I just don't want to take a very short price on him. I would prefer some of the others in race number 4. We move to the 5th race. I'm looking at the 4, Golasso. Okay, I know Golasso hasn't run since September of 2019, okay? But This is only a 5.5 furlong race. He's not going to have to be a horse who I think is going to have to go, in a demanding 6.5 to 7 furlong distance. I think a 5.5 furlongs will actually work really well for him because he's got enough sort of tactical speed where I don't think he's going to get completely outrun, and he should be able to kind of settle a little bit and then just try to make a little quarter mile run past some horses late. He could fall into a really nice spot for a sneaky good barn with horses like this. Look at some of the races that he's coming out of. This is a 5 non-2 claimer. His last start was against 15 claimers. He was stakes placed against Iowa breds, 3 starts back. He had really decent form prior to his last race. Is he anything close to what he was back in September of 2019? Who knows? If he's anything over 6 or 7 to 1 in this kind of a race, I think it's worth finding out. He really feels like a horse who could fall into a great spot. And he's the type who can absolutely run dead last and, not have much left, but a barn that knows how to place horses like this. 4. Golasso! The 7 3-time charmer. Yeah, he's 1 for 25. Yeah, I generally don't like those types, but with his speed in here, he's going to be very tough. And I think he's hard to leave out because he might be the quickest or one of the quickest, and he's drawn towards the outside, which will give him the opportunity to press off and get a really nice pressing trip if he has to. So I'll be using the 7 all over the place. The 9, Ederbe Ukle, who we just talked about Jonathan Wong earlier and how good he is with new acquisitions. This one is probably the one to beat just based off the races that he exits. You could probably say similar about Bo Gossi with the blinkers on, dropping out of the 10 non-2s. So I'll use 4 horses here in most of the exotics. I will use 4, 7, 9, and 10. I'll try to hook them up. Let's see if we can sneak the 4 Golasso in somewhere. After I said Golasso that many times, you know that he's just going to run dead last. On to race number 6, start of the late pick 5, Sam Houston. We're looking at Friday, February the 5th here, 6 furlongs, allowance non-3s, fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. I thought the one Lady Shaman, second off, back to Sam Houston, where she's run very well. She had a slow start. She was last of 8. She tried to angle out and come around. It's actually a little bit better than it looks on paper, her last start on January the 3rd. And I think coming back to Sam Houston will help her. She has a little more speed than she showed in her last couple, too. So don't be surprised if she's sent hard from the inside to try to get her into a good striking spot. I don't really love Xanadu in here. I'm okay with playing against Xanadu. She's coming out of some good races. I don't really know if she's going to... She can sort of fall into a stalking trip, sure. I think Margot Mania is the best horse in here, honestly, and she hasn't raced since February. That's my major concern. I like Lady Shaman as far as, second off the bench and with some upside here. The 6 would be the other one, our Iris Rose, who could maybe just do sort of what she did last time out, just sit a nice trip from the outside and fall into it. She raced at a mile, 2 starts back, so the 6 furlongs really worked out and has been just a great distance for her. Feels like she's the type with that outside draw who will have some options here. 1, 2, 6, I'm playing against Xanadu, who, got to take stands somewhere against some of the chalks. Late pick 4 in race number 7. I'm going to start with the 7 Spider Legs, who goes second start off the bench, and let's just key off of her turf sprints. Tossed the dirt race last time out, tossed the race going long on the grass, tossed the debut race sprinting on the dirt. Look at those other 3 grass races. I think she sits a great trip just off the pace. I'm using the 7 Spider Legs in all of my exotics. What do you do with the 10 Gracely, who is just 1 for 14 overall, just 1 for 10 on the grass, but has been really competitive and finally put it all together? Do you get that light bulb angle coming back? Do you still care about the light bulb angle as much when it's off of a couple months? Is that more of a thing where, okay, the horse is running right now, he comes back a few weeks later after winning, so okay, now they figured it out, this is what I'm supposed to do? not sure. You're going to want to use her in under exotics, but she's a major question mark for me. I don't need her in here because of the approach of the pick 5. If I'm playing a pick 5 starting in race number 6, I'm okay with using her because I'm going to try to beat the chalk in the 6th race. So I would throw in the 10 along with the 3, 7, and 8. I think Mom's Pass, who I don't really have to tell you too much about for Asmussen and Elliott. Very logical. The 3, G's a little crazy. He's cutting back. She ran into a sharp one last time out. She's actually run into a sharp one in back-to-back starts. I liked her quite a bit. She sort of got that lone trip on the front end that we wanted. Now she's cutting back. She'll be more of a stalking trip in here. If you wanted to go a little bit deeper or maybe underneath in exotics, the 1, Take Charge Woman, might be just sending hard from the inside, and maybe you get a good run for your money there. The 6, Girl You Fine, coming in off the 25 non-2, claiming runner-up on the dirt, will try the grass for the first time for very logical connections. So another one who I really wouldn't talk you off. You just have some that you like a little more than others. Let's move to race number 8 here. I thought the 4, if I'm looking to maybe single a horse in the late exotics too, this might be another one. Preferito di Barbie. If you toss the sprint debut and you toss the slop, you're left with a string of really nice horses, really nice races from a horse who I think is going to be on the lead, but has shown the ability to sit just off if he has to. The 3, Radiant Kitten, will also be forwardly placed, it looks like, the first time gelding on the drop-in class from the 25 non-2s into the 15 non-2s. I am playing against Just Ask Joel. I can't do it. I just can't do it with Just Ask Joel. I don't think the races that he's coming out of are all that strong. There actually was a horse behind him who came back to win, but I just don't like the horses who were in front of him. They haven't come back to run well at all. Could he win this race? Is he going to find a field that he's going to beat sooner or later? Sure, but no thank you. I'm playing against him. I'm using the 3 and the 4 everywhere. I have him 4, 3, the 6, Sexy Secret. He was well behind in a small field, and he looped the field. It was a pretty impressive win. I'd throw him in on some of your tickets, and I'd even go, with the 1, Secret Blarney, if you're taking the approach that I am and trying to beat Just Ask Joel. So it would be 4, 3, 6, 1. No 7s for me here in the pick 4s or pick 5s. In race number 9, 15 non-3 claimers, 4-year-olds and up, which never won 3, mile on the turf course. I'll start with the 2, Atomic Candy, who had a good start. He settled inside. He was 4th in his most recent race. He was in a tight spot, so he had to take back a few lengths. He was in the 3rd flight, chasing Lone Speed, which ended up being a next out winner, Metro Pool. He actually moves into traffic. There's nowhere to go. He gets shuffled back again. He moves up in between horses, and he is not far out of second. It looks not that great because he's beaten 7+ lengths that day, but Metro Pool crushed that field, came right back to win. Atomic Candy ran better than Declare War or Moorhawk, in that race, 2 of his rivals today. I think Atomic Candy's turf form is a little bit sneaky overall. I'm using the 2 everywhere. I'm also going to be throwing in the 6, TJB Oorah, blinkers on, hoping to get him just a little more early speed. They don't want him on the front end, although it's funny because when he broke his maiden at Sam Houston last year, he actually showed speed, and he hasn't really shown much speed at all recently, but maybe they just think the blinkers somewhere in there, putting him back on, because they took him off the last couple, and he has been way out of it early on. Hopefully they can get the speed back with the blinkers. It doesn't even need to be speed, just more of a tactical, not dead last approach. Tap It City would be another one to include in here, who 2 starts back at Sam Houston. It was a while ago. It was a nice victory. The issue is the layoff lines. We just lay off and then another layoff. We haven't seen him since August. Prior to that, it was March. So, if he's in the 8 to 10 to 1 range, that's a fair price. 2, 5, 6 I have stacked on top with the 11 Moorhawk and the 8 as very logical horses to include Declare War. I just like the others better because of their prices, and the 2 Atomic Candy will be the horse I'm going to be using in all of the exotics. Closing things out in race number 10 at Sam Houston on Friday. We're going to go to the 2. Again, my congrats. He came off of a layoff. He hadn't raced from July back in Del Mar of 2019. and then he came back on January the 15th right here at Sam Houston. He was quick. He was inside of Wild Dancer. Then he got shuffled on the inside. He ended up coming on again, and then he got shuffled last inside. Just a really tough trip. Now you're going to go second start off the bench. You can see his running line was very goofy. Go watch the replay. I think the fact that he's drawn to the outside of Wild Dancer will help. I look towards the outside, and Oso Prieto is stepping up from those Texas-bred races or those Oklahoma-bred races at Remington Park into this open maiden 5. I don't love him. I don't need him. Would he shock? Absolutely not. Now, I would prefer 2, 1, 3. Then I had 7 and 8 sort of together as, what am I going to do with them? But the 2, my congrats. The 1, the 3, and probably Kyle's bro Jimmy will be on most tickets. And Oso Prieto, I just don't need at a short price there. So there is Sam Houston for Friday. Quickly, early pick 3 starting in race number 1, 3-7 with 179 with 1-9. In the second race, couple looks at the pick 4, 179 with 1-9 with 1-2-3-9 with 4-7-9-10. Different ticket, 1-2-3-7-9 with 1-9 with 2-3-9 with 4-7-9-10. In the fourth race, don't forget about the 9, Jewel Street at 15-1 on the morning line. Don't forget in the fifth race about the 4, Golasso, 15-1 on the morning line. Couple of nice horses to include in your early pick 4s. Sixth race, you could play a pick 5. Mine would start with the 1, 2, and 6, with the 3, 7, 8, 10, with the 3, 4, with the 2, 5, 6, with the 1, 2, 3. You could come back and play a pick 4 starting in race number 7, where you spread out a little bit, 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, 10, and then maybe you single the number 4, Preferito de Barbie, in race number 8. Or maybe you want to go a little deeper and spread out. That's fine. So you can do a couple different approaches in your late pick 4. If I was not singling in that 8th race, I would be using the 3, 4, 6. And then don't forget, in the 9th race and the 10th, the number 2 in both of them. The 2, Atomic Candy, who's 10-1 morning line. And in the 10th, the number 2, My Congrats, who's 10-1 morning line. So that's what's nice about win or lose, when you handicap a card and you look at the card and you see that there are 15-1, 15-1, and a couple 10-1 horses that you're using in some of the exotics, it feels like a day that's at least worth playing and worth getting invested in. So we'll do our best over at Sam Houston on Friday. Let's bounce from Sam Houston over to Tampa. We're going to talk Tampa Bay Downs with Ren Carothers, but wanted to remind you one more time before we do about that free Super Bowl contest sponsored by SarahCandles.com. All you have to do is predict the score of the game, and there are 2 tiebreakers. The first tiebreaker, who will score the first touchdown, which player. Second tiebreaker, who will be the Super Bowl MVP. Send an email to that'swhatgsaidpodcast@gmail.com. We will be selecting at least 2 winners, and those 2 winners are going to get the opportunity to pick any 2 candle scents that they want from SarahCandles.com. They'll be sent to you absolutely free, courtesy of one of our sponsors, SarahCandles.com, and Tyler Herringer over there. So if you're going to be watching the Super Bowl, if you're going to be playing in any some sort of fun contest, just take 2 minutes, send an email, predict the score, give me the first player to score the touchdown, and who's going to be the Super Bowl MVP. Don't forget about that. You'll get the opportunity with Valentine's Day coming up to get a couple candles for free, any scent that you like. Right now, on to Tampa Bay Downs for Saturday. They're going to be the focus of the racing world on Saturday. So Ren Carothers joins me. We have a really fun conversation discussing races 8, 9, 10, and 11. 3 graded stakes, 4 stakes races, Kentucky Derby points, Kentucky Oaks points on the line. The Sam F. Davis is a super contentious prep race. Really excited for the conversation with Ren Carothers. Enjoy. The focus the world is going to be on Tampa Bay this week with the Super Bowl on Sunday, but on Saturday,
The focus of the horse racing world is going to be over at Tampa Bay Downs, and there is a really, really good card at Tampa. There are 4 stakes races we're going to talk about here. There is an excellent Kentucky Derby prep in the Grade 3 Sam F. Davis that's going to go as race number 11. I was just talking with our guest before we started, and we were saying how wide open that race is. I'm very excited to welcome in on That's What She Said for the first time, someone that I worked with a few years back, someone whose husband I absolutely adore. He's someone that I've looked up to for a long time and is one of my favorite handicappers. I'm talking about Matt Carothers, and I've got Ren Carothers here to join me to talk some Tampa Bay Downs. Ren, how you doing?
Hey, G. Okay, first of all, awesome to speak with you again. I'm doing great. I will admit, I am tired. I've been handicapping my tush off. I'm still not done. I still have to get to Friday's card. I've been so focused on Saturdays, but I am stoked. It is a great 12-race program, and we have a lot of great wagers for you, too. We've got an extra pick 4 for you in the mix on Saturday's card.
Tell the folks out there what you've been doing at Tampa. We've been seeing you all over the place. You've been doing such a great job. Let everybody know.
Well, actually, it's kind of funny. I had been approached about being the simulcast host for last season, but I was still kind of new to mommyhood, and I wasn't quite ready to take that on as well. And Matt Carothers was already looking at that at Tampa for TVG, so we just thought, well, maybe this might be a natural fit for him to do both. And then this season came rolling around, and I was ready to rock and roll myself. And yeah, so I've been doing their simulcast analysis, and I've been having a great time, because one of the wonderful things about Tampa is just how fair it plays, both the main track and the turf course. You get great horses and you get great prices, and they're not wacky things. They're not aberrations. They all make sense 90% of the time. And I think that's part of what makes a track a great track to play, because it really then does come down to doing the work. And if you do the work and step them out, you can make some money.
And you've been doing a fantastic job over there. I know we've joked with you about being a petty geek, but you're definitely much more than that. You're not just limited to someone who talks pedigree. And we have Ren, no joke. Unfortunately, you look at some of the races. I'm in Southern California. We've been in California, and we know that the racing out here is not quite as deep. And you look at one of the preps they have this weekend. It's a small field. That is not going to be the case in the Sam F. Davis.
No.
You can make a legitimate case for like 6 different horses in there that all feel like they have a real shot. It's a huge field with tons of ways to go.
Oh, definitely. And, the thing is, this is one of those instances in which, I started the work early before the morning line came out, and I thought for sure my horse was going to end up being the chalk. And to my happy surprise, the horse that I did end up going with on top ended up being installed at 6-1 on the morning line, which I don't think is going to hold, but it was so nice to see that, maybe this is one of those races where you said people are going to think there are so many different ways to go that we still get something that we would then consider to be value anyway. And I am talking about the number 3 known agenda for Todd Pletcher and Johnny V.
Yeah, and he got flattered nicely when the horse who he locked through it down with in a battle back on November 8th, Greatest Honor, just came back to win the Holy Bull. That really flattered him. He's faced some nice ones. So we'll get to the Sam F. Davis, and we'll go through that race in a minute. But let's talk about a couple of the races that lead up to the Sam F. Davis, because races 8, 9, and 10 that lead up are just excellent, Ren. In the 8th, we've got the Grade 3 Tampa Bay. It is a mile and a 16th on the turf course, and you mentioned just fair turf, fair main track here at Tampa. This race is on paper, it looks great because it looks like there should be a good amount of speed. It looks like it should be a pretty fair pace with horses like Get Smoking, Proven Strategies, pretty quick. Anyone that you're looking at, or who are you sort of leaning towards in here?
Well, because of what you're talking about with that speed in there, I am looking at the number 2 for my top pick, Admission Office, at 6-1 for Brian Lynch and Julien Leparoux.
I feel like he's a horse who I've played so much, and he's just so well spotted on paper here. Like, it feels like he probably needed his race last time out, and he should step forward with a much better effort here. And like you said, it does feel like it shapes up. When you look at everyone else, we're looking at horses that are probably more grade 3 to like upper allowance type horses, a lot of them, and he feels like one of the true like graded stakes types.
Well, I mean, look at those company lines. You see Catholic Boy, I mean, Zulu Alpha, Halliday, Arklow. He beat Arklow, in that race 2 back at Churchill Downs, going 1.5 miles in the grade 3 Louisville. I mean, so when you consider that, and that last race in the tropical turf, that was coming off the bench from June to January, and at a mile, which obviously is not his forte. So like we're talking about, I mean, that to me is the screw tightener right there. And, just for a fun little fact for you, Julian captured this race in 2011 with doubles partner. So he's known how to navigate it.
That longevity too, 2011, that's 10 years, to
I
think
know,
about
right?
for someone who's not an old man either. Like he's not someone who you would think is an old man.
No, not at all. Not at all. And he's already got I love the little videos that are posted of his boys.
Oh, Shay does a great job posting.
Yeah, Shay is fabulous. With a Little Jockey Problems hashtag.
Oh, yeah. I love following along with them. So he'll try to pilot Admission Office to win. There are a couple prices. You talked about, we can find prices all throughout at Tampa. A couple that I might throw into some sort of, some of your late exotics if you're playing whatever exotics that you're playing. Talker Listen is a horse who's on the upswing. I think he looked really awesome in his last start moving into contention. I like the fact that now he's going to be able to put 2 races together. You see his last couple starts have been followed immediately by a layoff. Now we've got the race, another race under his belt. I think if he can continue to step forward, I think he has an opportunity to be in the mix. And I'll throw one other price horse who I thought his trip last time out was actually a lot better than it looks on paper. He was traveling right on the inside of Colonel Liam. We saw what Colonel Liam did recently, and that's By Your Side. Yeah, who I think he started moving along with Colonel Liam. Colonel Liam was able to go to the outside. By Your Side had to stay inside, and he just had no room whatsoever. It was a brutal trip. He was really unlucky. For me, I have as my top tier of horses, I had 2, 4, and 7. So I think I'm using Admission Office everywhere, and I'm going to try to throw those bombs in and try to get them into in the mix somewhere too.
Right on. No, I By Your Side also is going to be making that first start here for Mike Maker, 17%, sending a horse out for the first time. Got Jesus Casson on board. I mean, Jesus has just been a great jockey for many, many years. I mean, most notably having ridden Shackelford to triumph in the Preakness. But Jesus also, he's one of the top 5 jocks at Tampa at the moment, and he's really been especially good on the turf. So, definitely By Your Side is a horse that you want to include in your tickets. I was also impressed by, you mentioned Talker Listen. I kind of like Talker Listen's stablemate just a little bit better in Eons, just because I think he's one of those horses can, stick right there, kind of close to the pace without getting burnt by it.
Kind of grindy.
Yes. And then, I would not be surprised, to be honest with you, to see Sola Volante. I mean, can you imagine what a great story that would be, that Sola Volante, last year's Sam F. Davis winner, comes back maybe to throw down in the Tampa Bay?
On the undercard. And these are the type of horses that are fun to play because we know his best is good enough to win this. Like we know with a top level effort, he can win this race. Those are the kind of mid-tier price horses you like to play because you they're sort of built into the price a little bit. Yeah, you can make excuses for some of his last couple. I mean, he was in the Belmont, he was in the Derby, and he was another one who probably needed his last start and could take a massive step forward here today.
Exactly. And I mean, that's the point I was going to say right there is, I mean, he had not run since the Derby. So to give him a mulligan for that go in there with Colonel Liam, who, as we know, went on to win that Pegasus World Cup Turf Invitational, I think that's more than fair. And then, I mean, just check out that work tab. He just put in a really nice 4 furlong bullet on the grass at Palmettos, 47 flat. So this is a horse who looks ready to roll here for Pat Biancone.
Let's move along from race 8 to race number 9. We've got some Kentucky Oaks points for the fillies here. The Suncoast, 1.40 miles, and with these points, you get a full field of fillies trying to get some on the way to the Kentucky Oaks, trying to mark their place and stamp their place in the starting gate, hopefully a few months down the line. Where are you going to start in this one, Ren?
Well, if you want to talk about starting in terms of a top pick, I ultimately went with, here I am going to be the chalk-eating weasel, the 7 Gulf Coast. Again, Julien Leparoux, Rudolph Brisset. She's coming off that half-length victory in the Cash Run Stakes. I think this filly has so much more in her than just that. I mean, that's the longest she's gone is the mile. I think she can run further into that, obviously, just based on this pedigree. And once I tell you the pedigree, you'll probably get a little bit more why I might be swayed sentimentally also on top of everything else, because she obviously has the credentials on paper in terms of those past performances, because Honorific has been good. Adios Trippy came back to score also. But the main reason is that and Adios Trippy, what was it, the Sandpiper, I think that she came back to win, or wait, yes. So the main thing here with this mare, you're by Union Rag, so you're by a Belmont winner. Then you're out of Sweet Success, who is by Candy Ride. We all love Candy Ride, right? A champion miler in Argentina, comes over here, wins the Pacific Classic, all that good stuff. But Sweet Success herself, the dam, she hails directly from the female family of AP Indy. So I'm talking about fourth dam here is Weekend Surprise. So this is a horse with just so much back class in that pedigree that I can only expect that she's going to continue to move forward in terms of that class. So that's why I even though there's that short price, I still like her on top. Now, to add something underneath that, I do think the 4 Curlin's Catch for Mark Cassie and Antonio Gallardo, I think she makes a whole lot of sense. She had 3 starts under the girth, the first 2 on synthetic. I was listening to an interview with Antonio Gallardo. He said, he was watching these replays, and he just didn't think she liked the synthetic there at Woodbine, and that when she got on the dirt, he was really impressed by the sectionals that she put up, that 46 and 2 half was something that he found very impressive. I don't think she's a need the lead type. I think she maybe just kind of, it was given to her, so she took it, and she ended up winning by that 2 3/4 lengths. Tabor Hall did come back, obviously, as you see in the italicized lettering, to score. But the main thing with this filly is the pedigree. You're by Curlin, you're out of Catch the Thrill by AP Indy. This speaks to me in alleviating any concern for me regarding the Lasix factor, because if you notice, she's run with Lasix in all 3 starts, and she's going to be running without it today. Obviously, we know Curlin won the Dubai World Cup, no Lasix. AP Indy ran without Lasix, so I'm not overly concerned about that. I'd be more concerned if this was a horse where she suddenly jumped up big time buyer-wise.
Yep.
With the addition of it.
Yep.
So that's not the case here. We do have some horses where it is in this field. So it's making me a little bit wary of them. And then, I do think Honorific is legitimate as well. Daughter of Honor Code out of Exchange Rate. The fact that she's been able to show some spunk early on that turn of foot, with that nice stamina over speed pedigree is very intriguing. You've got Johnny Velasquez aboard. She is 7-2. But like I said, if you add a horse like Curlin's Catch in your top 3 or in your exotics, I think you're patting yourself up a little bit. But there are other horses in here who make sense. I'm sure 1 or 2 that you're looking at.
Yeah, and I think we feel this pretty similar about this race. Is like I couldn't find a big bomb in here as I could in a couple of the other races. Like we were talking in the 8th race, there were a couple big prices. I think that you're absolutely right with Gulf Coast being tough, with Honorifique being tough. I think we're on, in some of the right horses. And I think the wild card and the total X factor is Curlin's Catch, because this is the type of horse who has that type of upside, who has the ability to run all day. And I completely agree with your assessment in that don't look at her running style and think she's going to be a need the lead type horse or anything. It was just one of those scenarios where I think they sort of felt like, hey, we've got a good horse who breaks well. Let's just go on with it and sort of treat her like she's the best in here. And Saez gets aggressive plenty of the time. So that's sometimes just like a him getting aggressive, which is fine. She's the if you're not going to single, or you don't want to go short in this race, like I would lean on Rafiq just because I'm hoping on Rafiq can sit a little closer. But I think if you're looking for a horse to bet to win, it feels like it's probably Curlin's Catch in here.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make that win bet count, get every bang for your buck that you can, I think as well. But I do wonder if she's going to end up being sort of the wise guy, and that price is going to get cut
72
short.
or something, right?
Yeah, for sure. And, and to just like flesh out a little bit more of what I was talking about, that Tabor Hall, she next won at, the main special weight there. She got a 72 buyer. There was also another next out winner, the fourth placed horse in that race, Len Low Lady. She dropped a main 50, but she scored by 10.5 lengths in her next start. And then, a little bit more about that pedigree and Curlin's Catch. Catch the Thrill was a champion 2-year-old up there in Canada. And then the second Dan, Granny, she was a champion 3-year-old in Canada. That's Catch the Ring. So I don't know. I mean, that might be nice and fitting for a horse with those type of credentials to go forward onto the Oaks Trail.
Yeah, some very talented-looking fillies in the Suncoast, which goes as race number 9. We will turn the page to race number 10 at Tampa on Saturday. We're looking through the past performances. We're on February the 6th up to race number 10, looking at the Grade 3 Endeavor. They're going to go a mile and a 16th here for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upwards. So I think from a wagering standpoint and just sort of like a conversation standpoint, the horses that will probably take the bulk of the action in here are going to be Counterparty Risk for Chad Brown, who was a runner-up against Stakes Company at Santa Anita last time out. And then you've got New York Girl, who's actually a Group 3 winner in Ireland a couple years back, and then hooked some really, really tough Group 1 company before coming into the Bill Mott barn and looking really good. And those connections, Mott and Alvarado, they have been red hot over at Gulfstream Park, winning a ton of races together.
And that's my top pick, New York Girl. I mean, you pretty much just laid it out there with what you already said. But, not only did, as you mentioned, she's a Group 3 winner, won the Weld Park Stakes over there at the Curra over heavy going. But, I mean, this is a horse who seems to be able to handle any type of footing because, she just won there at Belmont, or at Gulfstream Park, rather, over firm turf. But, they liked this horse's performance apparently so much in the Tattersall Irish 1000 Guineas, which is a Group 1 there at the Curra for the girls, that they then put her into the Irish Derby itself against the males. And that didn't go as well for her, but it's a mile and a half. It was good going. And again, I mean, you've got the best of the best of those boys running in there. I think after that, she had soft ground in the Irish Oaks, and then, they cut her back to a mile in the Matron. And that was going from right-handed to left-handed. And sometimes that's hard for a horse because, just think about it, how you work a muscle, right? If you've been going one way and now you're being asked to go another way.
Muscle memory, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So I think, they had shipped her over here in last September. She got some time to train under Mott, and he had her ready to roll for that debut here in the States at Gulfstream Park, and it was flashy for sure. I mean, she put up an 81 buyer in her first go on this track after being, on the bench for that long. And to me, it looked like she was pretty much just, having a good time out there. I don't think she ever looked like she was, I mean, you can see right there, it says in the comment line, hand drive. It was that. I mean, he really didn't have to do much.
Yeah. She was just tucked in, and she was sort of in a tight spot, but she just sat like very professionally, didn't get discouraged down there, was only a few lengths off, got a nice opening, and then just moved right through. The race has already come back live. The 4th place finisher, Cristal, came back to win an optional 35 at Gulfstream Park. And I mean, you just mentioned perfectly, like, she's one of those type of horses where you can go race by race and make legitimate excuses for all of the poor performances. You can put a line right through them. Oh, yeah, a mile and a half against the boys. Oh, yeah, a mile and a half again. Oh, yeah, a race that sent her to the bench for a few starts. You talked about the switch from right to left, back and forth, you know, like moving around. There's so many reasons why you can eliminate that race and just make a legitimate excuse for her. She comes back. It's her first start in a few months, her first start in North America. And we have every right to believe she's just going to be even better in here.
Exactly.
And you look up and down this field, counterparty risk is very logical, but I just think New York Girl's shown a little bit more tactical speed too. She might be able to get a length or two jump on top of her, and I feel like there's maybe a little more upside with her.
I totally agree. And, you know, another little fun bit I will say is Bill Mott. I mean, and this is just a fun fact. I know some people throw stats out there like, well, because this, you know, trainer or jockeys won this race before, then they should win it again. But I mean, it's just fun stuff to know. You know, Bill Mott actually won back-to-back editions of the Endeavor, first in 2005. And that was with Delta Princess. That's the dam of Royal Delta. Yeah. So I just think that's a fun fact.
Absolutely. And very live again in here with New York Girl. I'm going to give a long shot to some folks that I might be singling New York Girl in some exotics. I think that would maybe be an approach I would have in this race. But if you're looking to go a little deeper, and the other horse that I will probably throw into a pick 4 or pick 5, any sort of pick 3s, is the 3 No Mercy Percy.
That just makes sense.
Yeah, I just think she's going to get the lead in here. She looks like the one to catch. She should be able to to go a lot slower early than she was going last time on the dirt, where she went 46 to the half. She's going to go third start off of the long layoff now, third start for the new barn. And if her turf form, when you look at it, she's only been on the grass 3 times. It's a little bit better than it looks on paper. So in January the 1st, she actually broke on top. But she chose to sat second. It was her first start for the new barn, first start in 8 months. She got shuffled a bit from the inside. She was waiting behind horses. She angles in between. She angles around, and then she has to duck back inside. It was not bad at all. The horse who was second that day, Morning Molly, is a horse who I just saw over at Sam Houston win the $75,000 Jersey Lily Stakes. So the race has come back live already. I don't think she's maybe as good as New York Girl or even Counterparty Risk, but we see all the time when a horse can get brave on the lead, they can get a 2 or 3 length lead. You know, she went back to the dirt last time. She was sent hard and she had pressure, so she had to go really quick to open up. I think if she's able to just slow it down a bit there, turning for home, she could have a couple lengths on this field. I'd like to have her in a couple spots because she'll make me a little nervous if she's 10-1 and she's got a couple length lead and turning for home.
Well, yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's the other thing too, is think about it. Of her 3 turf starts, 2 of them were at 5 furlongs.
Yep. And the ones where she doesn't look like she ran that well, she finished 4th. And she wasn't it wasn't like she was last. She was not beaten a whole ton. She was behind a horse who's going to be a contender in this race too. So yeah, I think
that one, you know, it's funny because for me, you know, I always like doing a top 3. So for me, it's the Mott horse, it's the Chad Brown horse. And then I was kind of torn between No Mercy Percy and the horse who won that race, Irony of Reality. I ended up going with Irony of Reality just because, you know, with
it's more logical. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, and here's the thing. Sometimes, and I mean not to do it, you don't want to judge your elders, right? Sometimes I'll go, "Oh, she's 7 years old. Is this the time that she's going to sort of be like, oh, well, hitch my giddy up?" You know what I'm saying?
No, and that's a great point. And I think a lot of it, and for some of the same reasons that you said, for me, a lot of it will come down to price. You know, so when like when they're a little older, if like she was a little shorter, if she was like half of that price, I'd more agree with you and wouldn't want to be able to build as much of a case for her. When you know that you know you're talking about 10, 12, 15-1 type horses, you can be a little bit more forgiving with things because they're not supposed to be perfect when they're that big of a price.
No. And I mean, like you said, she makes sense. I you know, and Irony of Reality makes sense for the same reason we already talked about Morning Molly and their Irony of Reality. They didn't try to her at a mile and a half in the La Proviant. And Always Shopping's just a really nice horse, game race
quality
horse.
Animal.
Yeah, exactly. And I will say though, the other horse that was in that race, in that handicap at Tampa on January 1st, Crown and Sugar, that horse is a game race mare. She loves Tampa. So even though she might not be, you know, a grade 1 horse or anything like that, she's a good horse that when you see her in the running lines, you respect that those horses were able to throw down with her. And another thing I will say to for No Mercy Percy, she's got the services of Ademar Santos, who's been riding lights out. I mean, this man rides with absolute confidence. So I don't know a lot about Raphael Schissel, the trainer whose barn in which she's moving, but I do know Ademar can ride.
And we're gonna ride over to the 11th because this is a fantastic Kentucky Derby prep race for this time of the year. There are just many directions to go. The 11th race is the Grade 3 Sam F. Davis, $250,000 up for grabs. You got Kentucky Derby points on the line. They're going to go 1 mile and a 16th in here. You gave us a little tease earlier when we talked about Known Agenda. I mean, honestly, Ren, just like making cases like Hidden Stash, totally live. Smiley Sabaka, totally live. Known Agenda, totally live. Runway Magic, totally live. Nova Rags, totally live. Candyman Rocket, totally live. Like strong cases to be made for all of those horses.
Yeah, I ultimately went for my top 3: Known Agenda, Hidden Stash, and I'm gonna try and see if Lucky Law likes the main track. Right? Why not? Right?
Absolutely.
Bianco did it last year, right?
Yep. One more time at a price in a wide open race with just from like and on pure numbers and figures and stuff, he wouldn't have to step up all that much or improve his game on the dirt to be competitive with this group. No,
and I mean, like we talked about, Sol Volante, won the Sam F. Davis, and it is kind of fun to think of what are the odds of they could do it again. The dirt works; they look strong. And I know that it looked like he's turf bred top and bottom, being by No Nay Never and out of a Sing Spill mare named Musically, but No Nay Never. He won the Group 1 Prix Morny, but then he ran second in the Grade 2 Swale at Gulfstream. And then No Nay Never himself, the son of Scat Daddy, who was a dirt horse. So, and then Johannesburg, who's Scat Daddy, like I could keep going on, but Johannesburg himself, one of the coolest things about Johannesburg is he was champion 2-year-old over in Europe and here in the United States because, I mean, he was undefeated over there. They brought him across the pond, threw him in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and he won. So you have this versatile sire line. So there's no reason to me to think that it's impossible. And I don't think, to be honest, who's going to waste the opportunity? Who's just going to throw a horse in with no shot, right?
Yeah. No, not at all. Not right. And not someone who has an idea of what horses like need to be. You know what I mean? Like on the Derby trail, or what a horse would need to be competitive in this race. And sometimes you're wrong, but that doesn't like right now, right? We're all wrong on our projections, but this horse is in here because he's got a shot and they think he's a quality animal. And that's what's fascinating about this race too. I think I've said fascinating 6 times. I could use a different word.
It is
but you could, there's no standout either from nobody looks like they're much better on they've been running faster races or just against much better company than everybody else. Like you can really build cases for many. That's why I am thinking that we might have a situation where we have like a bunch of 7-2, 4-1 shots.
Oh no, I totally agree with you. And this might be one of those situations where it's going to be very hard to pare down any type of horizontal ticket.
Yep. In this race particular, we have them stacked very similar. You had mentioned Known Agenda on top. I put them 1, 3, 8 as my top 3. I just gave Hidden Stash a little bit of a lean and thought maybe we get a little bit more of a price with him. I loved his last 2. He just looks like a completely different animal since they've stretched him out, since he's been able to go 2 turns and go a little bit longer. And not that he was a bad animal prior to that. He was just the template of the type of horse I like in these races where I see this noticeable improvement from him in his last few races going 2 turns. He was tucked inside 2 starts back at Keeneland, and he was in between horses close up, and he angled out and around for like a really wide move and a big W, and he was in the second flight again last time out, and he was kept in the clear, so he's been able to lose ground with big wide moves. This time he's going to be able to save all the ground from the inside and not have to give that up. I think he's got a huge shot. I'm going to use Known Agenda everywhere else too. I mean, I'm really, really high on Highly Motivated. The horse who beat him in his debut, I think Chad Brown has said Highly Motivated is going to be pointing towards the Gotham. And it's like, look who Known Agenda has been locking up with.
Exactly. I mean, this horse to me, and here we go. This is Curland again, right?
Yeah.
Curland is just really
a huge day at Tampa for
I think I think it definitely could be. I mean, and one thing to note here also, I mean, it's kind of fun. You've got the Todd Pletcher horses side by side in the gate. Johnny and Pletcher have teamed up to win the Sam F. Davis before. They did it with Bluegrass Cat back in 2006, and then they won it again the very next year with Any Given Saturday. They also won with Rule, and then Todd won it with Brethren, and then with Vince Ramos, and then the guys teamed up again to win it with Destin. So they, to me, when you see that we've got Velasquez up on, he's got two horses.
It's like tipping the hand a little bit,
exactly,
right?
A little bit. Not to say that Million, but I do wonder. I mean, this horse is making a big step up in class here. But that being said, with no agenda, I think that this is a horse that we're just talking about with highly motivated, running second to him. That horse next won the Nyquist Stakes, as you were talking about on that Future Stars Friday undercard at Breeders' Cup, and that was by 4 1/4 lengths. That horse got a 96 buyer.
Big number doing it. Yep, exactly.
And I mean, whatever figures you like. I mean, I'm old school. I grew up with buyers. I still love buyers. I know some people question them. Some people prefer Thoroughgraph. Some people prefer the Ragazins. Sometimes I'll look at all of them. But when it comes down to the end of the day, I don't know. I'm a buyer girl. I'm an Andy buyer girl. What can I tell you? But in any case, going back to what we're talking about, stretch this horse out to that 1.125 distance, and then he, like we talked about, beats Greatest Honor, who then just crushed in the Holy Bull, right?
And overtook, came back and won a maiden special weight race out of that, and is going to be running this weekend, I believe, in the Withers. I think is entered in there. I mean, so we're talking about good company.
Maybe he didn't. Yeah, and maybe, I don't know. Can you say that maybe he didn't like the slot? I guess you could say maybe he didn't like the slot, but he also went up figure-wise too. So it's not like he hated anything either. You're bumped, you're going wide. All these things happen. But here's the thing. We know this horse win 1.125. We've seen him nearly get to winning it at 6.5 furlongs. This distance for him, 1.16 is going to be nothing. I like it on the cutback. I like it. Yeah, for
so
the
much
first
bottom.
Exactly.
Bottom.
And this, exactly. The bottom. You said it right there. And the other thing that I'll mention is because obviously, I'm the Petty Geek. So we were talking about Curlin, a Hall of Famer, is your dad. You're Ada Bayrama, who you probably remember this. She won the Grade 1 Vanity back when it was at Hollywood Park.
Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, she was game on grass as well. But what we also find a lot of the times, and in fact, it's kind of fun to think about. Johnny V actually rode her in her last start.
I know. I love when there's ties like that, or when they won over at the same track or something like that, right? When there's just some weird thing to have to tie them together even more.
Exactly. But I mean, the bottom line was going to just say was, one of the things, I don't know if you've noticed this, but I certainly have. A lot of the horses that we see end up on the Derby Trail are these horses who have this really nice mix of pedigree, that you've got classic type sires, dirt horses, but then you also have some grassy influences on the bottom side sometimes. I mean, we've seen, Big Brown started his career on turf. We saw,
and they succeed on the Churchill track in particular very well.
Yes,
too.
we always talk about Churchill in the spring. It's favorable. Yep, exactly. So, I think this is a horse that makes a whole lot of sense, and the fact that he's able to put in bullet drills, on the tab. I mean, we see that work back on January 23rd. I'm just really excited about him. I don't think we're going to get 6-1, but hey, I'm just impressed it was even there at all. Just a quick shout out. I am a big fan of the Allball family. They've been so good to me over the years, doing interviews and whatnot, because I've had so many game race horses heading into the Future Stars Friday card over the past couple of years. Jason Luch and all those guys. Dale Romans is training Smiley Sabotka, and he also trained. They also had campaign Bodie's Cause all together, and that's a horse. I mean, there's another example of a horse that was on the Derby Trail, because Bodie's Cause won the Bluegrass, I believe, and he's by Giants Causeway, who was a Cartier Horse of the Year. I mean, that horse 3-1 on the morning line, and I think that's gotta be because you ran 3/4 a length, you got beat just 3/4 a length in second to Keep Me in Mind, who was exiting the juvenile. A third place in the juvenile. So I mean, that's what I have to think. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any knocks on him. I think it's just sort of like I like a couple others more. Right. And I have no knock. He got the lead on the inside without really being asked. He tried hard on the inside all the way. And you mentioned Keep Me in Mind is so far, he is one of the top horses with what they have done, and what their resumes are. He would be no shock to me. And this is what you were mentioning about what makes this race so difficult from like a pick 3, pick 4, pick 5 perspective, because I mean, you probably don't want to leave him out at 7-2, 3-1 ish, but you and I have talked about Known Agenda and Hidden Stash a little bit more. I thought Nova Rags is a little bit interesting. I even
Nova Rags,
think you can make a case
track
against Runaway Magic at 1 mile and a 16th. Give this one a shot. Was behind Drain the Clock, who came out of that race to win and looked so good. And even some of the races that he's come out of with Out of Sight and with Santa Cruiser, King's Ovation was not bad. Actually running in that swale too. I mean, Nova Rags, we're talking about Mott. He seemed like the connections seemed like they were like pretty high on this one. The owner in particular seemed like they think they may have something here. All you have to do is make the excuse for the Nashua and just say, okay, they sent him to the bench for a few months, came back, matured a little bit. Now you got the Lasix, and Nova Rags has got a shot. I mean, you can. It's that kind of a race.
But then you could make an argument also for the other mod entry, and that's Candyman Rocket. I mean,
next door, absolutely.
Yeah, Candy Ride on the 4th Street Mare Candy Lane. He puts up an 85 buyer, scoring by 9 1/4 lengths in that last start there at Gulfstream Park. It was 6 furlongs. But here's the thing, and this is where it gets confusing, and this is where you're like, okay, if this were a shorter price horse, I'd be like, no, I'm not going to even bother putting on my ticket because I have enough of a reason to think he's vulnerable not to use him. But because he's 10-1 on the morning line, and I think you're still probably going to get a price on him.
6 to 8. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely.
It's hard not to think, well, gosh, okay, his first start was on slop.
Total toss. Legit excuse.
But then you look at that second start, and so you're like, did he jump up because he got on a fast track and he had a little experience now going into the race, or did he jump up because he got Lasix and now he's off Lasix?
Yeah. So
that's where it gets confusing.
It is, especially with these young and something, just a great point to keep an eye on with all these 2 to turn 3-year-olds and where they ran with Lasix when they're not going to be running with Lasix, the races where they're allowed to, the jurisdictions and the spots that they are. Just a great point. Like you said, was it just fast track? Was it Lasix? You get the fast track here, but you have to stretch out. You won't get the Lasix. But like you said, if he's sick between 5 and 10-1, that's an okay enough price for us to want to still have him on our tickets.
Exactly. It's all weighing it. The pros versus the cons. I will say pedigree-wise, he hails from one of the gamest families around. He's female family of Althea, and that she was just an absolute freak. She beat the boys in the Arkansas Derby. That included Gate Dancer. She was awesome. So it's one of these prolific families. I could go on and on about how many great horses are in it, but suffice it to say, her name is enough to drop. So, I mean, this is a horse I think I don't know how deep one wants to go on this ticket, but that's a horse I'm like, I think he could get 1 mile and 16th. I do. He's probably obviously going to be more forwardly placed on the stretch out. Is he going to get cooked a little bit? I don't know. But you've got Junior Alvarado aboard, and like you were just talking about previously, Mott and Alvarado are just on fire.
Rolling, yeah. They are all over the place. And I mean, this is great. It's unfortunate because it's a great stakes weekend when you look around. There's good racing at Gulfstream. You got some stakes at Oaklawn. You got some stuff at Santa Anita. And Santa Anita has a prep race, has a couple prep races, one for the Phillies and then one for the Colts. And then we're also going to see one on Sunday where a maiden special weight where Bezos, the very highly regarded Baffert first timer, is going to develop. But from a betting standpoint, this is as good of a race as you will find all weekend long. I mean, you can make cases for and against. I feel like we've talked about a lot of the field, and it feels like we could spend another 15 minutes talking about most of them again, and even more on each one of them. But we'll definitely be following you on social media, and we'll be watching you on the simulcast feed leading up to each of the races as you give us all your analysis and you talk and just do a fantastic job. So let everybody know again on social media. Ren, where can we follow you?
At Ren Carothers. It's very simple. And Well, oddly enough, I will say the Carothers name gets misspelled just about as much as my maiden name Hakeem did. So yeah, it's like Car and Others, Ren Carothers, and yeah, and you can just check me out there. Obviously, as we've discussed, I'm doing Tampa simulcast. I also work for Breeders' Cup, doing Future Stars Friday. We track the 2-year-olds who will be heading in to Breeders' Cup, and then
you have those great interviews on the Twitter feed a lot of the time where Breeders' Cup will have posted where you'll be interviewing connections of owners or trainers or people who have won big races or are entered in big races coming up. So that's a great follow if you're not following that account, because you get to see a lot of Ren's face on there too, which is always nice.
Oh, that's overly sweet, but I appreciate that. No, it's fun. And then after the Breeders' Cup, when we're in this mid period where the new 2-year-olds obviously haven't debuted yet because they're training, we track the horses out of the Breeders' Cup Future Stars Friday program, hoping that they start making the headlines here in their 3-year-old season. One thing I will say, because I know that you've probably got that great audience who's more about the hardcore handicapping and all of that, maybe pedigree's not their bag necessarily, because this is one of the things I have noticed now doing Tampa Bay feed is, some people are like, oh, she mentions the pedigree. I don't know. It's a handicapping tool. Just because you're not familiar with it, don't be scared of it, because in these certain instances when you've got a horse either trying something new, a new surface, a new distance, or you're trying to project, because that's one of the things right now with these horses. Yes, they've already run, and usually I don't care about pedigree once a horse has run. But if now we're going to talk about stepping them up in class, and if we're going to project them as Derby or Oaks hopefuls, you better go back and look at that pedigree, because generally speaking, it is very rare when you get a horse who's a little blue collar bred that gets up in the first Saturday May. There's usually somewhere in there something goes, oh, that made all the sense in the world. Wow, this horse would go forward and become a Derby winner. And it is always fun, though, when you do have the horse of, the ones I root for, because obviously one can identify a bit more, because the horses who are super well bred are generally like way out of anybody's price range. But that being said, it's just one of those tools. We need to project the horses who are going to be able to get a mile and a quarter. And I will say really quickly this, because I know you got a time frame for your show too. Take in mind as we're looking at this, because my opinion has changed over the course of the years as the horses themselves have changed over the years now. Because before, you're always looking for the horses with stamina influence in there enough. You're like, okay, yes, this makes sense, mile and quarter horse. But just like I was never a subscriber to dosage. I don't know about you, but I never cared about that, because you're eliminating so much of the pedigree when you are talking about dosage. I have found now it's not so much, you have to have a balance of things. You have to have some, instances in there where you're like, okay, yeah, based on pedigree, this horse should get distance, but you have to have the animal too, because now we've seen a few instances where horses, it's just a matter of, they are just built so well that pedigrees that you normally may have questioned before, they're outrunning them.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just really now it's like I said, it's a combination of everything.
The formula, it's the right formula. Putting it all together, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then what is perfect? The speed, the stamina, and just the fight. Like you said, like you can't
qualify that.
Qualify that, right? Like we think someone's mom or dad or pop, sire or dad was a fighter, and they're going to be a fighter too. It doesn't always work that way. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it crosses over, but it's fascinating. And that's one thing too, is that no matter what your strength or weaknesses are as a handicapper, if your weakness is pedigree, you always want to try to improve on that. If maybe your weakness is maybe you feel like you don't watch as many replays, or maybe you don't pick some stuff up off a replay. Maybe
so important.
Anything that you feel like your weakness is, don't want to go shy away from it. No. Try to embrace it, improve in everything that you're doing, because it's only going to help you out down the road. This game, we're having fun, but we're also trying to make money too. And Ren, we had a ton of fun talking with you. I asked you for 15-20 minutes. You gave me double that, and I feel again like we could have an hour-long conversations about this.
I'm loquacious. What can I say?
Yeah, so am I. I was going to say the two of us put together would have just gone nonstop. But we had a lot of really good racing to talk about, and a lot of good stuff to preview for the folks out there. So Ren, thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
maybe in a month or so for Tampa Bay Derby, we'll get you back and we'll do something similar.
Oh, I'd love to do that. Thank you so much for having me.
Folks, Ren Carothers there. You heard how to follow her on social media. Make sure to give Matta a big hello for me, and I hope you and the family have a great one, Ren. Talk again real soon.
Thanks, Gino.
Ren Carothers, don't go anywhere, folks. We got plenty more still to come on That's What She Said.
Great handicapping from Ren there. Hopefully we led you to a few winners this weekend over at Tampa. Just a quick recap of some of the horses that I'm looking at in the Grade 3 Tampa Bay. I thought there were some prices in that 8th race that we had the opportunity to use. I have no problem with the 4, with the 7, with the 2. All of them very live. I put them 4, 7, 2, 12, 10. In the 8th. In the 9th race, Honor Rafik is the play for me. The number 5, that would be a single for me in any of the late exotics. In the 10th, the Grade 3 Endeavor, it's the 3, No Mercy Percy as my price play. It's the 6, New York Girl, if you're just looking for who I think is the most likely winner of the race. But don't leave the 3 out of some of those late exotics. Throw this horse into 1 or 2 because it has the opportunity to catch a flyer there. I have him 3, 6, 5 if you're playing exotically. In the 11th race, so many directions to go in that Sam F. Davis. I put 1, 3, 8, 9, 5 as the order that I have in race number 11. And I mean, I wouldn't think you're crazy for making a case for, as many as 7 to 8 in that Sam F. Davis. I thought this Tampa card and these stakes races were very, very interesting. And this prep, the Sam F. Davis, looks really good. So a big thank you again to Ren for helping us out. But that's not the only stakes on Saturday. That's not the only big horse racing action going on Saturday. Let's get to Aqueduct for the Grade 3 Withers. We also have Kentucky Derby points on the line there. So on Saturday, the Withers is going to go as race number 8, Grade 3 event, mile and an eighth there at Aqueduct. The 3, Capo Cane, is going to take some money off of back-to-back wins, won the Jerome, defeated Eagle Orb, who's also in here. Risk Taking is going to take a lot of money for Chad Brown, who's having an okay meeting at Aqueduct, I guess, just hitting it around, close to 50%. So very logical. Of those two, I prefer Risk Taking. I'm a little concerned that Capo Cane might get some pressure from a horse like Shaq Queen King from the inside. Also from a horse like Donegal Bay, who's not necessarily like a speed demon type, but I think he's going to be forwardly placed. And when you throw Carmouche on, you assume you're going to be in the mix early. Eagle Orb, I wouldn't be shocked if they try to get a little bit more aggressive from the outside too. So I'm looking for horses who I think are going to be coming from off of the pace. So risk-taking fits that profile. I'm not completely cold on him. I have him picked second in here. At the price, I am a little intrigued off of Royal Number, who got a good number winning at Laurel Park last time out. He made a big inside move, and it was super impressive. And he was just handwritten. It was awesome. Again, who knows? Is he going to get the kind of trip that he needs in here? I think so. Does that mean he's good enough to beat, a horse like Risk Taking or Overtook, who I also think is a little interesting? Who knows? But if Royal Number is around that 5-1 plus price, I think he's worth including in some of your exotics. I don't love Shaq Queen King with the trip from the inside. I'm sort of projecting him to get, Capo Cane. I didn't even mention Mr. Doda, who is going to be another pace nuisance. I didn't think his kind of speed was necessarily like classy enough, but he's going to at least be a bother early on for some of the other paces. And then you got Overtook, who was just way out of it with the blinkers coming off. He was 10 plus, double-digit lengths out of it, and then he starts splitting horses. He angles out, and a big sweeping move blows right on by and wins easily here at Aqueduct on December the 20th. I think he's on the improve. I have 2, 5, 6 in the Withers there. Derby points on the line at Aqueduct in the Grade 3 Withers. let's get over to Gulfstream Park. There are 2 stakes races at Gulfstream Park, so let's hit the 6th race, the Grade 3 Swanee River first. The 2, Great Island, super logical. The number 3, La Signore, super logical. I think the 8, Drop a Hint. Wild card, sort of new face in here. Had a wide trip last time out. Now going to go second start off the short break, drawn well. Drop a Hint. The opportunity to sit. Those Gulfstream races in July and September are pretty good. And I think she's going to fall into a nice spot here. Sort of be able to stock from the outside a little bit. Don't be surprised if she's sent hard and they want to get aggressive and end up putting her on the lead, because there isn't a ton of speed. I wouldn't be surprised if Logic and Reason, is in this spot, ends up showing a little bit of speed. I wouldn't be surprised to see even Great Island, maybe they want to get a little aggressive and get her into a nice spot. But from the outside, with that perhaps tactical advantage on this group, Drop a Hint. The number 8 in race number 6, going to be my top selection there. We'll make a win wager on Drop a Hint. If we can get anything around 5 or so to 1, it's about the value line. I wanted no less than 5. 6 is sort of what we would love. 8-3-2 in the Swanee River. In the 11th race, the Ladies Turf Sprint. Not a real strong opinion. Just got to give a shout out to the number 7, Ladies Island, who is as honest as they come. Really, really fast and just always lays it down. The 2, a bit of both, would be the horse that I think gets the best trip in there. And maybe pressing just off coming out of a live race over at Fairgrounds. So a bit of both. If I'm going to play the race, I'd want at least 7-2. Ladies Island is very, very honest, and I wouldn't necessarily want to leave her out of any of the exotics there. So a couple graded stakes races at Gulfstream Park for you on Saturday. My old friends in Vinton, Louisiana have a huge day next week at Delta Downs on February the 10th. Wanted to give it a little mention here. They have 10 stakes races on the card on Wednesday. The entire card, full stakes. It's Louisiana bred Premier Day, so it's one of those days where you get all of the different divisions where they get their chance to shine. Grade 1 winner, No Parole, is going to be on the card too. So quality racing, fun stakes action, and the chance to see those Louisiana breds picking up some larger purses than they normally get the chance to run for. Don't forget to play Delta Downs midweek next week. Delta Wednesday, February the 10th, with that 10 stakes card. Speaking of stakes races, Oaklawn Park on Saturday has a stakes race. Let's get over there to Oaklawn. Just one stake on Saturday, but there's a race before the stake I want to talk about a little bit, the 7th race, which is it's an allowance race, optional claiming, and the 2 horses who I want to play against are both coming off the bench. Green Light Go is coming into the Jerry Hollendorfer barn for the first time, who is a Grade 2 winner, multiple graded stakes placed. Super classy, tons of ability, but we haven't seen him since May of 2020, and he had layoff lines and some issues prior to that. I don't know if he really had progressed from early on when he was 2. Green Light Go. And then there's Shoplifted, who I liked last year. He's sort of grindy. I don't think 6 furlongs is necessarily the best trip for him. He's probably going to be more like a miler, I think, when it's all said and done. So I'm against both of them, the 6 Shoplifted and the 4 Green Light Go, and they're both probably going to be your first and second betting choices, or both take a lot of support in here. So I'm looking at the 1, Royal Daher, who I have as my top selection, coming off of that Hidden Scroll race where he ran really well and should improve off of that. The 2, Shackelford's Joy, who could get a really nice trip if Green Light Go goes quick early on. Takes 2 to Tango is going. Plain Talk is going early on. Special Reserve will I'm hoping with the blinkers coming off, he sits just off, because I'm going to have him in the 3rd spot, and I'll be using him in a lot of the exotics too. So I'll have 1, 2, and 5 in the top spots, and anything that you're playing late exotics, I'm going to take a shot against these 2 horses who I think will take a lot of money on the comeback, and I don't know if they're going to be quite ready or if this is going to be the spot where they're best. So they feel a little undervalued to me there in race number 7. The 8th race is the King Cotton, 6 furlongs, the distance. The 1 Strike Power just feels like the type of field where he can clear and win this race. He can fly early. And the others don't seem as quick. They're more pressing types. 7 Nation Army wants to sort of press. Flagstaff isn't really quick. He's more of a pressing type. Mucho's going to be coming from way out of it. Boulder is going to be coming from out of it. And then you got Mr. Jägermeister, who's quick, but he hasn't, I don't know, he hasn't been as quick against open company as he has when he can sort of beat up on horses over at Canterbury. So to me, that leans to Strike Power with the rail draw and an opportunity to just break alertly and steal this race. He kept good company, and when he's on his best, he's a very, very nice sprinter. He's just had some issues. You can tell they've had a tough time getting him to the racetrack. It seems like every time he'll run a good one and then he'll throw a clunker or two in. He came back with a good effort in November, and this is a great spot for the number 1, Strike Power, in the 8th race at Oaklawn Park, the King Cotton. So stakes over at Oaklawn, and a little info on the race prior to the stakes as we move from Oaklawn Park over to, where are we going to head next? Let's go to Santa Anita. It's unfortunate at Santa Anita. They canceled Friday's card of last week because of projected big rainstorms. And it didn't rain as much as it was supposed to. Then on Saturday, because of that, when they were doing the schedule for some of the stakes races, they decided to bump some of those stakes races back to this week, just thinking the weather would be better. And normally when that's the case, you get a bigger field. It's a week later, a couple other horses that may not have run in that spot know now there's a little more time, and they end up coming back. These fields are not great, and I don't really have much from a betting opinion at Santa Anita this weekend. There's just so many great races elsewhere and other opportunities that feel like they're good. We've got the 3rd race, the Grade 3 Las Virgenes. It's a field of 5. We got the 4th race, the Grade 2 San Marcos. It's a field of 6. We got the 7th race, the Grade 2 San Vicente. It's a field of 5 with a horse that's already been scratched out of there. And in the 8th race, it's the Grade 3 Thunder Road. It's a field of 8. So the 8th race is the high water mark of the stakes races with just a field of 8. And so, I don't love to sink our teeth into and spend a ton of time talking about races that, to me, feel like they're going to be pretty obvious results, or that I don't love, price horses. In the 3rd, Moonlit D'Oro is going to sit right off. It looks like Calypso, Honor America should be showing speed, and Moonlight D'Oro is going to get the trip. Feels like she's just a little bit better than Brilliant Cut, and she trounced Moraz when they faced each other back in December. So Moonlit D'Oro, that's the logical horse in the Las Virgenes. In the 4th race, you got the San Marcos. There is not very much speed in here at all. Acclimate should be really tough to run down. 3rd off the long layoff, should be set for his absolute best. Likes this turf course. He's super logical. He's going to be a short price. I wouldn't bet a horse like that. The 3 starting over, if you're looking to try to get a little value out of this race, it might be with him. He just sort of feels like he's got upside in here, and I wouldn't be shocked to see him sitting closer than he was last time out, because moving from a mile race to this 1.25 mile race where there isn't that much speed, he might just end up being second in here and could fall into a good spot and maybe hit the board and give you a little value there. In the 7th race, we got the Grade 2 San Vicente. We've got a couple Baffert horses who have shown a lot of ability. You can't bet either one of them. Mr. Impossible is scratched out of this race. He's going to be running in a maiden race on Sunday against a very highly regarded Bob Baffert horse named Bezos. And we may be talking about Bezos next week. There's been a lot of buzz on him. Concert Tour is who I'd have to go to, because he was able to press just off early before just showing that he was better and moving to the lead. And the outside draw seems like a major positive and a major plus for him. So I'd prefer him over Freedom Fighter, who Freedom Fighter hasn't raced since August. His win came at 5 furlongs. He has the rail draw, and he looks like he has some speed right next door to deal with in the Chosen Vron. So, nothing that you're going to be able to bet. Is Concert Tour going to try to sit, or do they just go? I don't know if Baffert's going to want to give instructions or directions for the two of them, or just kind of let them roll. But I feel like Concert Tours are one of his better horses so far that we've seen. And in the 8th race, the Grade 3 Thunder Road. Maybe you can play the Road, the 2 Hit the Road. I have really liked this guy for a while. He has tons of ability. He's had some issues. It seems like every time he has a big victory, he has to go to the bench for a little while. If he is ready to rock, he is super capable of winning this race. I don't think he would be in here unless he's ready to go. So Hit the Road. If you can get like 7-2, he might be worth playing. You get a top turf rider who's riding very, very well right now. Hit the Road. Other than Hit the Road, you go to a very honest Bob and Jackie, who I like. I'm a fan of his as a horse. It's just not a horse that you could really bet again in a spot like this. He's going to be 2-1 or so when it's all said and done. In late exotics, I would just be using the 2 Hit the Road and the 7 Bob and Jackie. But as you can see from our run through those stakes races, it just isn't a card that I'm going to be betting a whole lot on at Santa Anita on Saturday. It feels like there are many other directions that I'd rather go. In particular over at Tampa. And then where we're going to get to next, Sammy Houston for Saturday night. Get the past performances out. February the 6th, Sam Houston, Saturday night. Let's turn to race number 2. First race is an Arabian race. I steer clear of those ones. I can lose plenty of money on the thoroughbred races. So in the second, we can kick off the early pick 4. I think the 2 Dies is a single on 1 ticket. He was in the 4 path in between horses. He ran into some traffic. He settled 6th in the 2 path, 4 wide bid at the top of the lane, right up to battle for the lead. And I thought it was a pretty good effort. He was just behind Dance Kingdom, and now he gets the inside draw. Should be able to save all the ground from here. Dies, the number 2, will be a horse that I single on 1 ticket to start off the early pick 4. The others, to me, Mr. Unusual. Very logical looking horse on the drop-in class. And then you've got Arrow Street, who I sort of feel is a wild card here for Lucarelli. These horses are searching for where they belong, where they fit. And then you obviously got Dance Kingdom to the outside, who was hooked 5 wide into the turn, who makes a whole ton of sense. So with that entry in here, you're getting the 2-for-1 action. I thought it was 2-1-6, and the 2 will be the single for me. In race number 3, I'm going to start with the 1A in here. I think Euro Devil Woman has an opportunity to just steal this race. She's going to be turning back from 5.5 to 5, and she might just be the quickest and the best. I think she's going to be very, very tough in here. Others I will be using along with her. Cat's Second Silver, who was facing open 5 claimers and is now in with Texas bred 5 claimers. So that's a nice drop in class there from Open Company to Texas Breds. The same thing with Euro Devil Woman, who's been facing open. Shot Soft is going to be a part of that entry, so you're going to get the 2-for-1 action there with Shot Soft. The horses to the inside, the 2 Expect Royal, the 3 Don't Blame Dexter. I really wouldn't talk you off either one of them. And then you got, obviously, to the outside, the 1 to beat in Shifty Henry, who's trying to win right back for the 3rd consecutive time, and the 2nd right here at the meet at Sam Houston. I've got the 1A over the 5, over the 7 as my top 3 in here. Horses to use in all the exotics. You want to go a little deeper, I've got 2 Expect Royal and the 3 Don't Blame Dexter. In race number 4, we're taking a look at $25,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime. Going to go a mile there on the main. The 1 Spiked Cider looks like the one to catch. I know he faced Oklahoma breds when he broke his maiden, and this is Open Company, but there is not that much other speed. He's stretching out from a sprint. He should take them as far as he can go. I thought the 6 was another one to include in some of your exotics, 2 Worlds. Very logical. Just tough to leave him out off of the Churchill races that you see. And then the 2 Waco Kid, who exits some of the better races, I think. I'm not sure what to do with a horse like Mountain King, who is probably going to be forwardly placed in here. I just prefer the others. I had him 1-6-2 in race number 4. In the 5th race, mile on the turf course, maiden 25s, the 9 Texas Empire tried to get on the grass on January the 22nd. The race was rained off, This is a horse who's a half to Hungry Island, who's a 6-time winner on the turf, 746,000 in earnings, a multiple graded stakes winner. Also a half to a horse named Tokyo Time, who is grade 3 placed. Texas Empire has a ton of turf pedigree. The blinkers come off, second off the short break. You're going to be dropping in class after facing maiden 50s. This is a maiden 25 spot. I think you have to use Texas Empire, the number 9, in all of your exotics. I will be using the 11 Cairo Warrior Ever. The damn one on turf, 3 winning turf sibs. He looks like the one to beat. It's 9 and 11 in all the exotics. I will throw the 6 Resolve Now in because this is a turf race where there's just no turf form from anyone. You only have a few horses with a turf race or two, and nobody's really ran well. At least Resolve Now has shown some speed, has done okay on the grass against better. So Resolve Now would be the price if I'm looking to throw one in. 9-11-6 in the 5th at Sam Houston. 6th race at Sam Houston, start of your late pick 5, open maiden special weights there. I'm going to lean towards the 8, Prospera, who came out of the 12 hole on January the 8th and ran really well. She was mid-pack. She moved up to challenge with a big 4-wide move, and she just missed by a horse named Hooked on a Kiss. And that race has come back pretty live. The horses in that race have come back to actually run pretty well. It's a decent maiden special weight. They're all going to have to catch the 1, Sheer Devil. There's no doubt about that. The 7 would be a horse that I might throw in as a price, Indie Lover, who should just improve with the race under her belt, and she might be able to just fall into a good spot on the cutback from a mile to 7 furlongs, a little more bottom. The 5, Leilana for Asmussen, second time out. She wouldn't be a big shock. I mean, she completely missed the break, so it's really hard to be too tough on her for her career debut. So I had the 8 on top of the 1, 8-1-7-5 in race number 6 there at Sam Houston. We move along to race number 7. This could be a chalky single if you're looking for one with the 6, Soul Ready, who's now going to get back to the grass and go third off the long layoff. So he could be set for a good one on the drop, and his turf form is just so much better than his form on the dirt. Let's Go Alamo would be one for me. I'm just a little worried about the layoff. We haven't seen him since July the 27th, but Let's Go Alamo makes a ton of sense. The price I would include is the 5 Unbridled Posse. So he has legit excuses for his last 3 poor performances. Last time out, he was going a mile in the 16th on the grass. 2 starts back, his first level allowance race was against Open Company in a pretty tough spot. 3 back, it was a race that was rained off the grass, and he hooked Sky Ride, who came back and beat Stakes Company just last weekend. I think Unbridled Posse is a live long shot to include in your late pick 4 if you're not going to be taking a single approach. Like I'm going to, I always tell you, I play multiple tickets. I'd play 1 or 2 where I'm singling Soul Ready, and then another where I'd be spreading out a little bit using 5, 6, 7 at least. Some of the other horses I know people will probably be looking into, the 2 to the outside, Nomo Hooch Honus, also the 1 DC Hero, who has some pretty decent turf form. So 6, 5, 7, 10, 1, 9 is how I have them stacked in race number 7 with the 6 as a possible late exotic single. In the 8th race, start of the late pick 3, 5,000 claimers, non-3 lifetime, 5.5 furlongs. The distance, the number 9 is where I will begin with Mucho Mas. The winner, Isabel's Joy, in the race that she comes out of, won by 4+. So when Mucho Mas was 5th, beaten 6, it's a little better than it looks on paper. It really is. If she can just sort of run the same race with a cleaner trip and now maybe some pace to chase in here, I think Mucho Mas is a must-use in late exotics. Maddie's Music is going to be flashing speed from the outside. Fire of Gold is going to be flashing speed from the inside. Those 2 were battling last time they faced each other. I think that at least those 2 will. Sails in the Sunset will probably be showing speed. Was also a part of the pace brigade when they hooked up. Wouldn't be a surprise to see a horse like Top Hat Charmer be flashing a little speed, or even blowing by you. So I think the horses who can sit off a little bit, Mucho Mas has a major shot. Salacious Accusation, I have 9-2 on top with the 10-1. And then major question marks about a couple horses in the middle of the field, like the 5 and the 6, Blue Blazes Who, and the 6, Blowing By You. In the 9th race, this is a 25 non-3 claimer, 5 furlongs on the turf course. I'm looking at the 5 Summer Sangria as probably a chalk that's going to be tough to run down. The 9 is a horse who I'm treating as a total wild card, and I'll be using getting back to the grass for Reef's sake. Look at some of her previous turf form for now a barn who is rolling right now and just making all the right moves for Reef's sake. So 5, 9. The 4 Field Daisy gets back to the grass after having a couple good grass races against maiden specials. And then the 10 would be probably in the top tier for me. Pekka, who I used last time out at a mile, now cuts back to 5 and will probably be more in like a mid-pack than in a forwardly placed trip and maybe has a little more late energy. 2 and 7 would be the next ones, Blue Darter and Neon Dreams. 5 with 9, so probably 5, 9 everywhere, 5, 9, 4, 10, and then 2, 7 in some of the deeper or under uses in race number 9. Let's close it out at Sam Houston on Saturday night. Race number 10, Texas Breds, Fillies and Mares, 4 and 5 years old, 6.5 furlongs. The distance, I mean, this is not a race that I really love. I'm just going to take some shots with the 8 and the 9 as horses who I feel are kind of new faces. You got Granny Jewel, who's coming into the Pish Barn, taking the blinkers off for the first time. You got Fancy All the Time, who is lightly raced and coming into the Caldwell Barn for the first time. So, I mean, those would be the 2 that I like the most, 8, 9. Then you got the 2, Why Not Dan, who's cutting back from a mile. He was sitting a perfect trip, and he just could not move into the mile distance. The cutback should help him. I just was really disappointed with that effort. This is not a strong race here. The 4 Magical Ice wouldn't be a shock. The 1 Turnin' and Burnin' wouldn't be a shock. But I'm going to lean 8, 9 to try to close it out with the couple looks to the 2. Maybe on a deep ticket or so, throw the other few in. But I mean, this race actually screams from a wagering standpoint. The last race screams all if you can afford to play some sort of a late pick 4 where you'd single the 6 and the 7th with 2, 9, 10, with 5, 9, with all, something along those lines. Sam Houston, Saturday night. That's all for the racing on this episode of That's What G Said podcast. We're going to get into wrestling with Chad Cooper next, but first we have to let you know about our friend Cindy Carava, the full service realtor. You can find all of her information at cindycarava.com. You heard our interview with her just earlier this week on That's What G Said, where she talked all about 2020, some of the difficulties that she had in 2020 trying to be a realtor, trying to deal with all of the new protocols and all of the COVID issues and how things are going to be looking moving into 2021. She can help you as a full service realtor with purchasing, with leasing, with selling, any way when you need a vendor, when you need a landscaper, a gardener, if you need some sort of a vendor, get help with a pre-approved loan. She can do all of that for you. Cindy Carava, website cindycarava.com, full service realtor, Cindy Carava, all of your real estate needs. This week in wrestling with Chad Cooper, we talk about the Royal Rumble, we recap the event, we talk about what happened on Monday Night Raw, and then we go over to AEW Dynamite. We also touch base on NXT on an hour edition of This Week in Wrestling with Chad. We are back with another This Week in Wrestling segment. Very happy to have our buddy Chad Cooper, Loop, joining us again. We have a fun one to discuss this week because we're talking about the Royal Rumble. We're also going to hit on All Elite Wrestling. We'll talk a little bit about what happened on NXT. So we'll get you everything going on in the world of wrestling. Chad, we've got Edge, we've got Bianca Belair as our 2 Royal Rumble winners. So let's start there. What'd you think of the decisions to have it be Edge and Bianca, and what'd you think overall of the Rumble?
Well, it was interesting. One of my favorite pay-per-views of the year, so I was excited about that. I thought they did a great job with the card and the match placements. Was not shocked with Bianca Belair. You know, she was the hot name going into this, was getting ready to get a push. I like her. I think she does well in the ring and on the mic. Personality, very athletic. I don't know about Edge yet. I have no problem with it,
Yeah.
right? I have no problem with it. I thought they should have kept it a secret for him, being a surprise entrance. I don't know if it did any good with him doing a vignette the week of saying he's entering the Royal Rumble. I'm happy that we didn't go to the same old, just a card that we have seen before that they have played. So I'm okay with it. To be determined. He shows up on NXT last night to throw that wrinkle in a little bit. We know he's not going to challenge Finn Balor, or is he?
No, he won't. So. But it was they wanted to get a little a buzz off of his sure. Rumble win. But I know what you mean. It sort of feels like I get the same feeling with Edge winning this as I do when like a very established star wins the Money in the Bank. Right. Mainly because you just don't need it. You could insert Edge anywhere. In any feud at any time. He doesn't need winning the Royal Rumble to do that. So that's my only thing. I think it could be something that's bigger for someone else. Now, all that being said, I don't hate it. I like this more than a lot of other decisions. I'm curious, like we said, where they go with this moving forward. I thought there were some very cool moments in both Rumbles. And so with Edge winning, one of the cool moments, I think obviously in the men's side was Christian coming back. And Absolutely. Their little moment together, and Christian had a great run. And you know what? He looks a couple of guys who came back between Carlito and then Christian both just look fantastic.
Yeah, and I think we may see more of Carlito. Rumor is, that guy he's looked the same since he's left the WWE the second or third time he's left. I've always liked him. I liked his gimmick. That was a nice surprise. We kind of felt like Damian Priest was a name that we would see.
Yep, we called that. You called that one weeks ago. Ago. You called that one.
And I think that was surprise. I was disappointed there was no Brock. I guess Brock is just going to be lazy for a little while, and we're not going to see any of him.
A big beard.
yeah. But, I was okay with it. I was okay with it. I don't. Exactly what you said. I don't think we needed to see. It's cool that he entered number one and he won it. I guess that's the way you're going to win it, is to be number one. But we had some cool spots and we had some cool moments in the mid side, and it's better than a card they've already played before. But at the same time, it kind of felt older a little bit with him having to win it. I guess they're not sold on a younger name yet to push. I don't know.
And we got to hope that they can build some of these stars up for the next few years, because that was one of the talking points of this Rumble. A lot of wrestlers 30 and over in this Rumble. Not a lot of guys that you look at and go, yeah, they're really, really young onto the roster. Another cool spot. We got the Daniel Bryan Kane, the Team Hell No, which was a great spot there. Love to see that. And the men's Rumble was pretty solid. The women's was also good. There were a few that we had predicted. We see a Toni Storm here. We, Shotzi, some of the girls coming up from NXT, a couple legends that made their returns and look really good. That some of these women just stay in phenomenal shape, even when they're not wrestling anymore. Just incredible afterwards. But when it got down to those final three, and we got the Lana spot,
Sure,
Lana
called it. Yeah,
here we go. And so at least they were able to sort of to put a bow on that, and it looks like Lana's going to be getting a match with Naomi against Shayna and Nia for the tag team titles coming up. But I think once we got down to the final three, I thought they booked the final three for the women perfect, because you always want Charlotte in there because everybody believes that she can win anytime. And a lot of the fans don't want her to win anymore right now.
Right,
They're sort of sick of her. So putting her in there with the two girls that I think everybody wanted to win, Rhea or Bianca, it made for a great final three. And then you toss Charlotte out and she kind of gives them the look like, okay, girls, this is your time now.
Time.
And they had a nice little couple minute match that got me excited for a future match between the two of them.
Yeah. With the final three, like as you said, you see Charlotte, you go, oh no, not again. Right. So you're rooting against her. And then when she's out, you're like, okay, we've got two badasses. We like both of them. They They had the cool spot earlier with Naomi and Bianca with the hair. I thought that was, that was a fun spot. But you kind of got the feeling that it was Bianca. I just had that feeling. I said, okay, Rhea, this is her debut on the main roster, so to speak. Outside the WrestleMania push last year with Charlotte, they got canceled. So I think they went the right way.
Yep.
It shows you how strong the women's division is, not only for Raw, SmackDown, and NXT, but for WWE as a whole, to have them too, because those two ladies went at it. They were great in NXT, and they're great on the main roster.
Just a great, and you're right. It's Rhea wouldn't have been a bad decision, but they've basically done for 2 months with Bianca what they need to do for 2 months with Rhea. That's all. Just tell us a little bit about who she is. Give her some build. Give her a storyline with someone like a Bayley to help get over, get a little personality out there, and let us know a little bit more about Rhea, and then down the line. I mean, I'd love to have a Rhea. I don't think we're going to get it because we're going to start talking about what's going to happen, but maybe at SummerSlam we get a Rhea Charlotte match. Where she's able to get her win back from Charlotte from WrestleMania last year. It feels like they're sort of heading in the Charlotte Asuka direction again. With the way they had them lose their tag titles, and then they had them lose their match again, and sort of a little dissension between the two of them. Let's finish up with a couple of other thoughts on the Rumble pay-per-view overall. I feel a little bit bad for KO right now because he's been just doing such incredible work over the last month. This might be like his best work, but you run into a buzzsaw that can't or shouldn't lose. Like Roman shouldn't be losing right now. He's the guy. He should be the main event of WrestleMania. And it's a little unfortunate because Kevin Owens has just been incredible on the mic. He had another awesome match. Sometimes last man standing matches are a little hard because they can get a little slow. And plotting, and you've got to worry about the 10 count and everything. And then they had a little bit of a snafu at the end with Heyman in the handcuffs, struggling there. Oh, jeez, but I think I was talking about it with somebody else. I always would rather trust two guys in the ring without like a handcuff shenanigans, because Roman and KO go out there and wrestle hundreds of awesome matches a year. How many times is Paul Heyman messing around with handcuffs in like a quick pressure pack situation like that, right?
And dude, it's live, and the ref he's not even counting, right?
No, just stop.
We're at 40 seconds by this point, right? Yeah. You can't even throw like a WWE the Royal Rumble sponsored by Slim Jim spot at this point. People are just freaking out. Hey, we finally get it. They go at it, and like, as you said, I do feel sorry for KO. Number one, you're not going to turn down a storyline with Roman Reigns ever. You're not going to do it because you're going to get the headlining spot. But what it does do is, now what do you do with Kevin Owens?
Exactly. It sort of puts you back at the end of the line again.
You start over, and we probably don't see him on SmackDown for a while. I hope not. I hope he's back on Friday night. But it tends like when you lose to a Cena or to a Roman, and you've been in this storyline before, and they've done it several times, it seems like they take that character off of TV, and I think he is a huge bright spot and a huge reason why SmackDown does so good on Friday night. So I hope they don't put KO back on the shelf for a little while, because that guy needs to be on TV, whether it's the KO show or whether he's working in the ring.
Completely agree with you, big KO fans over here, and I think they did a good job with Goldberg and Drew in that. Hey, they want Goldberg here. Let's just keep it quick. Let's get it on early. We're not going to try to make Goldberg go 10 or 15. It'll sort of be a little bit of a brawl before, but then a quick match. Just get some of the big moves in, get him out. Little like a show of respect on the way out. Try to do your best to kind of say, okay, you know what? I don't have a whole lot left. Drew, this is your time now. I thought that was, a lot of people don't want to see Goldberg around and don't want to see Goldberg in matches anymore. And I can get that. He does. Every time we see him, he's a little bit older. He's got a little bit less in the tank. I thought this was inoffensive to me, at least.
It served its purpose, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't want a long match. We know it's going to happen. Drew is phenomenal. Goldberg is not. Goldberg's just the name, the pop. You kind of want to see it. It's the carnival sideshow. You're walking down the boardwalk. You're walking in the carnival, and you see the carnival tent. There's a guy swallowing swords, and there's snake lady, right?
blowing fire.
Yeah, you kind of want to see what's going on with Goldberg, and each of them got their spots, and Goldberg kicked out of an early one, and Drew kicked out of an early one, and it ended appropriately. And I don't see them bringing Goldberg back ever again for anything, but I guess when the pandemic ends worldwide and we go back to Saudi Arabia and take the big money shows, we probably see him again. But for any type of this stuff, I kind of felt like this was kind of forced on Drew for the Royal Rumble because you really don't have anybody. We talked about Sheamus and him for a while. And of course, we saw it on Monday Night Raw. Sheamus did make the turn, but they really didn't can't have anybody for him. You don't want to build a storyline because here's the Rumble and here's Mania. You've got to have a little in-between feud, and that's what we're going to get with Sheamus, but you don't want to waste anybody before WrestleMania. So I thought it served its purpose.
Let's get over to Monday Night Raw. We talked about Edge winning the Rumble. So how about this? I mean, showing some balls by Vince and by Edge both. It's like, hey, we're going to bring this guy back. He was gone for 10 years with all these neck surgeries, and we never thought he was going to be back. We're going to bring him back. He's going to have a couple matches with Randy Orton, but not even be on like an everyday wrestler schedule. And then he's going to get hurt again. He's going to be out for months. We're going to bring him back, and in his first time back, we're going to have him go number one in the Rumble for an hour, and then the next night, we're going to bring him right back after his body's probably all bagged up, and he's going to wrestle against Randy Orton in the main event of Monday Night Raw. Like, what a stud this guy is, but also, I'd be a little bit nervous. Like, if this guy's going to be your main event for Mania, maybe give him a week off in between, like take it a little easy on him.
Yeah, we've got to slow it down. You know, I didn't know what to make of the Orton Edge match when they announced it. I'm a Randy Orton guy. I love everything this guy does. You know, kind of been there, done that.
Yeah.
But it also, that match served a purpose to kind of the Alexa Bliss angle. You know, I was disappointed the way she was treated in the Rumble. I thought it was kind of, I know we're trying to get Rhea Ripley over, but kind of what she did to Alexa Bliss, and Alexa Bliss has been beating people.
Okay, let's hold right there for a second, because there's a point that we didn't hit on the Rumble, and I'm glad you talked. That was one of my only gripes, I think, with both of the Rumbles, is that I didn't feel like there were enough. I'm fine with people getting eliminated, but I want those moments to mean a little something more.
Yes.
Alexa getting tossed felt like nothing. Daniel Bryan getting tossed felt like nothing. Big E getting tossed. Some of the people that we were made to believe actually had a shot to win this thing, they got tossed, and it was like, no biggie. There wasn't some big storyline. There wasn't like, oh, this is going to be their WrestleMania feud now, because it was just, oh, they're gone. And Alexa was the one in particular with the women. I'm glad you mentioned that, because that was one that it didn't add up with the way they've been telling her story over the last few months.
No, I mean, we've seen her beat Asuka. You know, we've seen Asuka run from her, and we get the gimmick, the lights go out, and it starts flickering, and then Rhea Ripley just kills it. I thought that was a horrible moment, and I thought on the men's side there was some bad production, and I know it's hard with live. I thought some of the camera angles, they missed some big spots, and I thought we had to build up with Mustafa Ali, and it's like, you don't even know he was in the Rumble, really? No. You know,
Nakamura.
Monday night, I know it's just, there was some frustrating moments. As good as an event it was, there were two frustrating moments, Bliss and Ali. But Bliss, you build her character up, and then on Monday Night Raw, she causes Randy Orton to lose in the main event with some black liquid coming out of her mouth. It's like, oh, okay, we forgot she got eliminated in 10 seconds at the Rumble. So very frustrating part.
I agree, and so we imagine it'll be more Orton, Fiend, Alexa stuff, heading towards WrestleMania. Edge and Orton at least seem like they are going to be going their separate ways. We've got Sheamus and Drew, which is something that, we talked a lot about, and this feels like a good filler, like you said, a good filler, hey, Sheamus says, I want to be the guy to have the title at WrestleMania. I don't think any of us really want a Sheamus-Drew WrestleMania match. Not that it wouldn't be a good match, and they can have a fun story to build. It's just, Sheamus hasn't really been the main event level type guy over the last few years. Not sure if that's one of the matches they would want to headline WrestleMania, especially with fans back now. But I think this is going to be a good month and a half to get us to whoever wins the Elimination Chamber, and it'll be Drew McIntyre. I'm assuming Elimination Chamber if they're going to do that. Whoever wins that's what they've been doing recently to be his his big match for WrestleMania. So I'm fine with what they're doing with Sheamus here. I think this is going to serve a purpose for a while, and it gives Drew a little bit something to do. Hey, I mean, we're talking about a guy who they didn't really have much for. They just had to bring Goldberg back to give Drew something.
Right. Yeah, and now you get, I love this Sheamus character, right? The pub, the old backyard, old school.
His look is fantastic with the hat and the. Yeah, I love it. It's like great.
The suspenders. The accent is spot on. So they'll get a chance to tell this story a little bit more. These are two guys that have been lifelong friends, and then you get a quick turn on Monday Night Raw. I'm okay with the quick turn. I don't need a long storyline, but now you get a chance to build on it after he's turned. Like, why'd you turn? Why'd you do this? Your buddies, blah, blah, blah. And it makes for a good match, and they're two big physical characters that will do very well against each other.
We have the Lashley Riddle feud that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friends. But Riddle will probably be getting another match because he ended up winning by DQ. But if they do something with Riddle, which they may do with some sort of a concussion angle, which it was seeming like where maybe he's like a different person, or he forgets something, or maybe instead of the bro for like a while he's just like Siri. I don't know. I think there's some hidden gold in here if they run with the storyline like that, because I actually like Riddle a lot, and he makes me laugh. I don't love the way that they sort of like Vince doesn't really get his character, so Vince kind of comes off like a douchebag a lot of the time, like the way he is on TV, Riddle. But I like him. I think he's funny. If they go a certain way with this could be pretty funny.
Yeah, he's been a little bit more goofier, on the main roster, but that's okay. He had
a good run in the Rumble.
Yeah, he did. He had a real good run.
Yeah.
And the dude is great in the ring. I like the gimmick. I like the hey dude and all that. The Lashley thing needs to end quick. The Hurt Business, this needs to.
They need to move on.
I know MVP is getting upset. He was talking to the ref. He's the one that, he was telling Lashley, hey, break the hold. We need to move on from this. I'm not saying that Cedric and Shelton need to lose the titles, the tag team titles. But this Lashley Riddle deal is either let Riddle have the belt or we have to move on to something immediately, because I'm in burnout mode, complete burnout mode with the Hurt Business.
Yep. Yeah. And it's they've been put in bad spots because it's like they've done this now, I think 3 times with the Hurt Business. It's like, okay, the Hurt Business are going to be feuding with this group of like 2 people. And it'll be for months.
Yes.
And they've done it repeatedly. They did it with the New Day. Now we have it here. It was with the Street Profits for a little while. Do we just need, move on, please. Let's move along. I like all these guys. I just want something a little more fresh for them. Sort of like what we're getting with Bad Bunny and Damian Priest. I kind of like this use of the celebrity here. I think it's a good way to try to get Priest over. This is the perfect way to use someone like Miz and Morrison. Because they're never going to be hurt by taking a loss here. And Bad Bunny, for those of you who don't know Bad Bunny, this guy is a massive star. He is a huge deal. And this is a big name for a lot of, younger folks, for a lot of people on the internet. This guy was one of the most downloaded artists on Spotify last year. A huge Latin following. So this is a good way to bring in, and you know what I like about him too? He's a wrestling fan. He just wrote a song about Booker T. The guy is a legitimate wrestling fan. He's not you walk down the street and he'll talk to you about Hulk Hogan. He knows the business. He's interested. You could tell even by the way he was interacting with Miz and Morrison. I thought he's done a pretty good job so far for someone that I didn't know a whole lot about until a couple weeks ago when they started promoting him.
No, and I'm a satellite radio guy and his music's all over satellite, but the pure old school wrestling fans gonna hate this, but WWE does this, and they do it because of a run of a major pay-per-view, a major show. So this guy, have you seen his YouTube numbers? I mean, this guy puts a video on YouTube and there's 60 million in a couple of days. That's
incredible.
impressive, So it looks like we're probably going to get a tag match.
That's like a Mania match, right? That feels it feels like a Mania match, And it's good, and it'll be a good way to get a nice win for Priest on a big stage over someone like Miz, who people know. A lot of people know Miz, win or lose. So he beat the Miz there, the guy with the Money in the Bank. And then what ends up happening is if Miz does win the Money in the Bank down the line, you already have a guy who's built up right in the main event spot. Oh, he's already got a win over the guy who's got the Money in the Bank. So I think it could do a lot of different things. You and I mentioned how much we've liked Priest over the last few weeks, and he feels like a guy that Vince is going to like. Like, he's got the look, sort of. He's big, but his look is a little bit different too, right?
It is. He was a star in Ring of Honor.
Punishment Martinez, right?
Yeah, and you got to remember. Look, we watch wrestling. We'll watch it on YouTube. We'll watch the New Japan pay-per-views. We watch that. A lot of the Raw, SmackDown people, they don't watch NXT, and you can see that with the ratings. Raw gets 2 or 3 million. SmackDown gets 2 or 3 million. Look at NXT numbers, 500,000-600,000. So a lot of these WWE people that watch on Monday and Friday nights do not know who Damian Priest is. You may see it on the WWE YouTube channel, the WWE app, the network. They'll try everything they can to push people, but until you can get on Raw and SmackDown and get them in and see that they fit on the main roster,
that's a key.
You've got to do stuff like this. And I know wrestling fans hate it, but you have to do things. And the WWE has been doing this forever, and they're not going to change it.
Nope. We got Lana and Naomi, so they will at least be getting a match against Shayna and Nia. We'll see if they continue to go along with it and give Lana and Naomi a win. I don't even know if they have to do that anymore. I thought even her eliminating Nia felt better than nothing, because it's not something like. It doesn't hurt Nia in any way, shape, or form. We see them do these kind of things all the time where someone will end up winning a title in like a tables match because they don't have to pin them, or eliminating someone from the Royal Rumble is great because you don't have to pin or submit them. So, hey, I love Naomi. She's fantastic and she's athletic. And anytime we get to see more Naomi, I'm fine with that too.
Yeah, and I don't know if they need the titles that they win them. I'm okay with it. I mean, Nia and Shayna, again, these two don't like each other. They win the titles. I understand why, that they didn't need the titles, but I understand why they got them. And then, maybe if Lana, is able to pin Nia, maybe it somehow keeps going. As long as she doesn't have to go through another table, I'm okay with it.
Let's get over to NXT. We had a fun show on Wednesday night. The women keep kicking ass. Dakota Kai and Raquel Gonzalez. Then they're into the finals of the Dusty Classic for the women. That was great. And we keep talking about how good that women's roster is. So they're going to be in the finals. And then later in the night we had some interaction between Io Shirai, Mercedes Martinez, and my personal favorite, Toni Storm, who is fantastic. Oh, yeah, I mean, these three are going to tear it down. They're really starting to build up to the big NXT takeover, which is on Valentine's Day, so only a couple of weeks away.
Yeah, we have one more show next week. I think we'll have two semifinals or a couple of semifinal matches on the men's side of the Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic and one for the women. I don't expect Candice LeRae and Indy Hartwell, even though I love Candice, one of my favorites. I don't see them beating Ember Moon and Shotzi. I think Ember and Shotzi are going to go to the finals and they'll probably win it. But man, that takeover, that women's triple threat match could be the main event. It won't be. We'll see Finn and Pete Dunne, but man, that women's match is going to be just super, super solid. I thought, if you like wrestling, you should be watching NXT every week.
You really should.
It's good.
NXT is in my opinion, when we're talking about Raw, SmackDown, AEW, NXT, it's the most steady. It's the floor is the highest. Very rarely do you flip on NXT and see something that you kind of cringe or that's like really bad. And you'll catch plenty of that on Raw, SmackDown, and AEW on Dynamite. But this is really basic and steady. I think just it's not gone through the WWE ringer as much. It doesn't get promoted as much. They don't quite have the big stars. They pick pick their big stars up to the main roster. But as far as just a good, solid product that you're going to watch night in, night out, like NXT is about as good as it comes. You mentioned Balor and Pete Dunne, so we got the Edge tease out there. Edge just wanted to mention that he could go after the NXT title if he wants, and he told them he loves what they do down in NXT. I thought he had a good line too, where he says, up there we deal with we work on the E in the WWE a lot, but down here they talk about that second W quite a bit, which I thought was just a cool reference,
Yeah, that was a good line. I like that Karrion Kross, who, has never really official lost the NXT heavyweight championship. He kind of, the infamous parking lot spots on NXT shows are becoming quite interesting. That's where usually people get jumped, ran over, or what have you. But I thought Kross, going eye to eye, face to face with Edge was pretty cool.
Yep.
I really don't understand the Kross and the cruiserweight title kind of chase. I don't even know if he wants the cruiserweight title right now.
That's weird to me because
it's interesting. I would think he'd be chasing the main event.
Me too, and I don't like it for another reason, because I love Santos Escobar.
Me too,
and I think it puts him in a bad spot because he's not going to win any sort of feud, or he's not going to look. I don't think he's going to come out looking stronger in a battle with Kross. I would just prefer to keep these guys away from each other. I love the way he's tried to elevate the cruiserweight and put it on even par with all the other titles, and I don't want to feel like he's getting fed to Kross, because I like both of these guys.
Yeah, and I mean, who doesn't want to see Scarlett on TV? She's a smoke show, but that kind of felt really odd to me, and this was the first time in a while I thought they kind of missed the boat in NXT. I know you got to put Kross on TV, and I know you're pushing Finn and Dunn, and that match is going to be a hell of a spot, but I would, regardless who has the NXT heavyweight title, I would Kross needs to be, and I know he kind of said it to Edge. He goes, "I've never lost that title, so it'll be me if you win it." Blah blah blah. I don't know. I did not like the cruiserweight spot, the standoff, and that's the first thing in a while I did not like about NXT.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it just sort of felt sort of a little forced there. We closed things out with Thatcher Ciampa. They're going to be moving on to the Dusty semifinals. So just as far as the buildup for a few weeks, when we're going to get the finals of those Dusty tournaments, we're going to get Balor done. We're going to get Io Shirai, Toni Storm, and Mercedes. And it looks like we'll probably get Santos Escobar and Karrion Kross in some way, shape, or form. I mean, just on paper, that has the right to be a damn good show.
Yeah, and if you've never seen NXT, their takeovers are incredible, and I'm
Raise
sure
the level. Yeah,
I'm sure February the 14th, Valentine's Day, that takeover is going to be phenomenal as well.
Sorry, Stephanie. We'll be watching some NXT takeover on Stephanie. Hey, I'll get some flowers, some candles. We can have some wine and everything too. Wine while we're watching some NXT, no problem. Let's move over to AEW. We had a AEW Beach Break, and we kick off the show right away with the number one contenders tag team battle royal that is won by I become Jericho and MJF. And this was a quick battle royal where there were a lot of eliminations. It didn't go on long, but it's mainly to tell the story. They're furthering this story with the Inner Circle. It got to a point where Jericho went to eliminate someone and didn't realize that Sammy was on the apron, and so he inadvertently eliminated Sammy Guevara as well. So Jericho and MJF end up winning the tag battle royal. I loved how as soon as Jericho had eliminated the last entrant, MJF was just immediately in there, raising the hand, celebrating, like soaking in some of the I did this too, which was just great. And then what I like about the story they're telling with this chat is that it would have been way too obvious for MJF to just eliminate Sammy.
Yes.
That's too obvious. And then that is something that probably would have pissed off Jericho and got everybody else mad. But when Jericho does it inadvertently to an already upset Sammy, it's really good storytelling. It's just another layer that I really appreciate.
Yeah, I thought that was the spot, in this battle royal. I thought the battle royal was a little, it was okay.
I don't love their battle royals. I got to be honest. I don't. They're not very good. I plain and simple. The casino ones, and I just don't think they're. I don't think they're very good quality. Period. But the story coming out is fine.
Yeah, the story is great. Because now you've got the Young Bucks defending their titles against Jericho and MJF, and that'll happen at their pay-per-view, which I now believe is March 7th. They pushed it back a week. I'm okay with that. And I'm okay with Jericho and MJF either winning or losing. I'd like to see them win the titles because I want to see them stay around a little bit longer because it's one of the few bright spots because I'm hard on AEW. I didn't like the show from Wednesday night, but I do like the storyline with Jericho and MJF. And, the Young Bucks really haven't done anything. Do they need the titles? They're in the storyline with the Good Brothers. And
no, they don't. This would be a good way for them to lose.
To transition it quick, get it over to these guys because we know ultimately what we're going to get is Jericho and MJF, and that in itself is going to be a fun ride to watch.
Well, that's like the biggest story they're telling right now, or the one that I'm at least the most interested in. Now, I mean, obviously the Omega and Callis stuff, and I think and the Omega with the title, like that's fine, that's good stuff too. But like those two stories, I really like. A lot of the other stories they're telling right now, I'm just like lukewarm on. We'll get to a couple of them. So we've got Tony interviewing Sting and Darby, Team Taz interrupting from the outside. Again, I don't know if this is me, and I hate saying this because I love Sting, huge star, but it seems like we've seen Sting now, 6 times, and nothing has really been said or done other than, I kind of like Darby. I see some of myself in him, and we're gonna maybe have a street fight coming up. I mean, we just don't. It seems like he'll come out, and then it's not. It's just I don't know. It feels like something's been missing to me.
The only thing I hope for is I think next week Darby actually is going to defend that TNT championship, right? So hopefully. Team Taz is going to come out, either during the match or after the match. Hopefully, we get some interaction with
some physicality.
Because if we're waiting till March the 7th, that's a hell of a long buildup, for a tag team type match that's going to be wild and crazy with Sting. I don't get it. I don't know why they're doing it. We saw it again last night. It doesn't get any better. I thought last week's
was good. Those things.
Yes,
I don't need to see him in the ring every week just cutting like a very bland promo. If you're going to give me vignettes of him like you did in like Abandon or like him and Darby training together stuff, that stuff, gimme. I'm fine with. Right. I just don't need to hear Sting for like a few minutes come out in the ring and give me like very basic, I don't know. I think I don't love how he's been used quite yet, and hopefully, they're building towards their show now in a month, and we'll see what the use is like in the next few weeks moving forward. We got some Hangman Page, Matt Hardy stuff, which is kind of funny. Hardy was letting Hangman Page change in the locker room with him, and they tagged together, and after Hangman was about to win the match, Hardy tags himself in. They sort of reluctantly celebrate together. I like Hangman Page. This doesn't like bother me. I like Matt Hardy. I'm at least kind of curious where they're going here. So I do think the long-term story, like we sort of talked about last week, maybe the guy to eventually try to get this title back for the company from Kenny would be a great story, would be Hangman. So I think they may have a long story to tell with him trying to build him back up to being like one of the guys.
Yeah, spot on. I like Matt Hardy, always have, always will. I thought, him coming over from, TNA Impact to WWE when they won, the tag team titles at WrestleMania, I thought it was a huge miss with them not going with the Delete character. I know that was kind of in mitigation and lawsuits or what have you with Dixie Carter. And then he comes over to AEW and he starts with that character, and now the character is not even mentioned anymore. So it's kind of Hardy's kind of at the end of the big, big match. And I'm okay with him and Page because I love Hangman Page, superstar, and I'm okay with it. I'm okay. The match didn't do anything for me, but
me neither.
I was entertained.
We have to be getting Britt Baker winning this women's tag team tournament. It has to be her. She ends up beating Thunder Rosa. She looks good doing so. And Thunder Rosa looks strong because she didn't even actually tap out. She just sort of passes out, and it's referee stoppage here. We saw the brackets. I actually think it's for a year where there's a pandemic and stuff. I'm not quite sure how they're going to do this logistically, but I do think it's kind of cool that there's going to be a big bracket. One side of it is going to be in Japan, where they're going to actually have some of the matches over there. The other side is going to be from the U.S. So if we get something where we're able to watch some of these women's matches online and we see them tape some of them, and that could be cool. I think eventually, when it's all said and done, this has to be Britt Baker winning this thing. She has to be the one to go take the title off of Shida, because she is by far the most over girl in the company, woman in the company, by far the most interesting woman in the company. She is the package of being good in the ring and having the mic skills and the character and everything together. She feels like one of the few like actually finished products in that company, and I think they have to put the belt on her soon.
100%. I'm okay with. Look, I've watched New Japan before. I'm not a big fan of how they do it. It's match. I like build up. I like storylines, all that. Anyway, I'm okay with they're doing the Japanese bracket. I don't understand why they do it. I know they have an agreement now with New Japan, from what I hear.
I guess right? Omega loves it.
Yeah, and I guess AEW is just going to have a contract with everyone. They've got a contract, I guess, open contract with Impact, New Japan,
NWA, New Japan, AAA. I think 7 different companies right now that they're working with.
But what, and Britt is the star. She has to have the title. Why isn't Ivelisse right? You're missing some really, really good matches and some talent to get in there. But
badass too.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, 100%, if she does not win this tournament and win that title, this is probably a big, big miss by AEW. They have to put that title on her.
One thing that's been a big miss for me so far has been Miro, and we're getting into the wedding here.
Woo!
And weddings in wrestling have been sort of fun through the years. There's a lot of tropes that you're going to get. There's sort of the same type of thing. Somebody interrupting the wedding. There's somebody usually in a present or popping out of the cake. Different things, and it felt like in the wedding between Kip and Penelope with James Mitchell, who was the official from WCW, ECW, TNA days. It felt like at the beginning, they're trying to make fun of other weddings, and Miro even starts to cut a promo like making fun of some of the other weddings. The best part of this whole thing was when he says, "What is love?" And the crowd's like, "Baby, don't hurt me, don't hurt me no more." That was that literally was the best part. And if that was the best part, then we're in some trouble. Miro somehow gets like shackled to the ring post. He doesn't realize. And then Orange Cassidy pops out of a cake, which I think Rusev popped out of one when he was in WWF. When he was in, he even sort of made reference to the fact that he's been in, angles like this before. I love Rusev Miro. I love Orange Cassidy. I don't love anything about this.
No. And I think he wore the same outfit in this wedding as he's done before in the previous weddings for the WWE.
Yeah.
And, when he signed with AEW and he appears, it was, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Finally, this guy. And immediately you put him in a storyline with video games, and that's fine if he's got his Twitch channel and he does all that. I don't care. And with Orange Cassidy, I know he had this run, I don't like he's with the best friends. I think they missed the boat on him. Yep. And I know it hurts to not have a big live sold out audience to pop for Orange Cassidy or Miro in this, but this is not cutting it. And this was a bad segment for AEW.
Swing and a miss. This is one of those things where you flipping through the channels or, you definitely don't, you turn away immediately, or like your friends walk into the room and you're watching wrestling and you're like, no, I swear this isn't how it is all the time. It's not always like this. This was bad. And this was very cringy. I hope we can quickly go in a different direction with both of these guys, because feels like another one of these where, how long has this been going now? Forever. Forever. From right when Miro came in. This is all he's done from the beginning since he came in. He had the one moment in the Battle Royal where he looked pretty badass. That was it. Other than that, he's not looked good, and I don't like it. And I can't believe I'm saying that about someone who I think is so entertaining and so good in the ring as Miro is. We have a kidnapping, Chad Cooper. Marco Stunt got kidnapped by FTR and Tully. The poor dude is kidnapped.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel sort of how you do. I kind of laughed. Like it made me laugh. Tully sort of makes me laugh nowadays. Like he's so he lays things on so thick. He does a good job that it makes me feel very old school wrestling. And I like these guys. And I'm like, it just, I don't know. It's just another thing where these guys didn't love doing this kind of crap in WWE and in NXT. Exactly. The reason they came to AEW was to get away from the storyline stuff and goofy stuff like this, but they're right back in it.
And they got the tag titles, right? As soon as they come over, great. And then the next thing you know, you hear, okay, one of them may be hurt. It's like, oh, here we go again. These guys can't stay healthy. And now they're in this storyline, and this seems like another one that just keeps going on and on. Hey, I'll give them credit. It was a little different. You're kidnapping people now.
Yeah.
It looked like they were kind of like in a bus or
he was taped over his mouth and his hand.
I'll give them that. But no, again, these guys, when's the last time you've seen them in a ring?
That's what they do best.
They did singles. Singles,
but that's not them. And even that was a fantastic match against Jungle Boy. It was great.
It was.
These guys, they need to be working. We need to see these guys as like a TV tag team champs where we get a 15-minute match from them every week. Like that should be a great way to fill. We got Shaq, and I'll tell you this, this is going to get some eyeballs on them no matter what. And Shaq is cutting his promo on TNT, and he gave some time, and he stood up, and he talked about the move that he's going to have, and he was elbowing the plexiglass, and this was funny from Shaq. We got the Jade stuff, too. I actually thought the Jade, working out stuff looked really good. It actually seemed like sort of something like you would see from WWE even, which AEW doesn't seem to have nearly the type of production quality. I mean, I don't think any major sports really do it as well as WWE does, but I thought they did a pretty good job with that. The Shaq stuff is funny. So where do you stand right now? We know Shaq said it. We're getting a match in a month. Shaq is going to be in the freaking ring. What are we going to see from the Diesel?
You hit the nail right on the head when we talked about this potential match, and we knew what was probably coming down the line. But this is a crossover. You have ESPN talking about it. You definitely have Ernie and all the guys talking about it on NBA on TNT. They've been talking about it. It's when you get a chance to do like this, and you have a star and a huge personality, as in Shaq, you got to take advantage of it.
You do.
Just like what WWE does with Bad Bunny and these,
and it's a different, right? Because people know Shaq, but you may not. But like Bad Bunny is someone who's huge in that same sense. These are big stars too.
Yes.
Like WWE and wrestling will sometimes get into bed with like a C or D list celebrity,
Sure.
and they'll be very proud of like, we're getting like some celebrity love. These are massive stars. Both companies are involved with this week, just a few days later, and in totally different capacities. Like, where do we not see Shaq's face nowadays pop up? I mean, he is everywhere, and he's been such a big, larger-than-life character for so long. Like, everybody knows Shaq. I think this is going to be Shaq's involved. He's been involved in WCW, WWE. Now he's heading over to AEW.
The gamut, man. He's the gamut. It'll be what guy a girl who follows Shaquille O'Neal on social media is going to see this, and you're probably going to get a decent size, of people buying this just to see Shaquille O'Neal.
Uh-huh.
That's what it's for. That's what it's tended to. Cody's one of the founders of AEW. So it'll be okay. We know who's going to go over, but I want to see what Shaq can do off the top rope or something.
Me too. We got I think the curiosity factor of what Shaq will try to do in the ring with that size. I'm interested in, no doubt about it. So we close things out with the main event match. It was the Omega and the Good Brothers versus Moxley, Pac, and Phoenix. And this is a fantastic match, as you'd imagine, with these guys. Great in ring. The Bullet Club, Omega, and the Good Brothers end up winning. Post-match, there's a big beatdown afterwards. Moxley looks like he's sort of getting the upper hand. And then out of nowhere, we get Kenta, who shows up. He attacks Jon Moxley. They have a current feud in New Japan Wrestling over the U.S. title. They are going to be wrestling in just a few weeks from now. So AEW, as we mentioned, currently working with NWA, Impact, AAA, New Japan, just to name a few. I think somebody I saw on Twitter said that there are actually 7 companies when you go through some of the women, some of the stuff from Japan, different places. Like you and I, internet wrestling fan that knows all this stuff, likes this, thinks this is cool. I just don't know if you're somebody watching TNT, because I can tell you this, just like what you said with NXT to WWE, the people that are watching NXT or the people that are watching WWE are not all watching NXT. So much so that a Damian Priest or someone like that can come up and they still don't even know someone that's coming up from their own feeder system.
Right.
This is a guy, Kenta, who I think had maybe 1 or 2 moments on the main roster in a battle royal here or there. He never really did anything. This guy barely had runs on NXT because he had really bad luck. He kept getting hurt, unfortunately, over and over and over. He is a damn good wrestler. He can go in the ring. When he's built the right way, he's like a badass and very imposing, even for a small guy. But I don't know, like, is this something that gets this isn't going to do what the Shaq thing is going to do, and I don't know. I'm mixed on this. I just don't know if what does this do for AEW? I don't know. Where do you stand on all this stuff? You can see I'm kind of like spitting out my verbal diarrhea here. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like it. I know who Kenta is. I know it went over with the announcers, sold it as much as they could. And I know the AEW purists that were, that they do no wrong. They were popping on social media. But if you're a wrestling fan and you're watching this, they don't watch New Japan. It's not on Access TV anymore. I mean, no one watches Impact Wrestling anymore. They subscribe to the ratings. Look, he gets 120,000. That's horrible for a cable show. That's horrible. So who is going to say, oh, wow, I would have rather seen Miro. I would have rather seen somebody else in that spot. And you can go, oh, I know this guy. What a situation. And I know why they did it. We know why they did it. But it doesn't make any sense when you're supposed to be the best damn wrestling show, weekly wrestling show on television, and it's not. It's not. I'm sorry. I know they've got an open checkbook, and I know why they did it, but this is not going to make AEW any better than the WWE by bringing Kenta in this spot. It's not. No one's talking about it the next day. They're not. We're not.
And what, to make it even more strange, so after the show goes off the air, there's a brawl between everyone. See, this is something that I like. One thing I do like about it, Lance Archer comes down for the save. So Lance Archer is sort of being elevated. That's something I like because afterwards, Kenta is outside Daly's place in the back, and Omega goes up to him, and Kenta tells him to shut the F up. He says, I'm not your friend. I'm here to beat Jon Moxley. But that doesn't make, just like you said, that doesn't make sense. It would make more sense if he was there to be your friend. Oh, hey, buddy, I'm here to help you. Screw Moxley. Like, we're old buddies. Like, that makes more sense. He's here to help Omega because he knows Omega's dealing with this Moxley guy, and because then you could say Kenta's got some stuff with Moxley in New Japan. That makes sense. Him coming in as just this rogue guy, like, I'm just going to interrupt the show, I don't love it. Omega says to the you tell Tony Khan, I want a team next week with Kenta against Moxley and Archer in an unsanctioned match. I'm going to smooth things over. So we'll probably see that, and we probably will see Kenta. But again, could be a great match. It's going to help further the feud in New Japan because there's a battle between Dean Ambrose, Jon Moxley, and Kenta over the IWGP US Championship. So I get the reason why he's here for New Japan. It feels like Tony Khan throws a lot of these companies bones. I don't know, like, what is the Impact stuff? How has that helped Khan and AEW? How has the NW, I mean, getting some talent from them, but like you say, does it make AEW, does it make Impact or any of these seem bigger league, or does it make AEW seem more minor league? To me, it does the latter. It makes AEW seem a little more minor league.
Bingo. I know Tony Khan says every week, his spiel, we're the best weekly wrestling show on television. No, you're not. You might right now, you're not even number 3. No. Impact, it's not helped at all. Okay. You would think it would. Omega been over there 3 or 4 weeks. Those ratings, they're just not very good. Okay. It just looks like you're welcome. They have so many people on that roster. I don't even know why they're doing AEW Dark. Don't even get me started on that. There's some talent on that on AEW Dark. I'm not going to spend 2 hours on a Tuesday watching 14 matches, and I'm not going and seeking out, Moxley versus Kenta in New Japan anywhere. I'm just not going to do it. It waters down AEW. They've got so many people on that roster now.
And we don't see. We never see them.
Now you're bringing, people in from Impact, and you're bringing people in from New Japan. Hell, NWA hasn't ran a show in a year. I'm hot.
I know. No, me too. Because I see it, and I think, Chad, like, again, we went through the show. There are, and every show we go through, we're going to find things that we like and we don't like. And that's what, as a wrestling fan, I think that's should do.
Supposed to do.
You're supposed to do, right? It's a variety show. It's not all supposed to be tailored toward you specifically. It's going to be to fit some different people, what they think. Oh, somebody likes this. Somebody wants a little more storyline. Somebody wants a little more wrestling. We're going to give you a hodgepodge of all of that. The problem I'm having is I think AEW is getting such a strong benefit of the doubt from their fans, from their like rabid fan base and WWE gets this too, right? This is what happens with any like product that people or a company that people are invested in for years and years and years. You get like defensive over them. You want to defend them. I completely understand. I do the same thing all the time with just wrestling in general. When anyone wants to talk trash on wrestling, I start defending it. I just think AEW has been getting such a benefit of the doubt from the fans for a while that there are some things I think it'd be better if they were just hearing like from the fans, this sucks, right? We don't want you to do this. Because Tony, I think in a different sense from Vince, I think Tony really would do the things he thinks the fans want. I do think that. I just have a problem with who and which fans is he trying to please? Just the little niche, like hardcore fans, because that's not going to ever grow your business. You're never going to grow if that's all you're doing. I don't even mind some of the crossover stuff here and there. I think it's kind of cool. But now when you're in 4 and 5 different companies, and like you kind of hit on a point too, it's like it's becoming a lot of work to try to follow along what's happening between being the elite stuff that they do, and they sort of just assume that you followed it and know, and now we're sort of supposed to be watching Impact sometimes because they have things on there, and then also now there's something going on with New Japan, and they don't really – WWE will come on and give us these recap packages all the time. Sometimes we get sick of them because we see these feuds recapped over and over. We don't really get that in AEW. I mean, I'd love a little bit of a recap as to just like what's been going on the last few weeks with some of this. And I think if they would do that here and there, they'd kind of see, we haven't really progressed things very much, or maybe this wasn't as great as we thought. So I hate being like completely negative and like over something on week one at the end, but I just don't know what this did at the end of the show. And I don't know how much it helps AEW. Are they going to be getting a over 1 million next week rating? Is this going to make them pop a bigger rating? I don't think so.
No. And, if you go back, long story short, if you go back before the pandemic, NXT had kind of flipped on the ratings. NXT went. There was a month or two where the NXT brand was beating AEW on Wednesday nights, and then AEW kind of got defensive. Oh, remember, this is not a sprint. This is a race. We had the demo guide. We had the demo races, right? And then the pandemic hit. And then we got to reset a little bit. Mm-hmm. And I think if that would have kept going in that direction, I think AEW was saved a little bit with the pandemic because they had a chance to say, okay, yeah, we're going on the road every Wednesday night and we're doing a live 2 to 3, 4 hour show because they were doing dark before and after those live events. They were getting 3,000 and 4,000 people in these smaller arenas. They weren't selling out big arenas. Heck, WWE wasn't even doing that except for big pay-per-views. I think them going to Jacksonville and being at Daly's place, even though it's outside and I heard it's been cold and some of the wrestlers were barking and complaining, I think it's helped them.
It has.
It's helped them to say, okay, we're here every week. This is what we do. Here's our guys. Boom. And then their ratings are not growing. Yeah, no. 1 week they get 800,000. NXT's at 600. Then last week, I think
they were about even.
They were about even 700,000. If you're not getting 1 million in 2021 with a pandemic and nobody doing things on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays, heck, at hardly at all. In a
You're
few
getting
states
Shaq now, and they're pushing you on TNT. They put a lot in a couple of these shows. I mean, the Omega Moxley title, that thing didn't hit 1 million.
No,
it didn't. And when they go all in on shows, so I mean, I think we talked about. It's funny because the Shaq stuff, I get it. You can love it, but you're gonna understand why they're doing it, right? Because that is something that helps grow their business. The Kenta and maybe Tony's thinking, okay, we're gonna do the Shaq stuff to help grow. We do some Kenta stuff for some of the other like hardcore fans, but there's so many talented guys you have on your roster that we don't see. I mean, when's the last time we saw someone like a Sean Spears?
Oh,
I mean, a guy who and that was the talking point for all of these guys coming over to AEW was
they finally get to wrestle.
We don't get respect in WWE. They never give us a chance over here. We're going to come to a place where we're going to get to wrestle and we're going to get to be ourselves. And I mean, how many guys have we really seen thrive there? Even someone like Pac, who he was definitely impacted by the pandemic. So I think he may not be the most perfect example, but like right now we saw him on TV the other day. Like this guy was in the main event picture at the beginning of this company, and he is damn good, and he's got a really good heel character, and now that's sort of like a tweener babyface-ish kind of badass character. They've got a lot on their roster. Same problem that WWE has that we don't ever see. I don't think you need to be bringing in New Japan, TNA, Impact, TNA, NWA. I don't think you need to be bringing a bunch of them in.
No. It's like WWE bringing in, these NXT guys, instead of putting Cesaro or Dolph Ziggler or Kevin Owens in these matches. I just don't think it elevated them. It got a pop, for a minute from their hardcore fanboys, as whatever they call them. But I just don't see this. Just if you're a pure WWE fan, do you get excited that Kenta has interfered in the main event on AEW? Not me.
No. Not me. This week in wrestling with Chad Cooper. I'm going to let you go in a second, but I want to get a quick thought from you before I do on the Super Bowl. Give me a little bit of a prediction. Do you have a strong opinion one way or the other, or is it just going to be kick back and toss back a few beers and watch?
No strong opinion. I'm going to have a little action on it. I've never been I'm a Super Bowl squares type of guy.
Oh, right? Yeah. I love them.
Yeah. I won it one time like 10 years ago.
And you're chasing it.
Yeah, I'm chasing like the Get Out special, the old, the race number 12 at Santa Anita. It says claiming 7,500 non-winners of 4 or whatever.
Got to get in as many different pools as you can. For
Yeah,
as many different $1 here, 20 here, 5 here. Give me I'm in the same way. I feel like this year I'm in more freaking pools too than I've been in a while. I just want it. I kind of am like you. I don't have, I think, as strong of an opinion. So I just want some action to have a little fun. And what better way than some squares? I mean, there are all sorts of props you can play. There are party pool props and stuff. You can play in-game live action. You can bet the freaking national anthem if you'd like. Super Bowl is always a fun thing to wager on. Koopaloop, my man. Love you, brother. Thank you again for helping us out this week. It was a really great this week in wrestling, and look forward to talking to you again next week.
Let's do it again, sir.
Chad Cooper, give us your plugs one more time. Where do we follow you on social media? And if you got anything coming up over the weekend, let us know. What are you working on?
At the Chad Cooper, both on Twitter and Instagram. And Delta Downs has got a pretty big, interesting card next Wednesday. The big Louisiana Premier Day card next Wednesday.
10 stakes races.
Yeah, 10 stakes races. A lot of storylines there. My buddy Gerard Melanson chasing 5,000. He's like 33, 34 ways, so he's in like 9 or 10. So I'm going to be out and about over there, and I'll put my picks up, before the races. So at the Chad Cooper on Twitter and Instagram, and let's have a lot of fun with it. Make some money.
I might be touching base with you again next week because if I put something together, I might be bringing you right back to help me with a few races.
Let's do it.
Okay, Koopaloop, my man. Thank you so much, buddy. You have a great weekend.
You too, bud.
Chad Cooper there, folks. Don't go anywhere. We got plenty more here on That's What G Said.
And that's going to do it for this episode of That's What G Said podcast. A big thank you to all the guests who helped us out this week. Scott Shapiro talking NFL with us. Eric, Etop21 Sports. Kurt Rossner talking old smoke and some football. We had Ren Carothers, who was so great talking Tampa Bay Downs. And then Koopaloop Wrestling with Chad Cooper. Hope you enjoyed this week's episode, folks. We'll be back again next week with more That's What G Said.